Hey everybody, it is Saturday morning and I said to myself, well, do a live stream anytime I want. Who's going to stop me? Not you, that's for sure. So we're doing a live stream on a Saturday. So yeah, we are going live, and so we're going to wait for some people to get on. I've been super sick, so we've been missing a little bit of I have the wrong thing up. There we go. Now it doesn't really matter for the people who weren't there, but now we have, and it looks like our internet connection is good today. Let me know, everybody. But I've been paying attention. Nope, it's having a little bit of a problem. I'm seeing it having problems update. So fingers crossed that it works. We had so much time with really, really good internet, and now regularly we seem to be struggling. But it's not complaining. YouTube is not complaining to me. So, oh, there it goes. This is very discouraging because this was a major thing that we've been doing, and now I can't find times when there isn't a problem. I know we have really good connection to Managua. The issue is the connection between here and the United States. Rebroadcast servers are. Hey Edwin, you are the first one on. Woo-hoo. We actually have people on already. We never get this many people quickly. That part's encouraging. That is not good enough, and this isn't working. Cache is becoming problematic, and I'm getting errors. If you guys can point, because sometimes the video TJ's on. Hey TJ. Let me type to make sure. Yeah, there's no way it's not going to freeze. I can't figure out why. If the audio works, we can keep going. If the audio doesn't work, then this is awful because we're on all the way to Managua, no problem. And I'm getting pings to YouTube completely. Maybe it's a YouTube problem. Seems unlikely. That'd be impacting like every streamer everywhere. But it's super discouraging because we love doing this. Yeah, it's glitchy. Oh, the audio is bad too. All right, let's just give it a minute, but without starting a stream and seeing what it is. I know that it varies from minute, so testing ahead. But I went on and did a speed test and everything and made sure that we were crystal clear this morning, and still it's a problem. Hey, Lisa. Very sick. TJ says bitrate. The bitrate when the video, so it's like this, is 2. I'm doing with 6.5, and I'm not sure what. So it's really hard to on the YouTube end feedback other than. So now from the perspective of my streamer, TJ, how do you change the ingest server? I've never seen that as an option in is actually happening. That it's impossible to troubleshoot with YouTube. A little bit of information would really, really help know what's going on and whether it's something I can wait on or something. Yeah, now it says stream status is good, which suggests, so normally, so the thing is that we have so much more bandwidth than it takes to do the show, right? That there shouldn't be any problem with getting data out. So either nothing's going to work or everything works. It rarely works in the middle. Also watched F1 Sao Paulo Grand Prix sprint race earlier in this morning. Later noon is qualifying. So I'm on because my nurse was just here and I got a clean bill for the day. See how bad this is. See how quickly the cache starts dying. So bitrate is climbing. I'll give you the numbers in a second. We are now pushing 6.5 megabits per second up to YouTube. We'll see if YouTube can ingest it. Um, so one thing I don't like is I can't turn down the bitrate with the broadcast board. It has to be at 6.5. So no, TJ, it's not OBS. There's no computer involved. So it's that's one thing I really wish that I could vary the bit rate and just be like 6.5 is more than YouTube can often handle. I'd like to do it at like 5. And I think, for this kind of live stream, yep, there we go. Now it can't handle it. Immediately got an error. And part of the problem is it shows me the errors at a different time than it shows me what it's received. So I can't tell how they line up and what's going on. So it goes, if I put it to the still image, it says everything's good and complains that I'm not sending enough data. And if I put it to the video, it says it's not receiving enough, but it's receiving too much. So it's all over the place. And now it says excellent. As soon as I go down to this, it's excellent. It's just, yeah. So the audio is working. So we're mostly going to be an audio show today, but I think that's going to work. Fun. We'll try the video from time to time and see how much it messes things up. Maybe there's just stuff going on this morning. Maybe 1 million people are online for some reason. I don't know. But it's definitely nothing in my house, that's for sure. So so my nurse was here this morning. I am feeling much better. I'm on the, here, I'll show it. I've got the permanent thing in my arm. So I'm for 7 days. I'm going to be getting the injections. I'm on some serious antibiotics. But the good news is that with the antibiotics, Edwin, the advertisements are always fluid because they're pre-recorded. They're not streamed. The antibiotics didn't just make everything feel better, even things that have been a problem for me for a while, like I've clearly had an infection in my foot for the last month or more, is suddenly cured as well. So my guess at this point is that I had a bacterial infection in my foot that was not super bad, but enough that it was causing me to limp. It's one of the reasons I've not been able to go out and do walking shows for a while. And then then my guess is that spread to my knee when the opportunity arose, and I had an open wound and was fragile, and we've had a lot of stress here recently of health issues, not of mine up until now, and that I suspect left me in a exposed state. And so since I was already infected, it moved into my knee pretty quickly. And then we really noticed because it was like we were watching for it at that point. So not super surprising. But then once we went on the super strong antibiotic, it knocked out everything. So suddenly what was a painful foot to walk on for the last actually probably 2 months up until yesterday, perfectly fine, no signs of anything that had been there. And there was burning skin. There was like what felt like a small tumor inside of it. It felt like tendinitis. Like, it was pretty bad. And completely fine this morning. So it's like, I think we got a trend here of problems. So that is a big deal. So overall, I'm actually feeling quite good. Obviously, my knee still hurts a lot, yeah. So not very many people on. We had a good amount of people hop on it. It's hard to get people on when there's no video. Like, that's just a struggle. So we can do it from time to time, but it's not going to last long. And the stream status is only good when we're on just audio. So it's unfortunate. Yeah, maybe I need to move to OBS. That's so much more work because all the devices, all the cameras and stuff hook through the broadcast board. They don't hook up to my computer. I don't have a computer that has hookups for things. So how am I going to get a camera hooked to it? Well, that's what the Streamer X is for. So in theory, that will work for that. But then I can't hook up the microphone. It doesn't have a hookup for that. So I am going to get a broadcast mic with XLR. That was great. And the Streamer X will handle that. So in theory, that will work for one person, but then I only have one video input. I can't do the multiple video input like I have with the broadcast board, which I'm not doing multiple now, but I do sometimes. Now, it's currently saying we're excellent, even though we're on video. So fingers crossed that there was just a problem somewhere around Miami. We'll see. So here I am, and feeling healthy. Really can't walk, but the party tonight is at Desperados. This is our grand reopening at Desperados. Super excited to be heading out there. TJ, make sure you're going. Anyone who's here in country, make sure you're heading out to Las Piñitas tonight. It is going to be absolutely packed. It's $3 to get in, or 100 cord, and it is going to be a pretty epic party. We're expecting a lot of people, and I have not yet seen my own restaurant since it's been completely rebuilt. All you need is a cap card. Yeah, well, TJ, I can't have a cap card. I can't put cards. I have a Mac Mini. So I can get an external device, but I'd have to get yet another external device because my Streamer X is a cap card, but for one camera and one mic of a type I don't have. So I got it because it was cheap, and I was like, okay, I'm going to play with this and try it for some things. But I've never gotten it because I have the Atom Mini Pro. I have a professional broadcast board, and it does an amazing job. It's the Black Magic. This is used for television. But the problem is that YouTube is just really fragile, and it's not very conducive to professional broadcast equipment. So that's a that's a continuous challenge. Always getting more equipment to be like, oh, well, it didn't work with this, now I gotta get that. But right at the moment, it still says excellent on video. So that means that the issue is not coming from our end. It's definitely coming from YouTube's end, or somewhere, very much in between. So we'll just have to see if it holds. But woohoo, we are live and it's working. So that's good. We're making some progress. And really, if I was on OBS and had a lower band rate, I don't have any DJ. There's no more there's nothing. I can't plug in anything. I am, as it is, I'm dangling everywhere because there's so few connections on a Mac Mini that just having my monitor and stuff plugged in, like seriously, I can't plug more things into it. I've been struggling with this for a long time, but I have this broadcast board like for this purpose. But what I was going to say is, even with OBS, I don't know that I can. And now YouTube just started having problems again. We're actually at a lower rate, just slightly, than we were a minute ago, and YouTube lost its connection. The Blackmagic stuff is really nice in general. They make really good pro gear. So that's generally nice. The problem with OBS is I don't know if I can turn OBS down enough to resolve the issue, right? It's only a theory that, obviously I can turn OBS down and reduce the image quality. That should be fine. Like the image coming off the Blackmagic is so good that clearly it doesn't have to be that good. So turning it down would be nice, but I don't know that turning it down would do, like, how much can I turn it down? Maybe, maybe down to 5, but I can't turn it down to like 3. And it's just it may not solve anything. Edwin says it's been more than a year after Five Nights at Freddy movie premiere in theaters. Yup. What brings that up, Edwin? Has it really been that long? I feel like, because I went there for opening weekend. It does not seem like it could have been that long ago. Holy cow. Yeah, I'm looking through all the options in the Blackmagic, even with the latest update. It's now this is worth noting, we are currently broadcasting on the secondary YouTube RTMP server. We could try switching it to the primary. Maybe that would make a difference. I can't change it while it's streaming. And it is set to streaming high, but I don't believe it lets you turn it down from that because I definitely tried. James is here. Hi from Fundy. Good to see you're feeling better. Thank you. Yeah, quite a bit better. Oh, not very many people on. Yeah, my kids are huge Five Nights at Freddy fans, and so that's the one movie we've been to see in a long time. Oh, I guess maybe that came out. Wow, yeah. It could be that long. I also went and saw the Spider-Man cartoon, but it was completely in Spanish with no English anywhere, no subs, no anything. And because it's cartoon, there's no mouths to read. And that was pretty rough. trying to watch that. Oh yeah, it came out in October of 2023. Yep. I was not a huge fan of that movie, but I'm not really into the games either. I find them very dumb. My kids love them though. They're all into the lore, the fan fiction, all that stuff. So I try to be supportive. I don't like horror genre just across the board. Like I find it super just silly. I don't find it scary or intense or a good mode for storytelling. And so I really don't enjoy it because I see generally... So one of my rules is anything like a movie, a TV show, anything like that, I only see them for the purpose of feeling good, right? If something doesn't make me feel good, then I should never see it. That is just one of my life rules, right? And I encourage people to actually consider that as a general thing. If media doesn't leave you in good spirits afterwards, why did you subject yourself to that? Don't, right? There is no reason to make yourself unhappy as entertainment, right? And we're encouraged to. We're taught in school to read literature that makes us unhappy and that is boring and painful and that we're supposed to fight through it for some reason. Why? That doesn't make sense. And it's going back to we only get a few, every so often the video works. And my wife has always watched horror movies because her sister pressured her to, because her sister wanted to but didn't want to be alone, so she had to watch it with her and stuff like that. And it's like you're given this expectation as society is like, well, people watch this stuff, so you should watch it too. And it's like, now if you really find it entertaining, if you come away from watching a horror movie and you're like, I feel so good about that, like, okay, whatever, like, cool, find you're happy. But for most people, you don't come out of those things feeling positive. And if you don't feel positive at the end, just don't watch it. just don't. Make yourself happy. Go watch a happy sitcom. I like action movies because, the action gets your adrenaline going, but not in a negative way, especially if they're action comedies or like light action, like a James Bond movie, like that kind of stuff. I don't find... I never come away sad. I never come away upset at the end of the movie. I come away having gotten a story, gotten some adrenaline, seen a cool, parkour scene, whatever, and I'm happy. And so, in general, I don't watch too much. I find that I'm actually bored by movies and stuff, but horror genre especially, I find that the goal of being unhappy just super strange and psychologically unhealthy, and I'm able to be a much happier person by just not doing it. It's funny. Scott, can you speak to the gangs from El Salvador if they're migrating to other places? I don't think so, because everybody would catch them, and that would be that. Has the Nicaraguan government taken actions to keep them out? So the Nicaraguan government has always taken actions to keep them out. They don't come here. Someone always comes here, right? So let's start with a couple basics. This is a false concern. Now I understand why you have it, right? The U.S. is trying to create a narrative that something good happening in El Salvador actually is something bad. Right? Now, there's negative things happening in El Salvador, but they're pretty minor in the grand scheme of things. Overall, El Salvador is doing really well, especially comparatively. And you have to remember that the gangs of El Salvador are products of the United States. So the U.S. has a real problem with the situation in El Salvador because it is 100% reflective on the U.S. Those gangs are not El Salvadoran gangs. Those are San Diego gangs. With their, now, yes, they may be headquartered in El Salvador now, but they came from the United States and were funded by the CIA. Then that's not secret, even in the United States. That is fully public information from Congress. Because they investigated that specifically, because there had been too many rumors and they looked into it. So the U.S. has a significant black eye when it comes to El Salvador and its gang problems. The U.S. also still uses those gangs to shift money around. They are part of an American money laundering operation, same as the cartels in Mexico. So those are things that you really have to get as a starting point and say, okay, so the expectation is the U.S. is going to flood us with misinformation about anything good that happens with eliminating gangs or anything where someone's cracking down on gangs. This is going to trigger the U.S. to try to downplay the value of that or the possibility of that, because they need gang violence to be unsolvable, because they can't solve it in the U.S. They're not solving it in other places, and it's benefiting the U.S. So they have a very, very strong incentive to be like, ooh, So there's always, because El Salvador and Nicaragua essentially share a border, we do share a water border, for all time, right? Gangs operating out of anywhere are trying to get into other places, whether to operate there or to sneak through, right? They operate in Costa Rica and there's no direct path. So they'd really like it if they could travel through Nicaragua. So even if that's all they're doing, they want to do that. That's always been, Nicaragua is the ultimate path between some really key places. And without Nicaragua playing ball with the gangs, there's always this huge gap in capability in the region. So that's something to just be aware of. So time immemorial, gangs are always testing the waters to see if they can get into Nicaragua. And always Nicaragua has been absolutely anti-gang and not allowing that to happen. So once in a while, a gang member or a small group of people manages to get into Nicaragua, and Nicaragua always makes a really big point of making an example of them. So in the news yesterday, 2 guys came into Nicaragua with some cocaine, and they got put up all over the news, and they will serve time. Bad things will happen to them in Nicaragua. And no matter what happens to them in Nicaragua, they're going back to El Salvador in the end, and El Salvador is not going to care what Nicaragua did to them, right? They're in for a really, really bad time. So the question here is really, has the Nicaraguan government taken actions to keep them out? Nicaragua's government has always taken actions to keep them out and has done an amazing job at it. That 45 years of nonstop pressure from those gangs to come in. And there is, for all intents and purposes, no gang activity in Nicaragua. There's gang activity in Nicaragua the same way that there's gang activity in Iowa, right? Like, someone who's a member of a gang exists in Iowa. But in reality, unlike Iowa, there are not pockets of gang-controlled anything. There's no village in Nicaragua with a gang presence. There's no place where you're going to run into a gang and be like, oh, this is a gang territory. Nothing like that. You may be in the middle of a jungle and see members of a gang trying to get somewhere. You may pull over a truck and discover that it is sponsored by a gang trying to transport something. Same as, like in the US, you might find someone smuggling something from one place to another. Yeah, that doesn't mean that there's a gang presence. It's just people who operate for a gang are trying to transport something. So it's all about perspective. The El Salvador gangs, of course, anyone who didn't get caught is going to want to sneak into another country, but all the countries around know that they don't want them and can do a lot about it because they're not from that country. So it's not a very effective thing. So imagine if Mexican cartel. So the U.S. is a bad example because it's easy to get lost in the U.S. But most places, right, you can't just sneak into another country and operate with any impunity if you don't have identification. And remember, every one of these people who's from a gang in El Salvador has identified them, and they're wanted. And so, and we're all part of the CA4, so the information sharing here is very high. So Nicaragua knows exactly who they might be looking for, and they know who's in jail and who's not in jail. And El Salvador has a good information network as to where people are likely at. So we are not seeing in the slightest a threat or an uptick or anything of the sort. That is purely speculation from the north, where they're hoping things like that will happen because they want to downplay the success of El Salvador's prison roundup program. It has its negatives. There's real negatives to focus on if someone wants to try to discredit protecting the populace, which the U.S. loves to do. But that they're ignoring those points because people basically shot them down over the past couple of years, and now they're trying to claim that they're hurting other areas, which is simply not demonstrable at this time. And at this time, El Salvador has rounded up so many people. The idea that there's a bunch of gang members to sneak into other countries, I don't find that very plausible. Maybe 2 years ago, a few would have tried, and a few maybe got somewhere. And honestly, if you were a gang member sneaking out of El Salvador into Nicaragua, the very first thing you would want to do is stop being in a gang. This is your chance. You're in a new country. Disappear, right? Here's your moment to not die. Take up a new identity, move to the middle of nowhere, and hope your accent doesn't give you away. Move to some place that has strong accents and they can't identify a normal Nicaraguan accent versus El Salvador. They're really pretty close, and some regions kind of blend in. Pretend you're from Chinandega. Go to some really far point of the country and take up a job doing roofing and just enjoy your life. I don't foresee very many people thinking that moving to a new country and trying to operate a gang in a the things that El Salvador is doing that they're scared of, Nicaragua's always done. So it's only that Nicaragua never had to round up all the gangs because they kept them out from day one. And so it's a completely different thing. But if they think that they're going to come here and avoid, I have to let the dog in, that they are going to avoid capture and incarceration, then they're in a very foolish spot. They don't have allies, they don't have resources, and certainly, there's no friends in high places, which was potentially the risk in El Salvador some time ago, that the gangs have a lot of money, they're paying people off, they've got established, and I don't know any of this to be true, but I assume that like most places, like in the U.S., the gangs move tons of money into the government so that they're in a position to protect them, or look the other way or whatever. And that's famously what happened with the El Salvador gangs in the 1980s in the U.S. They were, openly going around to people speaking out against the politicians that, people trying to get people to vote against the politicians that supported the gangs, and they would go and murder people, kill children, and threaten communities that they would come back for them if they, didn't see the right vote rolls from that community. And there was so much protection for those gangs in San Diego and Southern California in the 1980s. And if you watch my show enough, Paul Baker, the monk who sings, who's been on a few times, that's why he's so well known here in Nicaragua, because before he came to Nicaragua, he was a bodyguard for outspoken anti-gang Salvadorans living in Southern California who was nearly murdered, and they had to provide protection all the time in the Salvadoran community because the police were not protecting them and allowing these gangs to threaten them to get the vote to protect the gangs in El Salvador. So it's that structure doesn't exist in Nicaragua. So those protections where they're going to be like, I'm just going to pay a whole bunch of money. The police don't care. The politicians don't care. Once there's a gang that's a member, it's visible up the federal chain. And so, there's so few. If one was to be let out, the president would be asking what happened, right? And there's no paying off the president, right? So they have that kind of visibility here. So there's no opportunity for corruption at any layer because the president is just waiting for the report of which prison they're going to and when, right? So it's a very different mechanism because our volume is so low, because we've cut them out since the beginning. TJ says, I've been setting up streaming setups for Twitch and YouTube, but it's been a long time. Yeah, and it's been working for a long time. It's just sometimes they have these connection problems to the mainland. TJ says, no. Byron says, whoa, is this a live chat? Good morning from the Bay Area. Hey, Byron. Edwin says, and a FNAF 2 movie has been confirmed. We'll be releasing next year. So from now on, we have to wait 400 days. Patricia says, how do you feel about most Americans get an extra hour of sleep tonight and you don't? I get to sleep all I want. I slept 18 hours yesterday, so I'm good. My dogs don't observe daylight savings time, so it doesn't affect me much. Yeah, I'm the same. And actually, my dogs are furious because I'm not allowed to sleep with them while I'm infected. And they are so angry because on a normal day, I sleep with my dogs, and my dogs pick how we're going to sleep. And then I just fit in however I can into the bed. And like the dogs know when they're sleeping with me, which is 99% of the time, that it's their time. They pick, do they get the pillow? Do they get the foot of the bed? Do they move around? Whatever. And they know that I'm okay with them sleeping however they want. I will move around. I'm not affected by that stuff. They know that I have to move. I have to twist and turn a bit during the night, but I'm not too bad. And I watch out for them. I never roll over on them. I'm very cognizant while I sleep. And so they really look forward to our bonding time when we sleep. That's when they get the most comfort. If they want a blanket, they get a blanket. If they want to be on top of blankets, they can be on top. The air temperature is set for them, or we share the same air temperature. Like they just know when they're sleeping with me that they get total comfort and run of the show. And so they'll often sleep different places and then come to me once I'm going to bed. And they have a pattern that they always go to bed with me. And last night we were told that absolutely cannot have the dogs in my bed with me, and so they were taken away, and they were angry, and neither of them slept all night, and not a good scene. They're both in here sleeping while I live stream right now. Edwin says, some gangbangers came into Nicaragua, but later sent off to El Salvador and locked up in CCOT. Yeah, like every so often they're going to sneak in, same as they always have. But it's a big reward, I think, if you're the cops who catch them. Everyone's out to get them for sure. Moral of this is don't watch the news in the US and Canada. It's definitely true. So much misinformation that it makes it difficult to know what is even reasonable at all, right? Like it's like so difficult to know what reality is when everything is fake. And you don't realize how much everything is fake until you live outside the US and you're like, hold on, I can go to whole swaths of the world and really quickly travel around and be like, nothing I've seen is real. None of this is what I was shown. What the heck? This isn't like one or two bits of misinformation. It's the entire framework of the news. And they depend on people to never travel and never ask questions and never think about it. And then you're like, whoa, it's like there's so many layers that, yeah, if you've never been down here, the idea that, well, why wouldn't the gangs just try to come over the border? That seems reasonable. But then when you come down here and you kind of live here, you're like, that wouldn't be reasonable. No, I mean, I can see somebody giving it a try. That'd be a really last-ditch effort, and I think they would mostly be looking to hide, not looking to operate. They're not going to carry. First of all, you can't carry guns here. So if you're in a gang and you're carrying a gun, it doesn't even matter if you're in a gang, right? You're carrying a gun down the street. The cops are just going to shoot you. Right, like they're not going to question if you're in a gang. You're gonna at best be arrested, if worst dead, and then they'll find out why you're armed and on the street. Right? It's not like other places, which is a really big source of security, that you can't get super close to someone armed who's then going to be like, no, this is for protection. Haha, no, it's not. Right? Like that's one of the fears in the US is that, yeah, it can be for protection until it's not. And so, every gun is for protection until it's not. And then once you're in trouble, it's for protection again from the police. So you can always argue that it's for protection. Edwin says, some found in Leon, Chinandega, Carazo, mostly in Managua. Yeah, and when you say like Leon, I think it's like El Sauce and stuff, not the city. Like there's definitely nothing in the city. Ooh, that would be bad. I mean, really bad for them. There's so much police presence here. What time is the event tonight? Tonight is, I believe we're starting at 7. Oh, I actually have to ask. How do I not know? It's, this is how sick I've been that all of these really, really important, critical things that we're doing in life is someone just offered me a walker. Thanks. Hold on, I gotta say, they offered me one of those walkers that you put your knee on, but I can't put my knee on anything. That's what's so bad. That's just funny. Okay, I'm going to try to find the actual invite. So, there's one. 7 p.m. Starting 7 p.m. I will save this and put it up on the image so that we have this. So everybody can be seeing it while we're talking. Why not? That's the smart thing to do, Scott. That's why you have the computer and the skills. So, yeah, let me tell you, I am so excited about the whole thing tonight because we've owned this restaurant for a year and it's been a struggle. We knew that because we had to open it at the very last second with no warning that it was going to be a big challenge, and we just had to get it open, and we kind of did it as a favor, and we kind of took advantage of an opportunity, which is all smart and good, and everything was great, but the I feel like I can modify that image a bit and make that look better. Perfect. And so having it, we knew that we had to open immediately, and we did not have any way that we could get it to where we wanted it to be. That was not in the cards at all. And so it was just a matter of absolutely the barest minimum of all things to try to make it remotely viable. Just so we could say we were open and get people to realize that there was a business there. And in the year that we had it, at no point was I ever able to get anyone to understand the importance of signage. And so we never had an actual sign outside. It took us a year to come up with a logo. It took us a year to do a ton of stuff. And it's like, oh my gosh, this is a really, really long time for really, really basic things. And that just crippled us. Everyone was like, oh, we got to focus on, and I'm like, you seriously need to focus on nothing but a sign. But that's not what we did. And so it just spiraled. And it's like, we're so busy that it's like the bit rate is so low now, it doesn't know what to do because that image has no data in it. Oh, that's funny. But that should help the audio a little bit. I'm getting a much better image here just by modifying that one. And so every single aspect of the restaurant was on hold, and we'd be like, oh, we really like this thing or that thing, and nothing ever came to fruition, and we never got to the point where we put up a sign. And so no matter what we did, we'd have specials, but no one would know. No one could come and get them. It was the most ridiculous situation that just nobody could find the place. We would talk to people. They'd be like, okay, I'll see you at Desperados. And then they'd be like, I can't find it. And they'd walk right in front of it. But because there was no sign or anything, you had to look in. There's a tiny sign, but it was unreadable. And it was just, the whole thing was so absurd how hidden it was. And this is part of the thing that I talk about with Nicaraguan hustle problems that everybody was fine with, but we opened a business. We don't need to tell anyone. The idea that you had to make it findable was so outside of everyone's mindset. They're like, don't be ridiculous, we don't need a sign. Don't be ridiculous, we don't need lights. We don't need anyone. I'm like, I'm standing directly in front of it. I can't tell it's a restaurant. And when you're on the beach, you look at it, and it's got a big, wide open area, but so do a lot of the houses. We're in the midst of a bunch of mansions. So there's no real easy way to look at it and say, oh, that's clearly a restaurant that I'm allowed to just walk into. There's stairs, but that could be someone's private living room easily. And there's not a single thing that says open, or that says you're invited, or says restaurant, or says the name of the place. And so that has been, my level of frustration with that has been unbelievable for a year. And finally, we have taken it over completely, and it is now well signed. We have a logo. We replaced the dirt driveway with beautiful tiles. We converted the front, which was I don't know why they chose to store junk in the front, but the whole front of it was just like junk storage from construction, which was a ridiculous problem. Now that's a garden seating area for the restaurant. The open bodegas that had to be covered with plastic. The former owner had absolutely no idea what he was doing. He was insane. Those have been converted to beautiful closed buildings. The middle one has been converted to a second bar because we can now handle hundreds of people instead of tens of people. We have new tables, new tabletops, new menu, new roof. The walls have been fixed. Like everything is new. And I know that they're like doubling the size of the kitchen and all kinds of things. We're making it so the original place was not zoned is the wrong word, but it wasn't, you weren't legally allowed to have open flames. So you couldn't have like a regular grill top, like a stove top, a range. I'm sorry, that's what I'm looking for. It was illegal to have a range in the restaurant because of the way that the roof design was, that you just weren't allowed to. And so even though this was built as and sold to us as a functional restaurant, and it was, it's not a restaurant that was allowed to do things like make pasta, which it didn't have on the original menu, but that's a major problem, that you're not allowed to have a range. There's just a lot of things you want to cook on a range in a restaurant. And we had to make do with only fryers and the Argentinian grill, which was amazing. And I'm sorry, also a large smoker. So we have a huge smoker and an Argentinian grill and a fryer, and we could do a lot with that. But there's always something you want to be able to throw on a range, because we couldn't boil water. That was specifically something we weren't allowed to do. So we have to add a second kitchen that just handles open flame items and has a different roof. Anyway, so it's all all what's going on. So TJ, the time tonight is 7. Sarang Goddess says, hola, Vicky Skinner here, though at the moment in Playa Flamingo, Costa Rica versus Rivas and San Juan. Oh, too bad you're down there. We're sorry. Hopefully you can make it back to paradise soon. TJ says, is this an adult only thing? Yes, there's no kids allowed. This is 18 and over. This is, and I can tell you that the prizes in the piñata are not for children. Fully adult party. We're talking about doing a dual party, daytime for the kids and nighttime just for adults next year, because this is not only our Halloween party, it's also it's Halloween and Dia de Muertos, and it's also our anniversary of reopening. So we opened a year ago. So it's cool that we're able to do all of them together as a single thing. James says El Salvador is in the top 10 safest countries in the world. It's the safest of the Americas. Yep, for sure. Now, the claim, of course, in the U.S. and Canada, James, is that they haven't eliminated crime. They just sent it to the other countries, and oh no for us, but that's not what we're finding. Gangs in Nicaragua are nothing compared to Costa Rica now that the drug scene has gotten to be a big problem. Super big in CR now, mafia and cartels, especially in beach areas. Yeah, Costa Rica has its crime rate is getting bad quickly, 300% that of Nicaragua. And it wasn't that long ago that they were close. Costa Rica's always been more dangerous, but you can't have that kind of association with the U.S., that kind of tourism levels, and the look the other way with drugs and stuff, the way that Cancun and Costa Rica have done. There's no option. Right, there's so much pressure to have that stuff in those regions, and they don't have the options to fight back the way that the CA4 does. We don't have those relationships with the U.S. to put into jeopardy by fighting the gangs so hard. So it's a lot easier to be safer up here. Now, obviously, Guatemala and Honduras are still struggling with the gangs, but they're struggling a lot less. Right, they've learned from Nicaragua and El Salvador, and they're taking action, and it's improving. Right, it's going to take a long time, but it's getting better and more isolated up in those countries as well. So we're very hopeful. But already San Pedro Sula went from most dangerous city in the world to simply middle of the road for the United States, which is still a really low bar, sadly, but it's completely in line with U.S. cities now for safety. So I'm completely willing to travel there, which is probably foolish. I generally am scared of traveling to the U.S. Why would I not also be scared of Honduras? But I feel like I can read Honduras better. Edwin says, thanks to Nayib Bukele and no mercy against gangs, all kinds of crimes, and, of course, other security plans. Yep, yeah, no, they've really put in the effort. Sarang Goddess, love how you are with your fur babies. They are my fur babies. Yep, I'm all about the animals. And then my kids have a cat that lives in their Jack and Jill suite. Sometimes she comes out, but she's agoraphobic terribly. And so she has a huge cat fortress in there, and she's got the 2 rooms in the bathroom. And she just throughout the day does stuff. She's hilarious. Swing says, what is the event tonight? It's probably pretty far if you're coming from Costa Rica, but if you hop in a car now, you can make it. It is Las Pinitas up here in Leon. It is Desperados. It's on the screen. Halloween party for our reopening. DJ Alicia is going to be performing, which apparently she's super popular in Nicaragua, so this is a big deal that we have her. It's going to be full-on dancing and food and party stuff, and I don't know that we have a Facebook page, honestly. I don't have Facebook, so I don't keep track. I'm sure we do have a Facebook page, but I do not know what it is. I will see if I can find it. Facebook Desperados. We are expecting like 300 people for the party. We have the capability of going much more. New restaurant in La Playa? Posted by, nope. Well, that's definitely the restaurant, but that's a post from one of our musicians. That was our like opening party that was posted. Wow. Okay. Yes, okay. I don't have the Facebook because I don't have Facebook, but I do have the Instagram. That's something. And the Facebook isn't listed on the Instagram. This is what happens when I'm not the one managing things. But because I don't have Facebook, it's always a problem. All right, I'm going to ask someone. It's the little things. Nobody really pays attention. Again, this is the hustle thing. All it takes is putting the link on the Instagram, and then we'd have it. Because nothing's searchable. So I have no idea how you find it. You can probably search for it inside Facebook, but since I don't have Facebook, I can't do that. So it's like I can't link it to people because it doesn't exist to me. Why don't we make things easy? Oh, I think I missed reading this. Sarong said, I'm a 67 years young solo traveler gal and have always felt way safer in Nicaragua than CR. For sure. Even I've never been any place except for gangland Guatemala. I've actually gone to gang central Guatemala, and that felt dangerous. But other than that, in places that I would actually go, just being at the bus terminal in San Jose, Costa Rica is the scariest. The scariest place I've ever gone as a tourist. When I was in Guatemala, that was not a tourist situation. That was with friends making really bad decisions. But as a tourist, Costa Rica, it's hard to say. Costa Rica and Cancun, they are the 2 most scary places that I've ever set foot. And I've been to 40 countries. I'll go anywhere. Like I don't, I'll walk the streets of cities at night alone, no problem. Those 2 places scare me. Any rooms for rent close, TJ says. I don't know. My guess is not. There's extremely few rooms on the beach in general, and likely they are full, but I don't know. We don't have a... This is something we should have. We should have a network of the places on the beach to know who has rooms available. But we don't. Bomaloo is nearby. They might have rooms. They're nice people. Playa Roca is pretty nasty. Not that they're bad, just it's a really low-end hostel. The Simple is probably full from the event already. I know a lot of people like to stay there. And it's only got 3 nice rooms. Everything else is hostel dorms. So the 3 rooms sell fast, especially the front room, because I've been told by hotel owners just recently, a hotel owner in Leon told me his favorite room in Leon is the Simple's front room, which I'm like, oh my gosh, I've owned that for 4 years and I've never stayed in that room. I've stayed in, I think, all the other nice rooms, but not that one. And at one point lived in some of them. Who else has rooms? Suyapa, we don't really like them, but they probably have overpriced rooms. There's a couple of hostels, like Caracolitos, nice people, really nice people, very good friends. I feel like Puesta del Sol is closed for their rooms, but they might have something. Who else has rooms? There's like Oasis, Mano a Mano. They're all hostels. Barca de Oro. They have real rooms down at the end of the beach. Still walking distance, but it's a long walk. But you can get one of the pedicabs to take you down. There's a couple wacky places way down. A lot of places we don't like, so we don't know much about them. Tranquilo, they're nice people. They should be open. But seriously, all those together, there's only 40 or 50 rooms on the whole beach. So, and the ones at Desperado are closed just to make things that much more difficult. Because that part is still under construction. It's been a race to get the hotel open. They're not racing to get the hotel open until December. So we have one more. We've spent a bunch of time getting the whole place done, and then the hotel is due to open in December and is already booked out for several months. So we have an open date, and we're going to be at capacity starting open date for months. So, which is great, but that's where it is. Byron says, just to confirm, all I see is a picture of some chickens. Now I see an image of Halloween. Yeah, Byron, the YouTube is having major problems and can't take the stream of the video. I'm here, hey guys, but I can't leave it up or it saturates their network apparently, and I can't handle it. I'm going to attempt on the next stream to switch to their primary servers and see if that helps. Strong Goddess, I so love and appreciate all your sharing. Oh, thank you. What's the Facebook? Oh, you already asked that. I'm looking for it. Murder rate in Costa Rica keeps going up big time the last 2 years. Yeah, for sure. Instagram's good for the audience younger, but there are programs, whatever you share on IG will automatically go to your Facebook page. There are, but they don't necessarily tell you where it is, which is the problem that I have. I don't know how to find it. So many problems. Let's see if they have not found it for me yet. I like Instagram. I'm on especially with all the infections and stuff I've had this week, I'm definitely on the old side. I like Instagram much more than Facebook, partially because, so I don't use Facebook. I will not have an account. Facebook to me is nothing but toxicity. And it's an open platform for nastiness. Like, that's all it is. And I don't like the material that it forces on me. I don't love Instagram either, but Instagram, at least I mostly control what I see, and I see things that I want to see. There's nothing on Facebook I want to see. I don't want this like constant stream of craziness from people back home. It's one of the reasons that I live down here, is I want to escape that stuff. I don't want to be tagged or brought into the Facebook groups about Nicaragua. My gosh, I want nothing to do with that toxicity. Those are bad places in general. I know there's a few that are okay, but you really got to fight. And even then, you end up in these just constant swirls of negativity, because there's always someone who's upset about something. And one of the things that happens a lot is living in a new place. Doesn't matter where you are, you move to a new place and everything that's different frustrates you. It doesn't matter if it's better, worse, if you understand it, it just frustrates you. Someone mentioned this the other day, and I'm going to do a video on that. I don't think, Sarong, I don't think you've been through the terminal at 710 unless it was only really recently. That was truly scary to the point where taxis would not go. They did clean it up. I was there recently and it's completely different. But just a year ago, it was so bad that taxis and Uber couldn't approach it, and it was absolutely terrifying. Oh yeah, a lot of like credit card stuff and those kinds of things. That's more to be expected. And we never see that in Nicaragua, knock on wood. But like, I've never heard of any of those things happening. So home invasions, yeah, but like, they're normally grounds invasions. Like, we keep saying our house is broken into, but in reality, it's our yard is broken into, and someone stole stuff we had sitting around outside. And when they went into our quote-unquote house, it's like, well, they went into our shed, which is not attached to the house. It's nearby. We don't want someone in there, obviously, but it's just full of our junk and empty boxes and, like, empty luggage and broken fans. They actually stole a bunch of broken fans. This guy's going to jail. Like, the police are like, oh, we know who he is. They're like, he's screwed. No, we got him. And we're like, what did he steal? And, like, we got a picture of it. They were like, those were our fans we didn't know how to recycle? Like, whatever. So they had to be taken as evidence. We're like, great, just don't give them back, please. Hilarious. But we did put up, so one of our problems was, so it's not our house. We didn't design the security. And the original design here was that we were supposed to be living in a family compound. Not we. Like, the place that we were in was supposed to be a family compound. And it's not. It's just a normal thing now. So, hold on, I've been given something to search on, but of course they don't know the link to the site, so that doesn't, oh, no, that does look like it though. Hold on. My wife says, I will address this after today. But it's blank. Oh, maybe because I'm on the people page and not the actual page? Oh my gosh, I hate Facebook. I have no idea how any of this is supposed to work. I just want to see the page. Yeah, great. All right, I don't think we have a Facebook page. I think they thought we did and no one paid attention, and we don't. Okie dokie. It doesn't have our logo on it or anything. So, yeah, that's great. Definitely does not have any information you want. Yeah. That's just, oh, you guys can't see me shaking my head. I'm just like, I'm so frustrated with this stuff. The insane lack of hustle. The just looking into things, Like, oh, this page that people will be going to. What does it look like? Oh, no one looked. Nobody. Because none of us use Facebook. I don't know anyone who uses Facebook. So it's like, so we're all oblivious to it. TJ search accommodations on Google. Yeah, you might be able to find something. Now in Leon, you'll have plenty of options. It's only on the beach that it gets really rough. And there might be a few accommodations in Ponaloya too, but Instagram to me is fluff surface, lots of pictures and not saying what the picture is of. I want details. Well, that's not Instagram. That's who you're following. Put something out for 5 minutes in CR and often it's gone. Even in San Juan del Sur, I've seen people leave their unlocked bikes and it's still there 15 minutes later. I left a cell in a taxi and it was returned to Nicaragua. Yeah, a lot of the people talk about all the time, especially if I'm in Managua, I'll do things like stick a camera out the window of a car and drive along. Everyone's freaking out. They're like, oh, people are going to come up on motorcycles and grab that. I'm like, okay, wait. Do you really think that there are motorcycle gangs running around the streets of Managua in the hopes that the one crazy guy is going to have a $700 camera and stick it out the window of a car, and that they're risking... So first of all, risking their lives, because grabbing a camera on a pole going past a moving vehicle is super dangerous. Yeah, you might win. You might also get sucked under the tires. Like, I'm not saying I'm going to get out and kill the guy. I'm saying that the act of trying to grab a camera that I'm holding onto really tightly on a pole has a real chance of me sort of accidentally, pulling him into the vehicle, the driver accidentally swerving into him. There's a lot to go wrong, especially when the driver's freaking out already because there's a camera out the window. I'm fine. I'm paying attention. Chances are I'm going to pull it in the window if you're going to get close, or at least move it a little bit so it's hard to grab. And so I just don't see the likelihood of grabbing the camera as being that big of a deal. And two, no one has ever even hinted at maybe going to lean in the window of the car and grab anything. So it's like, I just don't, because they're always like, oh, you got to keep your cell phone, make sure you're sitting on it, and they're like super worried. When I'm driving around Managua, my windows are wide open. I've never once been in a neighborhood where I felt the need to put up my windows. I put my phone in like the console in the middle. Yeah, I don't set it in my lap most of the time, at least when I'm a driver. If I'm a passenger, I will. But like the whole thing is just, I don't know anyone who's had these things happen, but everybody is terrified of just people grabbing your stuff in Managua. Never had something taken. Like it's just, I don't know, false fears. Once someone tells the story, it's interesting to retell the story. Oh, my cousin's friend's aunt once, was talking on her phone and dropped it out the window of the car, and someone outside grabbed it and ran away. Oh no, we're in so much danger, no. Quick question, could you put up that site to generate passwords? Thanks. Oh, yeah. Faux show. Ba-dum-bum. Here it comes. There you go. Hey, Scott, good morning from California. Hey, Tusk. Sarang says, I hardly follow anyone on IG. It's the general posts that are mainly pics. Well, yeah, I mean, if I don't get general posts, I only get people I follow, really, because I follow enough that they fill my feed. So one of the things that I do with my IG is I follow all the restaurants that I'm interested in and businesses in Nicaragua, because there's only so many, right? We're just the size of a city. So I have a massive list of, specials and coffee and just whatever is going on that I'm interested in. And it helps me remember things I want to do. I can be like, oh my gosh, I totally forgot about, and that's how we ended up at Mugs, which turned out to be fantastic. It's like, oh, I found Mugs on Instagram, and I'm like, oh, this looks nice. Because Facebook is awful for everything is out of date, and it's impossible to know how old it is. So to me, Facebook is just useless. I mean, truly useless. It can say, here's our menu, but there's nothing to tell you that menu is current. They can say, this is our open hours, but there's nothing to tell you that the Facebook page has been closed for 10 years. And so you go to it and you're like, oh, it's full of this great information, and then you find out that they're not doing anything. And it just appears like it's current because of the way that Facebook is formatted, but in reality it's just bad information. So you can never trust it. And the thing that I like about Instagram is if you're putting up a menu, for example, there's a date on the photo. And I can check the latest posts and say, oh, they are what am I trying to say? They are active, like they're posting today. So it's it's good that the way that IG works, as stupid as it is as a platform, it's really just photos. The thing that Facebook does is it never checks in. It's just old data. Now, it could be from yesterday, but it doesn't tell you. It could be from 2 years ago. It doesn't tell you. And so here in Nicaragua, when you go to Facebook, literally most of the Facebook pages in Nicaragua are for businesses that have disappeared long ago. But because of the way that Facebook works, they kind of appear active until until you really dig into it. And even then, sometimes they have automated things that pull information from other places and keep it updated through some just automation that no one ever shut off. Does Facebook show dates on the open times on the menu? They only show dates on the photos or on like posts where you're posting information. But when you're putting in like the open hours, the things that feed the information that say we're currently open, that doesn't have a date as to when they last updated it. So the really important bits you can't tell. Now you can see, okay, they posted photos, today, so chances are they've checked their hours recently. That's not so bad. But in a lot of cases, and a lot of that stuff is buried, and if you don't have a Facebook account, it often doesn't let you see a lot of those things. You're like really digging. Like me, like I just went to Desperados. I can't see any dates. It doesn't show me anything. Now, partially that's because the site's all messed up, but whatever's there is incorrect. That's why we're working on Nicaragua, because it's going to do a lot to ensure that places are still in business and have real times and have a system for people to complain if they're closed when they say they're open. That's actually something we're doing. We're going to have a mechanism that if people complain regularly that you are not open at your stated hours, that you risk being marked as unreliable hours or possibly closed. Because that is a major problem here in the country. It's amazing how often you go to something and the business is long gone or in the wrong place, also marking that it's in the wrong place. But we're going to make people use GPS when putting stuff in. That's going to be just a requirement. It's nice having some of that control, right? Just make people be competent. I don't care that you don't like the idea of people actually finding your business. You have to do it. It's required. Patricia says, Desperados has a Facebook post made 18 hours ago and a story from 10 hours ago. It looks up to date to me. What, can you share the link, Patricia? Because I just went to it and there was nothing there. This is one of the other problems with Facebook, is that you have no way to know which ones are the official pages for things, and and different people get different results, which people don't realize until you're working like this. Like I own a social media marketing company that doesn't do our own stuff because everyone just fights about it. But the one of the things people don't realize is that everybody gets a different experience on Facebook, and it's what one person sees is not what another person sees. Patricia, does it show the Halloween party? That should be what it's pushing. That is not supposed to be the name of it. So if that's what it is, that is news to us. Yeah, you're right. You can't post a link here. That sucks. Okay, lots of info on the Halloween party. That's encouraging. So I did a search for that, and I got no results. That's what I searched on originally. Was specifically looking. I'll try a different search engine. Specifically looking for Facebook Desperados Las Bonitas, and I got no hits except for someone posting a video from it a year ago. Okay. This looks... Oh! This is a page no one knows about. What the heck? Why is it like this? No, Patricia, doesn't come up. I got it, though. What the heck? This is crazy. All right, my wife is complaining because my glucose test this morning came back as pre-diabetes. I've been fasting for 2 days and it came back at 119, so everybody can freak out now. Oh no. I'm also sick. I don't know how much you're affected by that stuff when you're sick. I don't know if it's like super accurate. All right, well, we have a Facebook page. That's very encouraging. And it does link to the Instagram, so that's encouraging. We just need to reverse link the Instagram to the Facebook. Yeah, if I try to scroll down on Facebook, it blocks me. Yep, thanks, Facebook. We had been running ads on Facebook last year for stuff, and I think it was the old page. I don't know. You have a good Facebook page. Someone has been doing a good job keeping it up to date. Well, that's good. Awesome. They just didn't tell us about it because not one of us ever opens Facebook. Like literally, completely Facebook free around here. I have no account. My wife at least has an account, but she was unaware of the page. I just sent her and the other owner the link to it because they didn't know it existed. So that's funny. How is the stream doing, I'm wondering? Larry says, I just turned on TV. Christmas must have come early seeing you on live. Oh, hey, Larry. Yep. Just didn't have a successful live stream last night, so I decided to pop up tonight to this morning, especially because I already saw my nurse this morning. And the big thing was I had the nurse come at 8 o'clock. Well, I was going to have him come at 6:30 this morning, but he couldn't come right away because I wasn't allowed to have coffee until that employee is 14, Patricia. We'll give her a raise. We're actually going to her quince in a couple weeks. I wasn't allowed to have coffee until I had my glucose test this morning, and so we had him come first thing this morning to take care of stuff so that what was I going to say? So that I could have my coffee today, because otherwise I'm going to be super tired. And I'm just like, you know what? We can do a live stream. Why can't we do a live stream? Let's do this. Okay, at the moment it's streaming the video and it feels like it's okay. So that's a good start. Maybe we're doing all right. I have impaired fasting glucose. Although they say to fast for 8 hours, which is not really a fast. That's just the time between meals. It's very strange. I've fasted for 2 days, so maybe that throws it off. I don't know. Random plasma glucose. This test measures blood sugar without regard to when you last ate. All right. Need to discuss lifestyle changes such as diet modifications, increased physical activity, and possible medication. Really don't want medication. Maintain a healthy weight. Well, that's out of the picture. Let's be realistic. My problem is no matter how little I eat, I never lose weight. I haven't eaten in 2 days. I'm not even hungry. You can't lose weight if you never get hungry. That's a problem. James says, what is cellular coverage like of Broken Trail? Was wondering if GPS for traveling back roads or do it on Google Maps from phone. Where's Broken Trail? I'm not sure what you're asking. Patricia says they need to check your A1C, not just glucose. That test only require a few drops of blood to do. Yeah, this was the first time I've ever had my glucose taken, to the best of my knowledge. And they were just kind of wondering. They're worried because I had this infection. And they're like, you really shouldn't be getting infected like this at your age. And I'm like, I completely tore my knee almost to the bone, and it was completely jam-packed with mud for 8 hours? Like, I was kind of expecting an infection. I didn't know that being under 50 meant I couldn't get infected unless I'm super sick. That seems weird. And then it turns out that my foot was already infected from something that I think bit me, because I felt a bite, and then it's hurt ever since. But maybe the feeling of the bite was me finding out that I was infected or something. I don't know. And they all went away together at the exact same moment. So I feel great. But clearly I was already infected. So I had, like, as far as I'm concerned, I had one infection. And then, we've had a couple high stress events going on. We had two really close people expected to potentially pass away in the last couple of weeks, and both are doing much better now. But it was incredibly high stress. And so combine something happened to my foot, incredibly high stress. The accident happened because of one of the high stress events, ended up with a really bad wound. That wound got, not surprisingly, infected. I don't feel like it's a bunch of indicators of big problems, but okay. I don't know. Now, what I do need to get is a full thyroid, which I should have done for forever, but I'm scared to do that stuff in the U.S. Here, it's just inconvenient. But really need to know what my thyroid's doing, because normal people get hungry. And I tested this once when I was young. When I was young, like a lot younger than now, somewhere in my early 20s, I decided that finally I had heard from so many people their descriptions of hunger that I realized that I never experienced what other people describe as hunger. And it was frustrating to me that people would complain about being hungry and stuff, and they talk about their low blood sugar and all these things. None of that happens to me, ever. And, now we're having video problems. And so I never experience these things. I never, miss a meal and feel lightheaded. I never get hunger pains. And I found other people to be really frustrating, because to me, I mean, if you don't get hunger pains, other people acting like their hunger pains after having eaten just a few hours ago feels like just whiny people. Like, I don't mean to be like everyone's lying to you, but when you don't experience that and you eat because, it's convenient, or, if someone says, would you like this delicious slice of pizza? Well, yes, it's delicious. Of course I want it. Right? And my stomach is able to take it. So yes, I would like to ingest it. It's pleasure. Eating for me was always pleasure my entire life. And sure, there's times that my stomach would be empty and I'd be like, ooh, I'd like to eat. But it was a conditioned reaction from childhood. And because you get fed on a regular basis. And so it's just how you live. And finally, I'm like, okay, everybody describes universally what hunger is, and it's completely outside of my experience in every sense. They experience this lack of energy. They experience actual pains. They experience inability to do things. And I'm like, that is so not what I experience ever. And so I decided, okay, I talked to a bunch of people. I'm like, okay, You should not need to eat until your body tells you you need to eat. It will actually experience pain. You will be unable to do anything but think about food. They're like, yeah, for sure. I'm like, okay, then I'm going to stop eating until I experience that. And they're like, you should be safe as long as you eat when you experience that. Doesn't matter how long you go. I'm like, okay. So I stopped eating for 28 days. And at 28 days, I suddenly crashed. I had to eat. And I was like, okay, now I experienced exactly what other people describe that they experience between 4 and 12 hours after their last normal meal. Now, I was taking vitamins, plenty of water, right? I was doing things to make sure that I was not going to die from lack of nutrients, but no calories. I was intaking no calories during that time. And I lost, probably 10 pounds or so during that time, maybe a little bit more, but actually probably not even quite that much. But that's how long it takes me to go through a normal hunger cycle that other people go through. So what all does that mean? I don't know, right? Am I only burning the 3,500 calories that someone else would burn in a day in 4 weeks? Maybe. Is it that my body just switches over to burning fat really easily and doesn't care? And the thing was, it wasn't like I felt bad for 28 days. I felt great for 28 days. I didn't spend time eating. That made me happy. I didn't have that feeling of being full. That made me happy. I didn't have that I ate and didn't need to kind of gluttony feeling. That made me happy. I was losing weight. Made me happy. I had more energy. I felt lighter and more alert the whole time. Every aspect of it, other than not getting to enjoy putting food in my mouth, which I do like doing, made me feel good. And so it was like, my body is telling me I'm eating way too often, way too much. But in normal life, people just give you food all the time, or you're expected to do things that involve food all the time. Or food is so delicious that you have very hard time saying no to it. Like, well, do you want this food today? Well, I do kind of want that food today. Yes, thank you. Right? Like, we're going to go to this restaurant and the food is delicious. Well, I would like to eat that. Excellent. And so, and unlike a lot of people who are quite picky with food, I am very not picky with food, other than being vegetarian, but that's purely what I can bring myself to eat, not what I enjoy the flavor of. The reality is it's very hard to come up with things that people consider food that I don't like to eat. Like I my wife doesn't like iceberg lettuce, but I could spend all day eating lettuce and be very happy and gassy. I can just eat onions. I can eat peppers. Actually, my grandparents were pepperholics. It's all they would eat. It was a bit crazy. They would eat green peppers like they were fruit, like an apple. Just grab one and eat it all the time, like every day. They were so funny about that. They didn't cook them or anything. Just treat it like normal fruit. And so that's, I have metabolism. My entire body system is so different than normal people that I don't know how much like tests and things do any good for me, because they don't necessarily make a lot of sense. So yeah. But all those things that people say, like, oh, you want to lose weight, just eat less. I'm like, yeah, it's not quite that easy. It's very hard. It's very hard to just eat less and not. I have to do something to burn it. But it's like when I go walking, other people are like starving. They got to do something. I'm like, I can just, I figure I could walk for 2 weeks straight and never need food. I can't generate enough calories while walking to significantly impact my need for food. The poodles love bell peppers. Okay, that's funny. I mean, they're pretty good for you, and they are basically a fruit. I mean, I think they are actually a fruit. But, yeah, here they're called chitoma, and they put them in everything. It's one of the things you can expect. Just they don't even tell you they're putting it in it. Now, chitoma is not the right word for that, so don't learn Don't be my wife and learn that word in Nicaragua and pretend that you learned a Spanish word and then go other places like Costa Rica and use it, because chitoma is the Nahuatl word for tomato. And here they just get it wrong. And so they're saying tomato in Nahuatl, and they actually mean pepper. It's very confusing if you go anywhere else. So here it's always cebolla y chitoma in absolutely everything. And not what you think in other places. Now, most places don't know Nahuatl, so they just don't know the word. But in the region, like El Salvador or Costa Rica, they speak Nahuatl, and the words linger around. So they're quite aware of the word for tomato. And so when you say it, they're like, why are you using that really old word for tomato? But okay, that's how you call a tomato. Like, are you from southern Mexico? Where are you from? James says, off the regular roads, traveling back roads between areas. Oh, I mean, do we have those? Wanting to do dual purpose motorcycle trip in Canada, can't use Google Maps if off major roads? What? So you can use Google Maps everywhere. The problem is that Google Maps is just completely wrong here. So it's not that you don't have cellular coverage. Normally you do. And it's not that Google Maps won't stay up and running. It normally does. And GPS works, no problem. But Google is missing tons of the roads. And it will tell you, like, did you watch my episode, James, where Josimar and I were driving up to Honduras? Nicaragua 68, which Google says is the main road, broken to safe internet speed. The main road is a back road, right? Like, barely, I had to drive in the grass off the side to pass it. Like, it's so dramatically bad. And that's what Google thinks is the main road that they recommend you take. So in many cases, it'll send you to places that don't exist. It'll happily send you the wrong way down a one-way. That's, of course, unlabeled, so it doesn't know. It just sees a road and sends you. So there's so much. So you really have to be prepared that, yeah, mostly the technology works. The information is widely wrong. Now, you can do a lot of back road travel. Are you thinking on foot, or are you thinking on... So be prepared. A lot of the back roads that Google shows as back roads, if they show it as a back road, it's probably a footpath. Like, I don't have the computer hooked up. If I could show you Carlos Canales and you look at the main road going through Carlos Canales, that is barely passable on foot. Like, it is a challenge to walk down it on foot. You have to put one foot in front of the others. It's a deep washout, and people walk it to get between the buildings. No vehicle could go down there. Maybe a dirt bike, right? But that's it. So be very wary. Back roading in Nicaragua, not super popular. There are places you can go for sure, and it's a lot of fun to go exploring places. Make sure you have a truck or a dirt bike. Make sure you have good communications. There's a lot of pieces you want to watch out for in doing that, just to make sure that you're able to stay in contact. But in general, at least in Western Nicaragua, cell phone coverage is excellent. We are hilly, and some of those hilled valleys are super remote. So I can tell you, as you drive between... Now we're going to find... No, I know this is true. If you drive between Leon City and the beach, right, that's a 12-minute from city limit to beach. During that 12-minute window, there are some really deep, smaller than valleys, I guess hollers, that you go through, and there's going to be spots for a couple minutes where you don't have coverage, but there's towers here on the edge of Sutiava. So as long as you can see Sutiava as you head west, you have a tower, and there's a tower at Cerro de Oro, which we've shown on the show a few times. And so that goes quite a distance. And then you get into some of these ravines, and there's just no way to have signal down there. And then there's towers at the beach. So as long as you get over the crest and can see the beach, you have service again. And of course, with every generation, they get better penetration with the wireless. So it's going to get better and better over time without having to put up new towers. But there are little gaps here and there. But if you're on, if you preload your maps and you don't have to have all that all that data to be able to show you everything, you're going to be fine because the GPS will keep working. You don't need cellular service for the GPS. So just make sure your map is loaded for the region, which is just load Nicaragua, right? And then your GPS will always have all that information, and shouldn't be any problem at all. And if you're in a vehicle, you'll basically never be more than a few minutes without service, and only in really, really remote areas. Now, you don't want to be without service. What if you have an accident or something? But one of the things that's amazing about Nicaragua is because it's such a small country, even though it doesn't have a super high population density, at least in the western half in the Pacific, there's realistically never going to be a time that you're not around people. You have a car accident or something, you're always going to be within a few minutes walk of people. It's so weird to me how much of the countryside feels empty, and yet at any moment you're like, wait, no, there's a house over there. I mean, they're pretty remote. I'm not saying people are like listening to their neighbors' conversations or anything, but you don't end up in this wild, empty, helpless area. Maybe if you really worked at it. I'm sure, if we spent some time with Elton, we could explore and come up with some areas to be like, okay, no, seriously, 20 miles in every direction, not a living soul. Okay, yeah, they must exist. But if you're really looking at a map of Nicaragua, I really should hook up the laptop because that probably would stream no problem. Now that I'm thinking of it, yeah, I'll do that in a second. But if you're looking at Western Nicaragua and looking at the reasonable areas that you're going to go to, right? Anything that is inside the autonomous zones line, you're basically looking at a continuous mesh of roads and villages and population. And the areas that, at least for me, that you're going to feel are going to be so empty. Actually, look carefully. They're not empty at all. You go look up at like Ocotal and the roads going east and north and up along the Honduran border. Oh, actually, there's a village every few minutes. You're never getting away from tons and tons of things. We're talking Nuevo Segovia. We're talking Madrid. We're talking northern Jinotega. Eventually, northern Jinotega kind of goes into the Basawas Reserve. And okay, yeah, obviously the reserve. If you go in there, you're off the grid. But until you actually enter the reserve, until you get past Gorobo, I just realized there's a town called Gorobo. That's like the town called Iguana. We know what they have there. But if you look even closer in, like Huihuili de Nueva Segovia, like that's a major settlement. They have a major hospital there. These are not remote areas. They're just not often thought about areas. They're not part of the tourist map. They're not part of the consciousness of expats in the country. But to Nicaraguans, they're also not tourist areas, right? Nobody goes up there to visit, but they're totally normal, very viable parts of the country that are just full of interesting towns and restaurants and churches and parks and activity and festivals and everything. Like it's huge. So they don't have the highest population, but they're all separate states or departamentos up there. Oh, sorry, I'm dropping batteries. They have a bunch of departamentos up there that are relatively small because they had such a large population that it made sense to divvy them up and not keep them as single big things. And so it's actually a really interesting area. So like where Elton lives up in Ocotal, it may seem when, talking to me and seeing what it's like in Leon and maybe it doesn't, maybe I don't give enough of a feel about what it's like around Leon. But the area that he lives in Ocotal is far more densely populated than here in Leon. Leon and Chinandega is the emptiest area of normal Nicaragua. We are big departamentos with big cities, but lots of empty land around them. And then Rivas is empty with no big city and just empty land everywhere. Rivas has always been more or less the hinterland, the extreme hinterland, the Guanacaste. but the western Occidental, where we are here, formerly all just Leon. It was not that long ago that there was no Chinandega. This whole region was Leon, and Chinandega was its small satellite city. And then eventually Chinandega grew up a lot, probably after the start of the port of Corinto, and then it became a very important city of its own right. And at some point, it got the northern, I want to say, half or maybe 2/3 of the land of Leon. Leon got the majority of the population and the big city and the capital, and Chinandega became kind of like a secondary department to it. Many things are done in Leon, and Chinandega is expected to come down to Leon for it, because Leon is the older, more important departamento, but both have just massive hinterlands and big cities with nothing around them. So if you're watching my show and experiencing Leon, and I do show Chinandega on a regular basis, I was in Chinandega for most of that video with Josie Marr, for example. If hold on, I'm bringing a laptop down. Okay, and try to find an HDMI cable. We're gonna make this work. We're gonna make this show a little bit more interesting. And so if you're watching what it's like over here in Leon, it's easy to get this feeling that there's a lot of empty space in Nicaragua because we're one of the emptiest areas. Once you're out of Leon, it's about as empty as you're reasonably going to get. But when you are, when you're in most of those departamentos here in the Pacific Zone, you really have just an incredible amount of little villages, one right up against the other. It's amazing how empty we are here. I mean, it's because it's hot, right? We're so hot that they have, they've essentially, yeah, here we go. I think this is going to work. This does not use very much bandwidth. It's going to step up a little bit over what we've been doing, but I don't think much. And Janine Van Lent says, good morning. What a nice surprise. Only 5 weeks. Looking forward to visiting Nicaragua for the first time. That is awesome, Janine. What are your travel plans? I've probably asked 20 times. I can't keep everyone straight. I apologize. It is the nature of me. But I will come on and say hello. So, quick recap. I finally have coffee. I've been severely sick. I have infections all throughout my foot and leg. I've been getting x-rays and I'm under doctor's care. This is actually great information. We have a nurse doing in-house care. People are always wondering what the prices of things are. I went and got x-rays. My x-rays at the private hospital, because I'm likely to splurge on these things. I like the convenience. Got my x-rays done at Amaxa here in Leon. That took a total of 15 minutes and $20. So that's nice. That was just an x-ray of my knee, not like a full body x-ray. So that was nice and easy. And then I now have a nurse that treats me in home because I'm in really bad shape. And he is $16 per visit. Now I don't need him full time. I just need him to come, once a day or whatever. So obviously if I needed full-time care, it would be much more expensive if he was actually staying here all day. But he just comes in but that's like an hour. He comes in, he gives me medicine, he administers tests, he cleans my wound, he rebandages it. Last night was really bad. He was here for quite some time, probably 2 hours, because I nearly blacked out. They gave me water and I sugar crashed. Like, they gave me an IV of water, just saline, and I nearly blacked out. It was really bad. And I'm like, what the heck? Like, never have I had something like that happen. I mean, I've blacked out before, but it's always from like an impact or an injury or something. Never having like too much water in my system is very strange. And I drink a lot of water. So my body's, used to handling it, but I guess that was just I don't know. It was all super odd. But I'm on lots of medicines now and lots of observations. And I can't tell you how much it costs to have a doctor come over to the house because my doctor comes over for free. But in general, you'd be looking at a bit more, I would guess, probably, like if it was just a doctor coming over to see, it's probably like $30 or $40, probably like 40. By the way, I do not have her name, but I will get it for everyone. I'm going to have this information soon. There is a doctor that somehow none of the expats, and I mean, I'm talking to locals who've lived on the beach for over a decade, and we're unaware that we have an emergency doctor on the beach in Las Piñitas. Jimmy had a major injury yesterday. By the way, the live stream from last night was so bad that I marked it as unlisted. If for any reason someone feels the need to want to see it, it's like, I don't know, 15 minutes long and basically unwatchable. It just completely died. So I didn't want people finding it and being upset. So I'm replacing it with this one. But I didn't delete it. That doesn't make any sense. It did get, I don't know, 30 views or something. But you just unlist it, and then it doesn't get in anyone's way. But if anyone needs a link to it, it does work. But if you ever have a problem in the beach, like stitches or, sick or just anything, she will treat you in home right there. And there's a clinic in the beach. No one knew. There's a pharmacy and a clinic on Las Piñitas. Well, it's actually shared between Las Piñitas and Punta Loya. It's right between. But we just didn't know. So we have her number and everything. And we're going to make sure all the hotels are aware of her, because we don't know any hotel that knew about her. It's crazy, but quite often the staff who works at the hotels are brought in from outside because there's very limited workers on the beach. And so it's a crazy situation that this information just didn't make it around. Yeah, Jimmy's okay. He's coming to the party tonight. He can't walk. He sliced his foot open bad on roofing material, and they raced him without thinking into the city to go to the hospital, and he didn't have his wallet on him, so he had no money, no ID. So they took him to the public hospital. Of course, they treated him for free, but you don't go to the public hospital if you can help it here in León, because they're shutting it down. It's so bad. That's why we're getting the beautiful new one this month. And if he was the new one, I'd been like, oh, nice. I would hurt myself just to go check it out. But that was not the case. He he got some rough stitches, and they gave him no information. Now, he doesn't speak Spanish. I don't know if that was part of the deal. I have no idea what actually happened. But he got the minimum possible care, and they didn't tell him things he needed to know, like you need to be on an antibiotic and you need to keep this clean and covered and stuff. Those are important things to tell you, right? Now, I understand that here there's like this assumption that everybody just gets antibiotics whether you tell them to or not. The doctor's probably like, he's already taken antibiotics, I don't have to tell him, right? Or he doesn't speak Spanish, nothing I tell him is going to be usable. Anyway, but he should have given him a piece of paper to take to a pharmacy, right? Like, it's not hard. We do not know what happened. But he went to the awful, being closed down public facility, and they did take care of him. He's okay. But then, they weren't like, you have to have crutches. So he walked on it. Well, he's blowing it out, so it's bad. But we got the doctor on the beach to come, and she's like, why didn't you come to me? I'd have taken care of all this right in the house. And they're like, who are you? It ended up being kind of a funny situation, and is going to solve a lot of problems going forward. I mean, this is amazing. As someone who plans on living long-term on the beach, it's nice to know there's a doctor 5 minutes away, right? Like, doc, I don't feel great. Are you busy? No. Okay, great. $40. Come to my house, right? She doesn't even need a car. She can take a golf cart. Like, that's nice. I don't mind. I pay nothing for healthcare. Okay, this week aside. However, I'm still not paying anything for healthcare. $20 for an x-ray, $16 for a nurse visit. Okay, we paid for some extra medicine. That probably was like $30 or something, because I'm on a lot of medicine, let me tell you. But, like amoxicillin, I think it's like, I don't know, $3 for a series. Stuff is so cheap. So I'm paying nothing for healthcare. If it helps support some doctor and I get in-home care for $40, hey, I don't feel great. You mind coming to the house? Awesome. That's the way to go. Larry says, where does the bus leave from tonight and time? Surf and turf dinner included? No, I don't know what's included, honestly. A lot of people have asked me about food, and I just don't know. There's no way there's surf and turf in that. I don't think they're firing up the grill tonight. I'm not sure what they're doing. Alan just posted pictures of his tickets. That's pretty cool. I'm going to post, I hope to be there. I'm alive. Okay, I sent my wife the actual Facebook for Desperados, and her response was, okay, what? Alan says, I was just about to message you to see if you were alive. I have not shared the live stream with everyone. I will post it. We have a... Oh, no. There's a lot of people, though, like, wait, there's a live stream on Saturday morning? What's going on? But this is nice. Okay, Larry, I'm going to ask. Okay. Everybody say, like, it works fine with the map up, right? So, Larry, I'm going to try to come back to you. I did ask. I'm hoping. My doctor is messaging me. Let me just answer him. Janine says, first James says, I don't do tourism. I like to do the country and its people. I'm the same. It's sad, but tourist areas are just like pictures. Why travel to verify pictures? It's mostly true. I mean, some things like, oh my gosh, this is a beautiful volcano, or the view from Laguna de Apoyo. There's no way to recreate some of that stuff without actually being there. Like big sweeping things like we get here, they're impossible to recreate in pictures in many ways. So some of that I really like. And cloud forest, like there's something about exploring in the clouds is just amazing. Janine says, no worries. Granada, Ometepe, Somoto. I don't know why I can't pronounce that today. Esteli, Leon Las Benitas, just wondering how bad the mosquito issue is in December and January, and if it's worth to bring mosquito net as well as repellent. So most places are going to have mosquito nets. That's pretty common. Repellent, you probably just want to buy here. You don't want to bring canisters on a plane. Of course, you can get pump spray. But both things are, ridiculously common here, so don't worry about that too much. Mosquito season was the last few weeks. I don't know that it'll be bad. I'm really bad at knowing exactly when it is, but it's tied to the rainy season. By the time you're here in December, January, you should be into the dry season, so the mosquitoes go way down. I mean, there's still mosquitoes, right? We're at the tropics. But it is much less than the bad seasons, which, let me tell you, some of the worst mosquitoes I've ever experienced was that drive to Honduras with Josie Marr. Dear Lord, I still have painful ankles from that. We were bitten so much. The owners of that little Commodore that we ate at lit garbage on fire like egg cartons. And hold on, so many people asking for my status. That they had to have the smoke just to like ease it a little bit while we ate. It was so bad. So bad. Janine says, sorry, Miss Matagalpa. Patricia, her response should have been, wow, what a nice Facebook page, right? I don't think she opened it. I think she's just like, wait, this exists? With your luck, Scott, it won't be long till you get to the new hospital. Honestly, James, I never go to the hospital for anything. Like, this seems like, with my luck, there's so many problems. I'm never sick. Like, I'm one of the healthiest people that you know. It's just that I've been alive for half a century, and eventually you have accumulated problems, but in reality, it's... wait. Alan says, and it was a shared memory with my wife on our honeymoon. So, Alan, whatever that is a reference to, the first part didn't come through. Oh my gosh, I have to itch my back, but I don't know how to do it with this thing in my hand. I have to use the other hand that can't reach. All right, there we go. Ugh, I'm ambidextrous for itching my back. Oh my gosh, I have to tell you guys. So I only feel comfortable sharing this because I did not have this allergic reaction. They gave me medicine last night, and my nurse is like, okay, so this medicine has a high rate of allergy, and Alan points out the tourist thing that he thought was good, I'm sure is what he meant, is the Eiffel Tower. And I agree. I did the Eiffel Tower. I am not touristy. I was in Paris with my nieces. I would have done the Eiffel Tower without them, but they were very like, we got to do the Eiffel Tower. And I'm like, yeah, cool. And honestly, it was amazing, and the photos do not touch it. Yeah, I agree, Alan. It was. I love the Eiffel Tower. I think you went because I'm like, you got to do the Eiffel Tower. Oh yeah, that was everything. Sorry, my doctor's asking me questions. My doctor refuses to believe that I don't have a problem with my veins in my foot. He's like, no, you have this problem with your veins. I'm like, I got one shot of antibiotic and my foot completely healed. That is not a problem with my veins. All right. So anyway, we got the map up, so that seems to be working. And what is this? Sí. Hola.
Recuerda que tienes que, como a las 11:30 puedes decir a las niñas de la habitación.
Sí, es tiempo para limpiar ahora.
Pienso que es una media hora más para que ella.
Okay. Voy a enviar un mensaje a ellas.
Otra cosa, ¿puedo hacer una llamada de tu teléfono a mi casa?
Sí, está bien. Estoy en LiveStream, entonces.
¿Puedes usarlo?
Sí.
¿Puedo usarlo?
Sí. I have to unlock my phone. Sorry that I'm typing, but I have to talk to my doctor. As usual, your doctor never quite believes the obvious source of events. Like, I know I could be wrong, but I wasn't wrong about my appendicitis when I said my appendix was rupturing. No, yeah, it totally ruptured. And then my dad nearly died from the same hospital that nearly killed me because of that. And decades later, just not a great hospital. Just American healthcare. I mean, it's been decades. It's all different doctors and stuff. They just, not a lot of care. Just, it's horrible. But even here, it's like, once the doctor sees, oh, you have varicose veins. Yeah, but I've had varicose veins for 20 years. 30 years. I've always had them. My mother had terrible varicose veins. I've lived with them my whole life. He's like, at some point they're going to cause like itchy skin. I'm like, yeah, they do. Like, I know that that's the case. I know exactly what they do and when they bother me, and they're no big deal and it's not a problem. And but he's convinced that there could be no other problem. I'm like, suddenly I have tendonitis from them, and I have this one patch of skin that's like really a problem and burns, and it's completely acute. It all came in one day from being on the beach, and something got in my shoe, and I had a huge amount of pain from sand under. There's a really clear chain of events. Something happened to my foot, and now it really hurts, and I can't walk. And he's like, varicose veins. I'm like, that's not how varicose veins work. There's nothing to lead to that conclusion. This is not good troubleshooting. And yeah. So yeah, that is just doctors want to have the solution and don't believe you. And then instead of, you've been laying in bed for a week and on all this medicine that did not help your knee, and it didn't change your foot, and we gave you this other medicine that healed your knee overnight, and you woke up and your foot was all good in the morning. No, that has to be a coincidence as well? Seriously? That was his response. I'm like, I get coincidences happen, and I did lay in bed more yesterday than I have been in bed for the last few days, but yeah. TJ's, I'm back, had to go rent a car. I should be there tonight. Oh, nice. Very nice. Very cool. I'm going to be there, but I don't know for how long. I'm going to try to show up. I somewhere between 6 and 7 is when I'm meeting with my nurse, which should be fine. We don't anticipate any problems. I'm feeling so healthy now that should be good. But just in case, it could take a little while, or I could black out or something. But hopefully I'm able to drive out. Like if I feel like I do now, like I'm perfectly good. And I haven't eaten, so I have all that excess energy of fasting. So I'm in great shape from that. And so I should be good. It is a quiet group today on this live stream. People, I caught everybody by surprise. No one knows what to talk about. They're just like, I wish we had information about where the bus was coming from, though, because it really doesn't say. Disco Mobile Satellite. It says where to go, but it doesn't say where the bus comes from. I'm guessing on the plaza, but I don't know where else it could be. That's all I got. How's the stream health? Are we good? It says good. That means it can't handle. It's so weird. It says we recommend that you use a stream bitrate of 6.8 megabits. But if I take it to 6.5, it goes, you're sending too much. Please stop. Like, YouTube is so incompetent with how they manage the live stream system. Like, nobody does more live streams than YouTube. That may not be true. Twitch might actually compete, but I bet not. YouTube is so big and universal. Twitch is so limited in scope. It's hard to believe anyone does more, and yet they're very unhappy about it. And the simplest little things would make potentially such a difference. All right, we're going to give this a minute and see if this helps any. We'll go back and forth and stuff. But, oh, my delay is not so bad on mine. So Alan is one of the people who's going to be out. For those who are in the area, Alan's going to be at the party tonight. I'm going to be at the party tonight. Buddhist is here, but he can't make the party because you're not here. That sucks, Buddhist, because we're having the party at Desperados for the reopening tonight. It's going to be such an epic party. That really sucks that you can't be there. Hold on, I'm just stepping far enough away to open the door for the doggy. He always wants in and out, and in and out, in and out. That's what he does, because he's restless. Yeah, you're restless. There you go. The other dog, the big dog, is hanging out underneath my feet. She does not want to be more than a couple feet away from me. I just moved her comfy bed over next to me, and she was like, oh, that's better. That's better. Now you're happy. Oh, she's got her bed. She's right here beside me, and she's like, aw. Buddhist disappeared. What did you possibly say in that? I had to delete it. Now it says that the stream is in excellent condition. Okay, well, we have video now for the moment. We'll see how long YouTube can keep up with it. That's doing well. All right. Well, this might be our new thing is an alcohol-free coffee show, as I can't drink for at least a week. That's unfortunate. But really, like I said, so tonight it would have been nice to be able to drink going to our bacchanal at our own place, but you know, honestly, I will be exhausted once they start partying. I'm gonna want to escape. I will try to get some pictures. I don't know how much I'm gonna be able to get. It's all gonna be very. It's gonna be a lot tonight, no matter what. Just craziness. But my gosh, I'm so. Oh, there we go. Buddhist is back. Hi, Scott. Glad to hear you are doing better. Sorry, I'm going to miss it. Oh, yeah, that sucks. The coffee on an empty stomach is the one thing I don't like. It's kind of like, nah. It's like, oh, I love coffee. I don't like just coffee. But I think I'm going to skip food for a while. I tried eating cheese last night. I had like just a slice of American cheese, and this is like the best American cheese I've ever had that they sell here it's the cheapest one you can get. I can't explain it. And I took a little tiny bite off of a corner, and I'm like, oh, like something about being sick has made the flavor just way too intense. It was like 100 times the flavor of cheese that I wanted. Like what I want is like super mild Swiss cheese that basically doesn't have a flavor. It's like just a little bit nutty and mostly just texture. Right? This was like, oh, a whole bunch of American yellow cheese flavor. And I'm just like, I bit the other little corner and I'm like, nope, and just gave the rest to the dogs. And they were happy with it. And you started buffering again just for a second. It still says excellent here. That's weird that it buffered and says excellent. Oh, and there we go. It just complained. Right, we'll take it back down to the... For a moment, it said we were pushing 7.2. I don't know what made it go up to that. That's weird. Did I, like, move around too much? That's super weird. Jimmy asked if I'm sitting next to him in Desperados tonight. I'm like, I'm ambulatory, dude. I don't think I'm sitting at the party. I have to spend all my time seeing the place. Like it's hard to describe how exciting it is to see one of your restaurants actually like opening when you haven't been able to be there. Like I've been so sick for the whole reconstruction that there's been no practical way for me to go there at all. And in the leading time up to it, it's like we've been like closed, so you can't go there and hang out. And I'd just be in the way. And I'm not directly involved. I'm not making any decisions, so I don't want to be making it harder for anybody. And I'm super sick, and so I've been trying to wait and see it when it's done and enjoy it and be able to just be surprised like everyone else and show up and be like, this is so cool. This is our new place. And when we did a major reconstruction of El Simple, it was a bit different. One is that restaurant is much smaller, and it's on the sand. Like so much of the restaurant is in the sand that it's like, okay, we put up some ranchos, but we can't like do cool stuff with the sand. It's sand, and it's just, you know, it's a hostel restaurant. Like it's very different. And so yeah, we did cool stuff. We did neat things with tile, and a lot of that's falling down now, but it's been years. And Yvonne put in so much work making this beautiful floor, and we built a bar, but all that stuff was like temporary, and then it shifted, and it never felt really done. And we took out the wall, but we didn't like, now like it feels way better than it was, but there was never this moment where we shut down for a long time and then reopened as a completely new venue. And when we did finally get to where we're going, it's a different type of place. It really is just a lot more of a party hostel with really nice restaurant, but nice, like really good food at good prices, not like fancy. And so going to it is like, cool, this is our restaurant, but it doesn't have this like, this is our sweet place. Right, and Desperados is really meant to be the best steakhouse in Nicaragua Occidental is really our goal. We really don't feel we have serious competition in Leon. Our competition is Chinandega. Let's why just say it? We'll show it. We'll let you guys go and eat at both and compare. They've been around a long time, so they've got some. This place I like to stay. So does Alan. If anybody's looking at this, the Hotel Las Portales. I'll just bring them up and show it. This is a really nice hotel up in Chinandega. Is that a blurry picture or unable to load? That was a bad picture. Do better, photographers. Very up to North American standards, still a Nicaraguan style, but everything is very well appointed, very comfortable, hot showers, air-conditioned restaurant. It is a really, really beautiful location. That is a terrible picture. Really close to the volcanoes. It's in a good part of town, surrounded by good restaurants that are walking distance away or easy drive. It's on the bypass, so it's easy to do stuff. Very, very good place. It's got to be the best hotel in Chinandega, I'm sure. I would expect, or one of just a couple that compete. Nice garden. So we've stayed there a number of times. I know Alan has, and it's just a nice if you're looking for a getaway, but you don't want to go far. And yeah, Alan says, yes, that's super nice, but the Hilton Doubletree in Managua is my favorite, but it's so far away. Yeah, because this was less than half the distance, right? This is like 45 minutes door to door. You can be there from here in Leon. And so if you just want a place to pretty quickly, and for me, there's a lot of restaurants in Chinandega that I like to go to too. So yeah, not like Managua where I'm like, okay, here's my 50 restaurants to pick from. But we never go to Chinandega so much that we run out. Okay, that's hilarious. That is my wife at that hotel. This is the Google pictures for this hotel. That is my wife on one of our trips. Everybody say hi to Dominica. And they have hundreds of photos of this place, so that's really funny. Yeah, less than half. Yeah, Alan says 35 to 40. I'm coming from farther away inside. I have to cross quite a bit more of slow Leon than Alan does. He lives close to the highway. I have to drive a long way through the city to get to the highway. That makes everything a few minutes farther for me. Going to anywhere. We are still seeing the map. Oh, that's... Oh, my gosh. Oh, my gosh, I'm on the wrong computer. I went to both. I'm going to close that. That was bad. All right, hold on. I'm going to fix this. We're going to do this again. Oh, give me just a second because I am really stupid. That was just super dumb. I have too many computers in front of me while doing this. That did not work well. Maybe I'm sicker than I thought. No, that was an honest mistake. All right, cool. Here we are. Here's Chinandega up here. I was all excited. I had this mouse. It was all so easy. Now I'm on a trackpad that doesn't like me. Okay, Hotel Los Portales. This is the place I was talking about. You can see it's on the bypass. Here's the photo. This is the blurry one. Then they had some good ones. It really is. It's a comfy place. It's, you know, I really enjoy the fact that it's American style luxury for the most part, but still feels very Nicaraguan. So you're like, oh, I don't feel like I went to America. I just feel like I stepped up my game. But it's not outrageous. I don't know. Alan might know better than me. I feel like the last time we were there, we spent in the vicinity of 111 for a night there, which is certainly expensive by Nicaragua standards, but it's Chinandega, which is more expensive in general. And it's a really nice hotel. So I don't think it's an outrageous price at all. It's mostly for business people. Chinandega is a big business city, so you get quite a lot of people who are going there for work or whatever, and their businesses are paying for it. There we go. There's Dominica by the pool. I'm going to read some stuff. You're starting buffering. James says, Buddy was in Jamaica at a beach. Sore foot, got back, went to the doctor, a bite, thought it was varicose veins, turned out to have developed into a worm thing, traveled around under his skin. Yep. For once again to watch impaired people instead of being part of show. Once get to, oh yeah. Alan says, super close, still seeing the map, lol. Dominica. Yep, see, she's famous. Okay, so now if we go up to the Farellones, I've heard this one is really good too, but I've not been there. We will show pictures real fast. Actually, Alan, you might like that pool at Farellones more. That's pretty nice looking. Yeah, 110 a night, he says. I haven't priced out Farellones, I don't think. It's actually in the plaza. Yeah, about the same as the DoubleTree. Right, good point. Because I think we normally pay like 105 at the DoubleTree. Dinner buffet. Oh, here you go. Habitation, dual dinner buffets and breakfast, 138 for 2 people. That's not actually bad because it's dinner. If you did that at the same price as Portales, which is 110 for 2 people for breakfast and habitation, that means it's $28 for 2 people to have dinner at Farellones. So that seems pretty good. Now, I've never been to the Legend Restaurant and Lounge, so I cannot speak to it. But that seems like a good deal for what looks like another really comfortable place. Obviously, that's a family room. Oh, pfft. And a lot of good restaurants in that plaza, so if you're going to be hanging out, it's a good place to go to eat and stuff as well. The standard Nicaraguan furniture. I love this furniture, but it is so generic here. Every nice place has the same one. Okay, so we're going to find the steakhouse. That's what we were actually looking for. And if anybody's wondering, this region around these, like this whole area here, these are super high-end barrios. This is like the ritzy areas of Chinandega, which is a ritzy city already. Okay, here we are. For those who watch my episodes of the museum, Chorotega Nicaragua Museum, that's right here, just behind the hotel. That was a cool museum to go to. There's a theater back here, but I have no idea when they're open or do anything. There are a whole bunch of restaurants in this plaza that are too close together, so they don't show up here. But then this is the place, Donde Nando Grill. And they are, I've been told, famous for the best steaks in the region. So they're the big competition. It's a big old place, really well done. Like, it gives you this kind of cool Old West feel. And they really do have that in the restaurant. They have a lot of space because it's just a big rancho. But it's nice. I don't know anyone who's ever been there and not been happy. Now, Alan probably knows more because he's a steak eater. I think he's been there. If not, he's been missing out when staying at the hotels across the street. But there's restaurants in the Farellones Plaza that I like so much that I'm almost never at Donde Nano. I've been there maybe twice. The only time I can actually remember being there is feeding Leo. But it's a cool place. So anyway, you can see the steaks. So much chimichurri. Is Nando better than... so who's best in Leon? Dumo's up there. Barbaro is up there. Carnivoro used to be good. They basically don't have anything left. Scott, I sent you a DM via Nika Abla regarding your thoughts on a couple of real estate listings on Marketplace. Oh, Rob Snyder, I will have to take a look at that. Rob, do you want me to put them on here and do it live, or do you want me to just respond to you? Farellones is listed on Hotel Mix as $86 per night. Wow, that's really... Wow. That's like, I just feel like being in... Antigua, of course. Antigua's classic. They had the best soup in town before they had some of the best steak. Yeah, no, I knew about them. I think Twins is really good too. You had a stake at Twins, right? Yeah, Antigua I might be number one. They've definitely they stepped up the game. For those who don't know, Antigua used to be visible from my front door when I lived in the barrio. And I really liked, I can't think of the place by Teconica. I can't think of the place by Teconica. Isn't Teconica the one on Ruben Dario? Duomo's over there. No chicken. All right, let's look up Technonica and track this down. She likes it for chicken or for steak? I'm confused. Oh, yes, Duomo. Yes. Yeah, Duomo is pretty consistently good. They're a nice place. They're owned by the cafe, which is funny that it's a cafe that expanded into restaurants. Yeah, we have a few good places in town. Oh, you had chicken at Twins. That's right. It's pretty good for steak, but La Antigua is better. Okay. Yeah, La Antigua is more of like that old school, out on the ranch kind of, steakhouse in the vibe sort of thing. Yeah, not very many Nicaraguans are. It's a chicken country in general, but I'm really looking forward to getting out and exploring the steak country, even though I don't eat it, which apparently I can never eat it now that we know my blood sugar's too high. Bum, bum, bum. Not that it was a fear. But it highlights how important it is that I am a vegetarian, that none of that stuff is things that I could eat. Anyway. But yeah, so I think, so Antigua in Leon and Donde Nando in Chinandega are big competitions for steak in the region. So that's what we're up against. And I think so Sundance is really trying to step up their game on that as well. Have you done Sundance? They have a new cook, so it may not matter. But excuse me, they're going in on the steak game in town. Oh, I have the hiccups. Coffee with no food. My dog is so happy now that I moved the bed over next to me. She's just sleeping away. She didn't sleep all night. She was so upset that she wasn't with me. Not yet. Okay. Sundance. Yep. I mean, we've been eating there for years, but I don't eat steak, so I can't comment on it. But I know they're putting grills. They're actually talking about starting a steak show out of Sundance, and they're going to do grilling next to the water feature, is their plan. Hopefully people take a lot of pictures out of Desperados tonight and add them to our show, to our... It's so hard to see Desperados because Jake's on the Beach put their marker on top of it. Because this is Jake's on the Beach over here. This is all Desperados, and their marker is directly on top of it, which is super annoying. But then they have something called Antojito Baltodano on top of their place. So who knows what's going on there? Or I think that, yeah, that is their place. And who knows what's here for Desperados? Oh, there's some of the old pictures from a year ago. These are good to reminisce on before we see it tonight, and it's totally different. Oh, another picture of Dominica. She's in every restaurant everywhere on Google. That's got to be Milena in the background. You can see, like, there's no signage, Remember earlier, for those who've been sticking around, no signage. This is the beach side. Yes, it looks like a restaurant, but if you're far out on the beach, you can't see all those tables arranged like that. You only see the stairs, and like that could be a house. Like, yeah, you're probably a restaurant, but there's 0 signs. So if you see 0 signs, you're very likely to be like, nah, I don't feel confident. Just walking in for no reason. This was like, I feel like this is like opening day. That's Johanna, who is sometimes on the live stream. She's not here this morning, I'm sure, because it's probably the middle of the night where she is, but sometimes she pops in and says hi when we're live streaming. Oh, that's all the pictures. Yep, they're all quite old. You say they haven't moved, but they're not in the same place. I drove you by. I showed you that their old place is empty and that they're at the place 1 block over. Because I remember sitting outside, and I remember their front door, and I remember that they had the neighbors, and they would blast music between them. They have to have moved because they're not in the same building. So this says Black Bison is in the Bar Rustic House. Man, these things are confusing. You asked if they moved? Oh. That's so freaking weird. Why does it seem so much like they moved? Like the neighbors are all different. Ah, okay. Larry, the pickup. I just got the information. Hold on, it's popping up. It's popping up. Okay. I can describe this better than the official. Okay, this is the pickup for the bus going to the beach. De la Colonia una cuadra al sur 10 varas arriba. So all this is the corner of La Salle Colegio on Ruben Dario. I don't know why they give directions like this. Like it's on the main road, but instead they describe it as a side road, but off the side road. Right, it's the main road. So I'm going to bring up a map so I can show you where the pickup is. Okay. This is La Salle University. This is La Colonia, which is very confusing because it's actually on this corner, which is not at all what it shows. This is like Hollywood Pizza and stuff. This is Ruben Dario, the main street of the city. And this corner right here is the pickup right above the words Ruben Dario. It says the hostel Facente and shows it exactly where it isn't. Every single location on this is wrong. Nope, the Cafe Libuela is correct. That's about it. Everything's off, if just by a tiny amount. But it's ridiculous. This is definitely not a bus stop. That is a parking spot. Alan, do you know Casa Vieja? I drive past that all the time. I remember when it used to be there. I feel like it closed a while ago. We used to try to go to it all the time, and they never had. Hold on. My wife's like, hey, can you drive someone somewhere? And then she's like, oh, you're live. Yeah, I really think Casa Vieja closed, which honestly, so they were a nice looking place, but yeah, Fashente is only a few buildings off, but why would it be off by, it's where that Nexus thing is. Like, why is it all wrong? Why doesn't Google ever make someone use a GPS? Like, and nothing gets checked. I get that it's completely crowdsourced, but it's crowdsourced in the most useless way. I can't figure out why it just doesn't work at all. Like, there must be a better way to make it not so stupid. Because everything is wrong all the time. And I get it. Not a single business ever takes ownership of their account. And so if it's wrong, it's just wrong. But still, the situation is just absurd. All right. So this is where the pickup is, right here, right where it says Hostel Fashente. Not where the real Hostel Fashente is, but where it says Hostel Fashente on the map is where it is. Yes, yeah. Alan says the wrong way on a one-way road constantly. That is, well, my video of going down Route 68, where clearly it was not a safe road to go down and should not have sent us there, and no one should ever have told it that was a main road. They have completely listed as a main road. Like, I get if people lie to Google, what are they going to do? But it's so much misinformation. Like, is everybody just out there feeding misinformation to Google all the time? And I realize some things like roads, there's very little ways for you, like you don't own a road, so it's in dispute. Well, I drove it and it's bad. Well, I drove it, it's fine. I have, an armored tank and it had no problem going down it. Oh, and I'm in a horse-drawn carriage and the horse had no problem going down it. Okay, yes, but I have a normal everyday car and it can't go down, right? Like, this is not a passable road for normal vehicles. Taxis cannot take that road, things like that. And that's a good guide. Can your taxi use that road? No, then Google should not recommend it by default, especially when there's a perfectly good, super nice highway one intersection away. But that's what drives me crazy, is that there are so many great options and it doesn't give them. Sarang says, I love Hostel Fashente, excellent location, just 4 blocks from the cathedral, super clean, decent breakfast, changed daily when I was there, not a party hostel, people of all ages, great staff. Oh, that's good to know. I see them all the time. Once again, YouTube can't handle it. YouTube can't handle me now. We see it all the time. It looks kind of cute right there across from La Salle. But no, La Salle. It's French. I have to remember that it's French. But obviously we never stay in hostels downtown. So that is a pretty cool location, especially being right next to La Colonia. Like, if you're in a hostel and you want to be able to, I can see the La Colonia from the front door, that makes it really easy for stocking up on groceries. It's a nice tree-lined street, so it's nice and chill. Like, there's a lot going on there that makes it a nice location. And you've got a coffee shop diagonally across the street. You've got Duomo Steakhouse, easy walk. Convento Hollywood Pizza, Eco Rustic, Food Rock. All of those kinds of places are right there. So it's not bad. And that's if you don't feel like walking. That's if you just want to be right there. It really is surprisingly in the middle of things. We're on that corner every day. Probably not quite every day, but really close to it. Strong finally got back online. Got kicked off YouTube 5 times. Great Facebook page. Oh, thank you. You got kicked off YouTube. That's because you're on that crappy Costa Rica internet. Gotta go pick up Anna. See you tonight. Bye, Alan. See you tonight. Someone dropped a cup out in the other room. Oh, so what's everybody else got going on for the weekend other than coming to the awesome party that everyone should be coming to? I hate that I don't have my face on camera. I can't normally I communicate, visually. I kind of expect that to work, and when YouTube can't handle it, it takes a lot of the show away. I mean, I'm glad I figured out that the map works. That means we have something we can do. That's kind of interesting. But it sucks when we do that all the time instead of being able to, connect like we do. I do need to record a couple episodes today, but that should be okay. I'm feeling pretty good. I've had so little energy for so long because one of the side effects of the infection that I have is fatigue. And if I had that infection before, which was in my foot, that would explain why I've had a little bit of fatigue, and then when it got really bad, I had a lot of fatigue. Because, I was in bed 18 hours yesterday. Now, of course, I had my dogs, so as long as I have my dogs, I'm willing to stay in bed all day. So I'm kind of like, an excuse to take a nap. I'm going to run off and do so because I've got dogs to snuggle with. But without the dogs, why would I take a nap? It's just lonely and boring. So not something I tend to like to do. En la cajero arriba, directamente al lado. Sí. Quizás suficiente ahí o nada, no sé. No, y un poco allí, pero pienso que es pequeño. We are trying to find some money. ¿Hay suficiente?
Son 800.
Oh, no está suficiente.
Porque no sé.
Está bien. Strong, that's what gets me. I'm in a very upscale area. One of my CR bases, Playa Flamingo, north of Tamagringo. I love it. Escazú, the Beverly Hills of CR, and the internet is not good all the time. So that's actually a thing here in Nicaragua. Ambos. Sí. La tarjeta, si posible, es mejor.
Okay.
Siempre es un problema para tener suficiente efectivo y es más caro con efectivo para nosotros.
Okay.
Yeah, Sarang. So the same problem in Nicaragua. The more upscale a place is, so like San Juan del Sur is more upscale than most of the country, and then you've got the private places like Grand Pacifica, which are super upscale enclaves. They have the worst internet in the country because the government doesn't feel the need to look out for the expats who are the majority there. So it's up to them to kind of make sure they have good internet. And in San Juan del Sur, partially it's because they're just really remote. And there's so few Nicaraguans that it's like, we don't care that much. But with Grand Pacifica, I know the development wants to make money off of the internet providers. And so if they don't play the game with the provider, with the homeowners association, they literally block them at the gates. So the poor communities directly in front, the last house as you go into Grand Pacifica has high-speed, reliable fiber. And the moment you cross into Grand Pacifica, you don't have working internet, and everyone is pissed off. And I don't even know if the cell service works very well. And so it's really a problem. But because it's an enclave, the government's like, this is privately held. You're in an HOA. We provide right up to the gate. If you don't want it, you don't want it. And so there's actually a direct correlation. And probably this is true worldwide. If you have an enclave, if the enclave goes out of their way and says, we're going to do the best possible job, you're probably going to be good. But if they don't, if they're not really willing to do something that never makes them money, you're going to get screwed because the government never like the enclaves. They just don't. Whether it's cultural problems or just they don't want anything to do with them, or they don't get along, or they're just separate and no one thinks about them, or they don't have enough citizens that they just aren't a priority. Like, why would they prioritize areas for gringos who can bring in their own internet when the gringos don't care, right? That's the problem in San Juan del Sur. All the expats are like, well, it's not a priority. None of us have jobs, right? The majority of San Juan del Sur is unemployed, often retired unemployed, right? Not saying that they're homeless, but there's a huge amount of people who are definitely not going to pay for upgraded internet, and those that do are going to pay for the scam internet, right? The 300 meg down, and they're never going to look at the real speeds because it's just not that audience. And so there's a few people that are going to be like, oh no, I need something actually good, and then they're going to be like, who provides it here? No one knows, right? So those areas are very much cut off just because of the combination of factors. And the what the heck was I going to say? Just came up. And like in Playa Tesoro, right? Because they actually care. They've been actively putting in really good internet out there because they're in a rural area that's mostly disconnected because of it's so rural. There's no one to connect, and so they're actually gringos making an effort. So it's a different that shows that when you care, you can fix it. But in like Las Piñatas, because we're a local place, we're not an enclave, we have great government-provided fiber with no problems at all. It's fantastic. I keep mentioning CR because many are considering it also. It's the most expensive country in all of Latin America. Prices have gone up all over the world, but Nicaragua is still decent and the U.S. is stable. U.S. dollar is stable in Nicaragua. Yeah, it's because we're locked. It's nice and reliable. Yeah, that surprises a lot of people other places. Now, that makes Argentina super cheap because the dollar's unstable in the other direction. But here, we're going to look up Playa Flamingo. Since we're talking about it, let's go check out Playa Flamingo. This is where we're talking about. Part of the problem with a lot of those really fancy places in all these countries is that such a significant portion of the population living in these, like you said, the Beverly Hills of Costa Rica. Well, one of the things that so many people like to claim is that, oh, I can afford to live here. I'm so rich. I don't need to be connected. If they start arguing that they have to have good internet and they have to understand what good internet is and all these things, suddenly it starts being like, oh, because you're actually working and you're not really retired or you're not really rich enough to have other people work for you. Like me, I'm not rich enough to have other people work for me. I have to work, right? So I have to have good internet because I'm actually working. And so it's super important to me, as with all my neighbors, right? We're all working. But if you're in a Beverly Hills kind of area, it's almost like a mark of pride to not understand internet and to not understand computers and to not need solid internet. I'm disconnected. All I need is my drink on the beach kind of vibe. And, we get a lot of that down in San Juan del Sur. Nobody that you talk to is ever actually concerned by their lack of internet. It's like every once in a while you get someone who's like, oh, but I wanted good internet. But then you watch all these YouTube videos and every single fly-by-night traveler who comes by the country for 3 days post a video about how San Juan del Sur is the ultimate place for digital nomads. Do they check the internet? Nope. Do they check the rest of the country to compare? Nope. They say, oh, the most expensive place with the worst internet. That would logically be the worst place for a digital nomad, but it's the one spot I stopped, so I'm going to say it's the perfect place for digital nomads. And so they post this misinformation, and people who do no research and have no common sense then go to specifically the worst places that they could possibly come up with, and then are unhappy because being a digital nomad in those spots is not ideal. Or they then find out how not ideal it is. Not that you can't, like compared to a lot of places I've lived, it's way better. San Juan del Sur crushes any place I've lived in, Spain or Italy or Greece or, there's so many countries where it's like, oh, the internet is so bad all the time. There's no fiber. There's no good options. We're trying to get 3 megabits per second, and it's unstable. That was literally my life for years. Then we moved to places like Romania and Ukraine that make the U.S. look like they're still sending pigeons. It's so stable and so fast and so cheap. And everybody has it. Like, nobody considers that they wouldn't have it, right? It's not like, oh, there's like, the homeless guy down the street. Well, he's homeless, but at least he's got gigabit Ethernet, right? It's a completely different world. So for a lot of digital nomads, they come to San Juan del Sur, and it seems really good because compared to most of the world, it is. But compared to Nicaragua, it is not. But when I stay in San Jose, Costa Rica, in the city, in Escondido, it's not as good as anywhere that I spent time in Nicaragua. It's not terrible, but it's not on par at all. Escazú has many of the ambassadors and some embassies, but it was one of the first areas to get internet, so their mentality is that they need to fix the rest of the country first before updating Escazú. Well, most of the embassies, I assume, are running off their own satellite directly back to their countries and not using national internet infrastructure anyway. What a weird spot to be putting embassies. Like, oh, no, it's not as weird as it. Is that where? Okay, that's not that far out of the city. Yeah, the real problem in Costa Rica overall is that it's just so many years behind Nicaragua that it's going to take a while to catch up, and they just don't have the culture of infrastructure upgrades the way that Nicaragua does. It's tourists just aren't that big on internet. No one ever says, I'm traveling to Costa Rica for a couple weeks on vacation. I wonder how the internet's going to be. And so because of that, you have this general problem of if you invest $100 million in upgrading your internet infrastructure, it's really hard to get a return on investment on that because who actually cares, right? Oh, sure, once they're there, people may whine and complain, but they're not going to cut their vacation short. And in reality, they're going to spend more time in bars and restaurants because they're bored. It may actually make them money by having bad internet in that general case. Like, they may not benefit from it the way that you would assume. And so, like, why bother investing? Now, Nicaragua doesn't have a tourism infrastructure. It does. It isn't an economy based on tourism, so for them having infrastructure for people to actually do like office work and stuff like that is really important by comparison. And they're trying to spread education and opportunities around the country. They want to eliminate poverty pockets and things like that because Managua has had a lot of opportunities, but Managua is also pretty expensive by comparison. And they don't want everyone from all over the country having to move into Managua to have access to basic resources and jobs and such. And so they really want to enable people to work from home and work from traditional communities. And they don't want to disrupt the way of life in the way so many countries have by only providing resources into their richest cities and then leaving so many people stuck with either becoming peasants or, moving into the big city. Romania, I think, did an amazing job of that, just rolled out fiber to the whole country decades ago. They're like, everyone has to be connected. It's part of just human rights. You have to be able to talk. If you can't have fiber, you're not a voting citizen. You don't have access to the information, the conversation. You are not free if you don't have access to the internet. And so they just rolled it to every house in the country. And they had all the expertise to do it. They had, they're not hiring in from other countries. It's all internal, all them. And it's just unreal the quality of life you get in Romania, even though their income levels are similar to other really poor countries. You go to Romania and you're like, this doesn't feel poor ever. It's just cheap. And it's a very different feel. And that stuff is super important. And even Moldova, which is so much poorer than Romania, because they have the fiber internet everywhere too, it feels poor, but not like so many other places at equal income. And Ukraine, right, same thing, great internet everywhere. Of course, now a little bit rougher, but these are places you can go to and low cost and just such good infrastructure. And Sarang says, yeah, the roads are way better in roads are better in places with active military. That is kind of true. Roads and driving way better in Nicaragua, especially compared to CR. There are many tourists that are digital nomads traveling around, so reliable internet is important, especially in Nicaragua, usually staying in Airbnbs and hostels. The thing is, I don't know a single one who actually checks ahead of time on their internet. They're always just, well, I'll take what I can get. And so none of the Airbnbs, they never put in high quality internet because nobody checks. Nobody ever asks. We're making a big deal of our rental here in Leon has really good internet, same internet I'm on now, same fiber, and like that's a huge selling point, but only to the slightest handful of people. Nearly all people will just hiccups. It's you have to be more than just a digital nomad. You have to be a digital nomad that cares, right? And it's the average digital nomad that I run into, and I mean the 98 percentile are just like, I don't know anything about the tools of being a digital nomad. I just show up places and do things. And if it doesn't work, I just throw up my hands and that's it. And it's unbelievable how much that is. Basically, if you hear of a digital nomad who went to San Juan del Sur, they're in that boat. Any research, they would have known that wasn't the place to go, like the place not to go. And yet that's where they all go, right? I don't know that I've seen a digital nomad in Leon. There has to be one or two, but I never see them. Unless they're, Nicaraguans who are here investing or like they're special cases, but it's not something we see up here. I'm sure in Managua there's a bit. At rate CDN dollar is falling. We can call it a peso soon. No, I don't think so, James, because you see the Mexican peso is the strongest currency in the world. The Canadian dollar wishes it could get back to being the peso, because for those who don't know, the Canadian dollar, the US dollar used to be the Mexican peso. All three countries used to be on the Mexican peso, and when they decided to split them, everyone issued their own currency, and the US and Canada called them dollars, but they were pesos originally, and over time the values have shifted from each other. And it's because they weren't locked together in any way, but they all started as the peso. But the peso from Mexico has now become the strongest currency in the world, and so yeah, and it was one of the strongest in the world at the time that they split. Sarong says, I divide my time between Nicaragua 6 months of the year helping street dogs at a rescue, Mexico City and Puebla, my favorite cities in the world, and CR, often staying in non-party nicer hostels. So I do know a lot. Yeah. I would really like to spend time in some of the Mexican cities. Have you done Guatemala City? Because I just love that. And my CEO, who's from Mexico and lived in Mexico City for a long time, feels that it's the upgrade of Mexico City. She's like, oh, if Mexico City was safer and cleaner, it would be Guatemala City. But then she moved to Buenos Aires anyway. But Guatemala wasn't going to give her citizenship, and Buenos Aires did, or Argentina did. So, and Argentina is cheap, so that's a big vote too. But she really likes big cities. I love big cities, but Guatemala City is totally my vibe. Mexico City's cool, but Guatemala City really does hit my sweet spot. I do wish it was a little bit bigger, but Guatemala obviously can only support a city so large. So, Sarong, what makes you stay in San Juan del Sur when you're in Nicaragua? Or do you not really stay there that much? You just go there once in a while? Because obviously you stay in Leon. But you never come hang out with us. I had to put the map back up because it was having issues. As it does. It says everything's good, and then I go to the video, and then it only makes it for maybe 3 minutes. And then it's like, no, I can't handle the video. So I'm definitely going to try switching to the main YouTube ingest server instead of the backup. I don't know why we're on the backup. I think it's what Google told us to use when we first tried it, but we'll just give it a try. Maybe the backup is having an issue and we just didn't realize. that was the case. I'd like to get to a point where I'm splitting my time a little bit. Obviously, I like traveling, so I want to do that a bit of the year. But with the doggies, it's very hard to do because they get very, very sad. What I really want to get is a nice apartment in Guatemala City where there's room for the dogs. I have no idea how I would do that. But that would be amazing. And then I can drive my dogs up there, and then they can stay there and have a home and be comfortable. And I can go to lots of places that I really like and not be without my dogs. That is the biggest problem for me, is traveling places without my dogs. That I'm like, okay, I can go somewhere for the weekend, but one, my dogs are super sad if I'm away, and I don't want to spend a day without my dogs. So that's a really tough conundrum for me, that my favorite things are mutually exclusive, traveling and spending time with my dogs. I only did Leon when the hurricane hit San Juan del Sur because it was raining it was rainy and cooler. I'm a wimp with heat, but I loved Leon. It's just one of the hottest areas. It is pretty hot. Yeah. Isn't that part of Costa Rica pretty warm, though? Like, they're not that much cooler than us. I mean, everybody's a little bit cooler, but they're not. I don't feel like they're noticeably cooler. Up in the capital, obviously, but when you're on the coast, we're kind of just on the coast. That's why I like Matagalpa, though. Much cooler, because San Juan is still pretty warm. Like, it's not like so cool. I love the convenience, ease, and coziness in San Juan del Sur, and I help a rescue place there, Rescate Peludos, and better food choices, but not cheap. Yeah, is it really better food choices? It's better food choices in a small area for sure. Leon has so little, but if you go out to the beach in Leon, that's the thing we're now saying. In the past, it's been one of the reasons that we moved from the beach into Leon. Well, Leon is hotter, but is it that much noticeably hotter? San Juan del Sur is cooler because it actually has a cool ocean current there. So it specifically is a bit cooler. But I thought the Guanacaste warmed back up again to nearly Leon. Not quite, but nearly Leon. What was I saying? I've distracted myself completely. Coziness restaurants. Oh, so the thing we say here in Leon is that now it's come so far that the beach has taken the food more seriously. And for us, at least, now we're vegetarians, right? So it's a different game. But what we find is that in Leon, it is a ton of repetitive restaurants. And the beach, there are a small number of variety of restaurants. And so for us to be able to order food, we actually get a greater variety of high quality food on the beach than we get in the city of Leon. So if we're going to order food in Leon, and we want anything that isn't Nicaraguan, we've got like mediocre Mexican. We have we have a sushi place. There's a number of things, right? I'm not going to possibly list them all. But there really isn't this big variety. It's like lots and lots of mostly Nicaraguan food that's repeated. Now, we do have pizza. We do have Mediterranean. But if you go down to the beach, so one of the problems is some of the places, like the Mediterranean in Leon, I won't go to any of them. Right? Whether they're just terrible restaurants or terrible people. So we avoid them. But if you go down to the beach, you've got quality Nicaraguan for sure. You have quality seafood places. You have a Swiss French place. You have a new place we got to check out. I'm not sure what they serve, probably Nicaraguan. Polish, Italian, like the best Italian in Western Nicaragua is on Las Penitas. You have the Simple, which does a mix of Nicaraguan and American. You can get American shrimp baskets and stuff, and American veggie burgers, things like that. There's trying to think of the places we order from. Really good Mexican, a vegetarian place. It's not a ton, but we actually feel like there's more to order on the beach than in the city, and so you kind of have to look at it as a combination of the two as a thing. I do generally like the food in San Juan del Sur, but how much variety are you actually getting? because when I was there, so Ikal is really good. I assume they're still there. I used to go there when it was the barrio, and there's Social is good for. So there's Social, there's Mexican. Social is sushi. All the places along the waterfront are the same as all the places in Leon. Like that's the same. Like that's one of the things I hate. The entire San Juan del Sur waterfront is exactly the same food. All bad, all expensive. Romania at time, they digitized, went for probably the most expensive higher end system at the time. Country didn't go cheap. Bare minimum, no, they did not. They were like, this is what matters, and it's amazing. And the Timișoara, which is the city in the west, and we have one of our viewers is from there, their claim to fame is they were the city that rose up, the students of Timișoara rose up against the dictator in 1989, and the military was sent in to put down the riots, and they opened fire on the students. And they really quickly put on a show in the capital, in Bucharesti, to try to gain public support for the government. And they were doing this huge event and like got all the military and got all the police and thousands and thousands of people. And they're trying to hide what just happened in Timișoara. But they weren't fast enough. And while they were there, the photos and the video from Timișoara started pouring into the capital. And immediately, sorry I get emotional, I used to live there. Immediately, the military turned on the government and took the country. And they executed the dictator on the spot. It was awesome. So because of that, I get really emotional about big news items like this. It's weird. Because of this, Timișoara was granted the first place to get upgraded internet in the country, and that sounds like a silly thing to give them. They gave them the fastest internet network on the planet. Since the revolution, Timișoara is the world's fastest city, and so it is a boom town for technological innovation because every company who's anybody wants to put an office in Timișoara because it's the hub of communications in Eastern Europe. It is absolutely fantastic how good it is. The rest of Romania is the best country in the world for internet, but Timișoara makes the rest of the world's fastest country look slow. Like it's that dramatic. Excellent Italian just outside of San Juan del Sur, Pizzeria Luna. Alita is the fourth generation Italian chef, does it with so much love and quiet calm under a beautiful palapa. How does that compare to Puesta del Sol? That's our really good up here. They're from Italy and definitely the best in the region. Sadly, our downtown Italian restaurant didn't make it. Got turned into a pharmacy. Just another example of Leon just really, really struggles for anything but Nicaraguan food. We just cannot maintain variety in the city. It's rough. That's why we fight so hard to maintain the restaurants and stuff on the beach. I'm like constantly considering if we need to come up with a way to run food from the beach into the city because there's so much opportunity to sell. It's just too far is the problem. Like it's 12 extra minutes. That's a lot of gas. That's a lot of travel time for food. But there's so much that they make on the beach, either better or different than the city, that there really is a big opportunity if we could run that food into the city. And it's amazing that the beach places can stay in business because they have such little traffic. I'm going to put you on a map for a second. I'm going to step away real fast because I have to wake up my children for their room cleaning. I will be right back. I'll be right back, little dog. I'm back, don't fear. I have woken my children. I've kicked them out of their rooms. Ugh. I need to look up where Pizzeria Luna is. Assume that's it. I'll also assume it's in the wrong spot because Google Maps never knows where anything is. Ah, I see. Oh, I've been there. I don't think I've ever eaten there, but I've... This is one of the things I really like about San Juan del Sur is there's these cute little places that you can go. Like San Juan del Sur, because of the number of expats, supports this... oh, yeah, I've totally looked at this place before, but I've never gotten a chance to eat there. It supports a completely different business ecosystem than other places in the country that you can have these, and Managua does this a little bit, that you can have like this little cute little restaurant out on a back road, right? And like in the middle of nowhere and be like, yeah, there's a road behind town and you go way out. And now look, yeah, there's two different Pizzeria La Lunas in Google Maps. I doubt that there's actually two that close together, right? Or maybe it moved at some point and then it keeps one and doesn't, yeah. And like in other areas, you really can't keep a place open if you don't put it in the middle of town. If you don't make it super obvious that you're going to live there. See, Sarong, I'm from New York, and having lived in Italy, Italy just doesn't live up to New York pizza. So even if I get pizza, and I get pizza here that's as good as Italy, but I'm looking for better, and that makes me sad. It's the one thing, being a New Yorker, and I'm from real New York, not New York City. We consider New York City to be just learning how to make pizza compared to the real pizza region of New York, which is Albany and West. It's funny, but I've lived in Italy. I've had pizza all over Italy, France, Spain, and nobody really makes pizza like upstate New York. It's so sad that we can't. They are on the way to Playa Romanzo, but both of those are on the way to Playa Romanzo. Is it the northern one or the southern one? It's just how far down the road. I feel like this is the old location, and I feel like maybe they moved up here to be more convenient, because that's way more convenient. But this development that they're showing, that's a new development. When I first discovered Pizzeria Luna, that development didn't exist, so I wouldn't be surprised if they moved just because it's a growing area, and El Dorado kind of didn't make it. So much of that stuff kind of... give me a Chicago thick pizza any day. Ew. That's not even pizza. Come on. Honestly, I've never had a Chicago pizza that I could stomach. And I actually mean that because it's just a big soggy bread, it actually makes me gag and I can't eat it. I've tried. I've had people ship in, say it's the best pizza in the world. And they're so excited. They paid like $30 to give me a single slice of pizza, and I can't. It's I'm sure it's all quality ingredients and people must love it and they're so excited to have it, but it's just I can't eat it. Too soggy. What do you find is the most reliable internet system for digital nomads to get on in Nicaragua? So for anyone who needs to work, you should be on Teco and should not be talking to anyone else. It's the only serious internet in the country that I know of. Everything else is just reselling someone else, half-assed, because they're for people who don't know, basically. There might be fiber from someone else, but I don't know who it connects to. Teco is far and away absolutely the best. Wait, someone said something. Patricia, what a rough life having to wake up at 1. So it's only noon here, if that makes you feel better. Rough life having to wake up at noon so the maid can clean your bedroom and make you breakfast. Don't forget. Pizzeria Luna never moved. It's just another bad off Google location. Yep. That's people. I don't know what Google can do. So I don't know what the answer is, but why? There must be a way that Google can be like, we're going to look at the GPS of the photos and determine where they're taken, as opposed to this constant, someone takes a picture and gets to tell Google it's wherever they want. I realize sometimes you need to be able to do that, but there's an awful lot of, this is a bad system. Clearly all the information is incorrect. And so you can never trust it. And it's the same in the US. It's just so many more people correcting it, I guess. I don't know. How reliable is Techo during the dry season? I mean, it's basically never down. It's a lot more expensive, right? Because it's real internet. It can't possibly. So I think for 50 by 50, which is faster than anybody needs as a digital nomad, is like $80 a month. So this is for real workers, not for Nicaraguans who are hoping to have something more than their phones. Or for retirees who just want to watch Netflix. But so like $80. So I think for the 30 by 30, which is normally plenty for anybody, is like 50 to 60. Whereas for Claro or Tigo, they'll never give you those speeds. At best, they'll get you as by 10 in most cases, and it's not fiber and it's not super reliable. Techo, we've had, I don't know, a few minutes of outage here or there over the course of a year. Techo is not just for business. No, it's designed around business. Okay, Mia. Everyone with a moto thinks it's fun to beep. Come here. I know it scared you. It's just a scooter. Techo does not do cell phones. Nope. And generally you wouldn't expect them to. Anything that's good for one is not expected to do the other. That's the same as in the U.S. You generally don't get them overlapping. They're completely different skill sets, really, and investment models. They could overlap. It's not opposing businesses or anything like that. But it kind of is, because if you want to make money on your fiber, you don't want to offer good cell service. And if you have really good cell service, you don't want to, vice versa. They compete with each other in a way. So it's unlikely to find good companies that will do both. Now, Claro landlines here aren't bad, but they're nothing special. They're just decent. If you're just looking to have Netflix and email and, stuff, and you're okay with the occasional outage and okay service, Claro's fine. And Tigo, we've had some really major issues with for their landlines. I wouldn't touch them at all. They're scammy. Okay, Mia. Okay, come here. I know people are outside, but why do you care? You're in here. You're safe. You're sound. We know. Everything's good. Life is good. Cells here are only Tigo and Claro. And I just had a bad experience with Tigo, so I moved to Claro. And so far, which is not very long, it's been good, so I can't actually speak to it in any way. I can tell you the first day was good. I can tell you the sign-up process was good, so if that means anything. But they did give me a working eSIM when Tigo did not, and they did not hose my number when Tigo did. So definitely positive signs. And so far, all is good. But yeah, those are the only carriers in the country for cell. For landline, there are a number. I know QTEL exists, but I have no idea about some of these companies. Claro and Tigo are the big players for pure consumer, and Techo is the big player for business. But yeah, anybody can get it. If you don't have a cedula, they do sometimes give you a problem. It's not that they don't want to set up for you, it's that they don't know how. So you can sometimes run into some challenges, things that... hold on. What do they need? Oh, I got to order food for my kids. With most things, it's good to have a lawyer, because one of the things that a lawyer can do for you is deal with accounts for things that you don't have your own cedula for or whatever. So that's a common thing. My banker, before we had anything, I think some of those things my banker had it on under their cedula. Same thing can happen with your cell phones. Sometimes that's you need to have a cedula, and so you can deal with it in similar ways. Not a big deal. But we have be aware. It's not as simple as ordering Claro, but we've definitely managed to get it done in the past. Now we have it all under our business, so for all of our locations under one business account. So that's super nice, obviously. But we didn't have to do that. And didn't originally. We merged them, which is really nice because I called them up and I'm like, hey, I've got an outage because like physical wire is damaged. We had one, like it was really obvious, like a truck knocked our pole down, right? So not their fault. Like we watched it happen. The whole thing went up in flames. Like it was bad. So we called them. They were there first thing in the morning with a whole crew, reran the entire pole, ran fiber across the street, retrenched our fiber, hooked it all up, and they were there instantly. They're like, hey, what's going on? And we're a huge customer, so they really know who we are. But they've been fantastic, and really at $80 to have completely reliable, high speed, low latency fiber internet. Fiber really doesn't matter, but good providers are likely to use fiber. So it just really works out that is the way to go. I got to order food for my kids really fast. I will be back once again in just a second. I have no way. My maid has killed her cell phone, lost it or something, and I have no way to text her, so I have to walk out and talk to her for the moment. Here I am. And yes, for some reason my children can't order their own food. Ordering food for the kids, were they not satisfied with what the maid was making for breakfast today? Oh, no. She doesn't make generic breakfast. She makes individually for each person. Can I interest you in adopting an introverted middle-aged woman who loves poodles? Yeah, one of the nice things about having... So she's not really just a maid. Like the main reason... Well, when we first got an estate... so when we got a house, we were like, okay, we need someone to clean it sometimes because I work around the clock and my wife hates cleaning. So it's not like she's just going to do that. And so I don't mind cleaning, but I'm not great at it, but I do not have the time. And it would be like, okay, so I thought I was going to clean this afternoon, but now the office has an emergency and I'm not available today. And I may not get to sleep tonight. And most days I'm okay, but like this is a regular thing that I lose a day because of some emergency in the office. So that's not a good vibe. Anything that depends on me extra is just going to fall apart. And I work, 16, 18-hour days, so it's not like, oh, I worked a 6-hour day. I'm kind of light on work. I could put in a couple hours of cleaning. No, I literally work up until I have time to spend with my kids, and then I try to spend time with my kids in the night, and then I sleep. And often, while I'm with my kids, I'm still working, right? Like, it drives them crazy, but I'm like checking my messages. I'll step into my office for a few seconds. I'm constantly in and out, which they hate, but it allows me to spend a lot more time with them. And then, once we've been hanging out for a little bit, I start falling asleep because now it turns out I've got this fatigue that was from an infection. That's probably not going to be as bad now as it was. Fingers crossed, because that started getting really bad. I was like falling asleep with the kids all the time. We'd be on the couch playing a video game, and I would just, and I'm starting to get nausea from all the coffee without food. Not the best, healthiest way to go. But So we started with having a maid, and she didn't really cook, and so she never made food for anybody. And when we moved, I can't remember exactly the order of things. Oh, that sucks. I can't remember the exact order of things and how it happened, but somewhere around the time we were moving, our maid didn't come with us. I don't know if it was because we were moving to a different part of the city, or she had quit or something in conjunction around the time frame, and it was like, it doesn't matter. I can't remember. But when we moved out here, I think we got a new housekeeper when we moved here. And what we ended up doing was hiring a chef from the beach that we knew that had worked for us for a long time, and she could do some cleaning because we only need so much cooking, right? There's 5 of us, so at most like 15 meals a day. Like as a restaurant cook, that's a pretty slow day, right? So she's like, oh, my sister is a maid. So we ended up having the 2 of them come out, and they were here for probably a year or so. And they got really into drama. Mostly her sister was just a problem. So we ended up not keeping them, which sucks. Because she did a really good job, and people would rave about her food, and we were good friends. I mean, I still talk to her, but it's nice. One of the things I find culturally really nice in Nicaragua is that we have people that we become really good friends with because of work, and sometimes they get fired, and not just quit, but actually get fired. And sometimes it's like, oh, you're causing a lot of drama. We just can't. Or, oh, you did something illegal, didn't hurt anybody, but you put us at risk. We can't. And then we go out, and they're still like, I'm always your employee, and I'm always here for you, and like really good friends, and really care, and it's not about the job, and that's not something that you're ever going to find in the U.S. I mean, once in a while, but so rare. And here, people are just like, oh no, yeah, sometimes you lose your job. Like that's just unrelated to the fact that we're friends. And it's like, oh, it's so nice, So like we had someone who got fired, did something that we could not keep him around for work, and every time we go out partying, he's always hanging out with us and hugging us and buying us drinks. We buy him drinks, like we make sure he's not just buying us drinks, but it's like, I would never experience that kind of long-term camaraderie somewhere in the U.S. from someone that worked for you. Like it's just so different. So that's something that I really appreciate. So anyway, once we moved out to the estate, that the issue was when we lived in the city, downtown, the La Barrio, all those restaurants downtown were easy to order from. They were fast. They were nearby. We could walk to tons of them. I would walk to Duomo, walk to Antigua, walk to, I can't remember. There was at least like 6 that we could walk to pretty easily. And others could deliver really quickly. Well, in that time, one that we used to order from has doubled in price and basically moved into being a criminal organization, and we will not do business with them. And they own 3 restaurants, so we won't touch anything that they have. They are terrible people. And so, but really their food quality had gone down and their prices went up so much, we were already like, well, we never order from them. Now we won't order from them. So that's unfortunate. And a couple places that we really like have closed, and nothing really new and exciting has opened. Rolls for sushi has opened, so that part's good. But the delivery has gone way down. Deliveries are shut off, like, I don't know, every 5th day or something. Like it's such a mess. And so when we moved out to the country, I said to my wife, I'm like, well, let's think about this. We eat out all the time, and being farther outside the city, deliveries are going to be harder and more expensive. Like delivery just costs more, and going places is going to go from walking sometimes and really short drives that normally Paul would drive us places to it's just too far. Like, oh, 3 minutes? Yeah, jump in the car, let's go. To 15 minutes? I don't know, right? And then you get down there and you find out if it's busy, or you just don't. You're not connected. And so I'm like, it would probably save us money and be healthier if we had someone cook in the house. And my wife's like, That does sound a lot more convenient, and we're already tired of the Leon selection. There's rarely are we like, oh, you know what I want? Food from Leon, right? It's so easy to run out of things we want to eat. And so, including pizza. So we have a commercial pizza oven in the house. It's like, we'll just buy whatever it takes to cook food at home. Like, my wife likes to cook. Paul likes to cook. We have a cook. My daughter likes to bake. Like, there's someone making stuff all the time in addition to our cook. And my kids ask me to cook for them. I don't like to cook, but I do cook all the time at midnight because they like super late food. So the idea that we should have someone to just cook around the house. And I'm like, so often, like during the day, I'm eating junk food and expensive, unhealthy food because I'm too lazy. I can't just order food and have it arrive, and I'm busy working. I can't step away to make myself food. That's not an option. And so either I'm going to not eat, or, which is what I should do, or I'm going to get munchy and I'm going to see a bag of chips, and it's the one thing I can grab and eat. So that's what I'm going to do. But if there was someone making me food, I'd love a salad. I'd love some grilled vegetables. I don't need this big, unhealthy, processed food. I don't even want that. But I don't want to prepare food. I will eat myself to death before I will prepare my own food, right? Since I was a child, I hate preparing food. Now, for my kids, I'll do it because I love my kids. But for myself, I essentially never make my own food. Grilled cheese late at night, tuna salad. I have a few exceptions. And of course, if I'm just like throwing cheese and mayonnaise on a sandwich, like whatever, yeah, I'll do that. But like actually turning on an oven and making something, basically never going to happen. And eating at my desk, it's really a problem. Like, ramen, not healthy, but very hard to eat at my desk. Just all kinds of things make it challenging. So it's just, having someone cook in the house means we can come up with new food, and it's great because our cooks are like, I've never seen this before. This is so exciting. I get to make something I've never heard of. So like we have amazing vegetarian meatloaf, and they'll make that. And we have, pasta penne alla vodka. No one in Nicaragua knows penne alla vodka. Yes, in Managua, some of the high-end Italian places, but in general, no one knows how to make it or what it is. Here we have it on part of our rotation. It's amazing. Like really good, like some of the best like I ever had in Texas, which is not, I know, the best place for it, but it was good, really good. And we have not mastered homemade pizza yet because we have so many alterations to make because of the weather and humidity and ingredients. But like so many different things and so many tofu dishes and curry dishes and stuff that just, we couldn't get anywhere else. And it's all quick and easy. We don't have to, pay for delivery and half the time the delivery orders are wrong. Half the time they take forever. And it's, it sounds convenient. Oh, I'm just going to order this and pay with my credit card. Yes, I love that. But, I spent $2 on a tip. Actually, I never do. $1.50 on a tip. Pedito's Jaw doesn't ever let me tip $2. It's more than they allow. But like, it's like every item is like an extra $1. So if we order 3 things, it's like $4 extra. Okay, that's not that much, but these things add up when life is so cheap. And it's not just that, okay, everyone in the house needs me to order because no one else can handle the application like I can, which drives me crazy. And then when the food arrives, I tell this story a lot, I am the one with the office in the front of the house. So I'm the only one that remembers to track the order in my phone. I'm the only one that listens for the beep out by the gate. I'm the only one that walks out to pick up the food. And that's all fine, but that means for the next hour after I've ordered food, I have to be on watch for the food to arrive. Which if I knew, okay, stand up and go outside right now through some magic thing, you'd be like, okay, I don't mind. But it's I have to be sitting around prepared for this. I can't take a shower. I can't, get caught up in a phone call. I can't be recording a video. So it's a huge block of my day that I kind of have to stop what I'm doing. And I can generally come up with something to do, but it's frustrating being the one that has to manage even the deliveries. So having a cook in the house, it's unbelievable how many hours of my day it frees up and how much money it ends up saving over the course of the month. So, I mean, it's not going to save $1,000, but it might save $100, right? And she also does the shopping. So she goes to the grocery store. She goes to multiple grocery stores. When we go, if I send my wife out, she goes to La Colonia, the most expensive place. It's the only place she's going to go. Nobody likes shopping at Maxi Pali. They all talk about it, but they won't go. My children won't set foot in the place because one time my daughter got lightheaded and she associates it. And so they go to La Colonia. They spend a little bit more on everything. They do get everything in one place. And then it's done, but we paid more. But when I go with our cook... these hiccups from the coffee. We go to La Colonia only for the things that we can't get anywhere else. We go to Maxi Pali for the bulk of things, and it actually does save often like 10%, and they sometimes have things that we need. So we're always having this fight in the house that we don't have these amazing plastic bowls. I know that sounds like the dumbest thing you've ever heard, but every person in our house, including the dogs, only wants to eat out of this one set of plastic bowls. They're just the right size. They're just the right material. They clean up nice. Everything is nice about them. They're just right. They're wide enough, deep enough. It's a perfectly designed $1 plastic bowl from Walmart's Overstock, right? That's it. We're not talking splurging here. We're talking the cheapest large bowl we can find. If you go to La Colonia, they don't sell them. But if you go to Maxi Pali, they get a few in from time to time. I have, for the last several months, bought every one they have. We now have about 30. I'm tempted to still get more. We put them in every room. The dogs only want to eat their food out of them. If you put two things side by side, it doesn't matter what the other thing is. A different type of plastic bowl, a metal bowl, a dog dish. It doesn't matter. They only will eat out of this bowl. You can put their water in anything you want. They will only drink out of this bowl or randomly out of things in the yard. The kids only want their meals in that bowl. I only want to eat out of that bowl. Paul only wants to eat out of that bowl. Dominica only wants to eat out of that bowl. I literally took everything else out of the cupboards and we're like going to give them away or something because we're actually down to we only like these bowls and some matching plastic plates that I also bought 20 of, right? So now we have this huge collection of this plastic stuff that's perfectly nice, but so silly. And everything else is superfluous because nobody wants to touch it. And half the stuff isn't plastic. Anything that's glass, ceramic, something like that, everybody drops things and the floors are tiles here. So I don't want anybody doing it. My kids are okay, but like my wife will drop things, the cook will drop things. It's not worth it, right? Just always have plastic. And you don't, when you're done and you give it to the dog, because of course we do, the dogs don't make a bunch of sound. But if you have a ceramic dish and you put it on the floor, as they lick the bowl and move it around on the tile, everything's loud. So this fixes so many things. So by going to Maxi Pali, we're able to get deals like that. So we have 30 bowls. It cost me $30. So cheap to solve that problem. I can't believe no one else solved that problem. And then we also stop at the Mercado and get really cheap veggies and really cheap cheese and stuff like that. So by having the cook here in the house and her doing the shopping, it further reduces our grocery cost in addition to our food preparation cost. It's just layer after layer of cost savings. It really does make a difference. All right, James says, great chefs in Canada tend to get fed up with the hours. One buddy who cooked for the Queen of England cooks on Great Lakes freighter, others in camps like mines, oil sands, less hours and massive pay. Yeah, it's being a chef in a major city is generally pretty awful. Patricia says, what food did you end up ordering today for the kids? Nothing for me. I'm fasting. But for the kids, I got them tostones with frijoles licuados. So it's basically they mash. It's like, you know how you cut bananas into little medallions? So plantains are just big bananas. You cut those, but they're sour, bitter, and you cut them into medallions, and then you mash them so they break up the fibers, and then you pan fry them. If they're thick, you're going to choke on them. You'll be like, this is just so heavy. But if you get them really mashed thin, they're almost like an extra thick potato chip, like truly extra thick. But you can get them really thin. And if you get them so thin as a potato chip, they stop being tostones. They start being tajadas, which are delicious. That's great too. But very, very, very standard thing here is either standard tostones where you just mash it into the medallion and mash it into a flat piece, or you get a form that's like itty bitty cupcake forms and you mash them into that, and they're called canastas, which means basket. And I prefer canastas in many cases because you can fill those with salad, which is onions and tomato and vinegar and stuff like that, cilantro, and then put toppings on top of it. I like that because it like holds things and you can really get a mix, but very few places do that. I also like it that some places like the Simple do that and fill it with like shrimp. They call it shrimp cocktail, but it's more like a shrimp salad, like finely chopped shrimp in a mayo-based sauce. So it's like what we would call shrimp salad in the United States, kind of, rather than, because shrimp cocktail, we expect just full shrimps, raw, with cocktail sauce. And this is not at all what that is. But it's a really, really tasty, creamy, shrimpy thing. But it's not like a whole shrimp. It's chopped up shrimp in these little baskets with all these other ingredients inside. It's delicious if you're into that kind of seafood. So, but you can fill those with beans. A lot of places fill them with meat or something like a stew. And then, so tostones here are commonly going to be with some amount of frijoles or cheese. And we have traditional Nicaraguan cheese. You chop it into blocks and you pan fry that, and you just put it on top. Now, my kids don't really like the cheese. I love the cheese, so I eat that all the time. But it's also really good just with... what do lawyers charge? For something like a lease, I would expect something like $100. It will not be a lot. Obviously, it's a lot compared to the cost of your lease, but compared to the cost of something going wrong, generally, it's pretty cheap. They have a large budget for food. Best food and lodging gets workers in camps. Yeah, that makes sense. Deep fried plantain split, like banana split, had in Dominica. Yeah. That doesn't sound good. In Canada, they charge between $500 and $1,000 an hour. Or you must be talking about the lawyers? Yeah. No, it's nothing like that here. No, they're just... So in the U.S. and Canada, all those jobs are government regulated, and they basically buy your legal rights, so they can charge anything they want. So basically, while you need a lawyer living in North America, it's adversarial with you because they're part of a system taking advantage of you. That said, I love my lawyer in the U.S., but yeah, it's super expensive. Here, they're professionals who work for you, like they're part of your team, so no, it's nothing like that at all. And they're everywhere. Lawyers are common. Now, they are government regulated. They come from the Supreme Court. Every single actual lawyer has to be approved by the Supreme Court directly. So it's a very different thing. There aren't local bars. They're not local businesses that bought the right to your legal care, which is a mess. Sorry, just reading a note. Where the heck is Harvest House here in... For anyone who's interested, I know this comes up on the live stream from time to time. We had someone who was very interested in the apartment that we have here in Leon. It's a furnished short-term apartment, so it's more expensive per month, but it's got digital nomad internet and furnishings and beds. It's a 2-bedroom, 1-bath, and it's in the barrio. It's not downtown. It's not a party place. I mean, it's just an apartment, right? Like, it's a legitimate apartment for people. What we say is it's an apartment for people who want to investigate real living in Nicaragua, as opposed to being downtown or something where realistically no one actually moves. Those are all super expensive tourist spots that's great if you're staying like really short, but if you're coming to investigate living in Leon, the chances that you're ever going to like decide to get a long-term rental downtown feels very unlikely, right? It's not something you do. There's a few out there, but it's mostly like Casamongo, where if you're gonna, if you're really baller and you want to stay for 1 month. Scott, what do you know about Harvest House? Because I know the name, but I don't know anything about it. It seems to me like it's kind of like a hostel, or is that actually a house? Like, if that's a house, that is a seriously nice house. I mean, I'm sure it was a house, you know what I mean? But, like... I hate when you're going through pictures of a place and then they show you, like, clearly something several blocks away that is not part of the house. Have I showed my rental apartment in one of my videos? So secretly I have. I did a video where, Patricia, I did a video a long time ago where someone was doing apartment shopping, and it was one of the places we were in. This is funny. We did 2 videos back to back. I don't know if I aired them back to back, but they were filmed hours apart. And one was an apartment and one was a house, one street over from each other. And we had a guy who was a lunatic who moved into town and was going to, oh, we're losing, that's Harvest House. But I don't know if it's Harvest House. The pictures are not from the actual place. It might be. Oh, cool. They have furnished apartments. That's good to know because I don't even know what's available down there. They say precios. Let's see what the prices are. $30 a night. That's not too bad on booking. So, what was I saying? I have to go back. Oh, so we filmed these 2 back to back, and the lunatic guy decided they were perfect for this guy. Like both places were basically perfect, and he was all like, no, no, no. And then we found a little bit farther out this house that was completely inappropriate for him, but the price was good, and he just took that place. And then he did all this construction in it because it didn't make any sense and destroyed the place and then ran away. It was a total disaster, but that's not the point. I filmed the apartment and I filmed this house next door to each other. And when he didn't take them, I was so impressed. I took the apartment and then someone took the house before we could say anything about it. But Marcella was pining after the house for a year. And because they were both, it turned out that they were both from the same rentee. I never know which way it is. The same person owned them both. So when the house came up available, he was like, hey, do you guys want it? And we were like, yes. So we ended up taking the apartment and the house that we had seen because they were really good locations and deals. And so we have both of them right there. And they're essentially next to each. So the house is Marcella's house now, and the apartment is our rental apartment in San Mateo. So the person didn't want to stay that far out. He wanted to stay in the city center, so that's why he's at Harvest House. But which is weird. Like he's had the map for 6 months and said, yeah, that's where I want to be. And then when he got here, he's like, oh, but I want something in the city center. Like. It's really obvious from a map that this is incredibly far from the city center. Like I don't know. Like any effort would have fixed that. But anyway, no, Edwin, north. 2 blocks north of Parque San Juan. It's on 2nd Avenue. Near the Tika bus tickets. Unless Google Maps is all wrong. This is the Parque San Juan here. This is Harvest House. Which there are nice apartments in this area. There's nice apartments right over here or here somewhere. There's some interesting stuff over there. It's also a market area. Like it's very in the city. But so anyway, so the thing about the apartment, so yes, we have shown it. We just never said it was our apartment because at the time that we filmed it, it wasn't. And then I'm like, we got to get this place. And I stay there all the time. Like anytime something's going on or, we need extra space. Like we throw parties over there because if it's empty, it's like, oh my gosh, we have a beautiful stocked apartment with full furnishings and everything. And a lot of times people will come into town from like Managua and they'll be like, can we just crash? And we don't want everybody crashing in our house. We're like, yeah, just crash down the street. So it's very popular. And when our workers are in town, they'll often stay there. Like it's crazy convenient to have. But it's meant to be, the reason we have it is so that we can rent it out as a short-term rental. So we put all this money into having really good internet and all furnished. So the rental comes with Marcella as a neighbor. That's a nice feature. Yeah, she manages the apartment. So if you need anything, she just walks over, which is really nice. I need to get new photos of it now that it's been furnished because I have a number. Actually, I'm going to grab some right now because download all. There we go. Because I have some photos. Now, the important thing to remember is that it is meant to be authentic Nicaraguan living. Like the purpose of us having this apartment the way that it is that we want, because we talked about this on the channel, right? Like I'd like to get kind of traditional Nicaraguan homes of different styles around the country and have the opportunity for people to live in different barrios of different types and explore the country through rentals. And this is the first one of that, I hope. I mean, it's the first one, yes, but I hope there are more in the future. I think it would be a really, really cool adventure for people to be able to live in multiple ones like this, because it's so cool to learn, like, okay, from here the market is just 2 blocks away and the bus to the beach is directly in front of it. Actually, that's something he's going to learn. Like, he doesn't want to be far from the action, but if he wants to go to the beach, he has to take city buses all the way out to the apartment to grab the bus. So we'll see if that's something he realizes. Maybe he doesn't want to go to the beach, but for people who want to party on the beach, the thing about the San Mateo apartment is that it's the one spot in the city. San Mateo is the only spot in Leon where you can go to the beach and go to downtown really simply on the bus. Everywhere else has to take extra buses to get to one or the other. It's the only place where the systems overlap because they're on different systems. So it's pretty well connected. But if you don't want to go to the beach, then that is irrelevant. So who knows? But that is... I'm just loading up photos at the moment. Trying to keep track of all the ones I've put here. All right. That's a lot of photos. All right, it's 5, 6, 7, 8, 11, 12, 14. 5, 6, 7, 8. All right. I've got to switch it to still pictures. Okay, that's not the most exciting picture of the apartment for sure. By authentic Nicaraguan, I know you mean no dishwasher, but does it have air conditioning? It does. It has 2 rooms with air conditioning. So it's a 2-bedroom, 1 bath. Both bedrooms are air conditioned, which is, yeah, one of the nice things. Yeah, I still have never seen a dishwasher in this country, but you can hire someone to wash your dishes. That's how easy it is. It does have laundry though, so it does not have a dryer, but it does have a washer. Those people have, not a lot of people, but some people, and you definitely want to do that because your clothes last a lot longer. I don't know why people don't do that more. They really don't realize how much they wear out their clothing doing traditional washing. So it does have a toaster oven. It does have a microwave. Like, it has basic stuff. Like, we're always adding things. Like, we stay there a lot. Like, so we're always like, oh, you know what it's missing? So that's like a little breakfast table thing. I'm gonna do this slowly so you guys can. So the backyard is all enclosed. It's a very walled-in little garden area. It's really meant for laundry. So the laundry is just behind that wall, and then there's the laundry lines are in the backyard. So you can go out there and just hang out if you want. You can put a chair out there, and it's also the place to hang your laundry. A little bit better view of the kitchen. There's a microwave. It's on top of the fridge. Full fridge. Nothing particularly special, but all the basics. That is the internet connection over on the left. It's hung high on the wall. That's the one thing. We can't hide the cable very easily. But that is Teco fiber. There we go. You can see the living room. So it's not huge, but for a traditional Nicaraguan apartment, this is very spacious. So this is, there's a little couch, there's a little cupboard, there's a TV. I don't know if you can see it on the wall. It's next to the door that you come in. There's a little front patio out front, and there's a little tiny driveway. And it's all gated. So the gate's open in this picture, so you can see that the gate is there. Normally that's closed, but you can drive in through that gate and then park and then your car is inside a locked gate all the time, and then your house is locked again, hopefully, if you lock it. But it also has metal bars that close over the front door, so you can have it wide open, but just have metal bars. Now, if you're worried about a cat coming in, that's not going to stop a cat, but it is going to stop a person. So a lot of times people will do that and throw a padlock on it, and yes, it comes with a padlock, so that it is very, very secure. But they can have tons of air coming through, because a lot of people don't want to be running air conditioning, especially like just during the day, or in this part, the air conditioning's in the bedrooms, so you don't necessarily want it there. So it's pretty comfy and a lot of space to move around and do things and whatever it is you want to do. And then another view of the kitchen. That's not very exciting. Oh, I don't know if I have pictures of the bedrooms. Oh, I have that one twice apparently. All right. Let's see if I can find anything else. The outside is very nondescript, which is cool because you kind of just disappear. Okay, we're going to reload all these images. I still have not found any pictures of the bedrooms, which is weird. Oh, no, there we go. Okay, cool. Okay, here's the little seating area out front in the little tiny garden. But remember, the whole thing is fenced in, is gated in, so you can be outside quite a bit. There's only 4 apartments that share the gated area, so it's quite private, and there's a big wall in between each of them. It is $500 a month right now, Scott. No dishwasher. This is wrong. Does it have a fan? It does have a fan. Yes. And quite often a fan is all you need. Like, even though it's layout, this has a lot of airflow, so at most you'd be looking at, so it's 500 plus electric. So because electric varies so much, there's really no way for us to predict it. It's easy for someone to use only $10 a month, and it's easy for someone to run up $500 if they're being reckless. And so it's critical that we tie it to what people actually use, because if you come here and crank up air conditioning in both rooms and leave the doors open, and you would not believe how often I find people doing that, it's just going to eat through the electric. Even though the places are concrete, they need very little air conditioning to keep them cool, but if you leave doors open, they're going to cool down the whole space, and as the wind blows through, that's going to be that. That's the little garden area. There you can see the driveway on the left. Or you could like put plants out there. If you're going to be there for a while, you could do a number of things to decorate that. This is the master. I hate that the wall is blank, but the way that they finished it, you can't really paint it. So we're stuck with the bare cinder blocks, but it's kind of an aesthetic. I've been trying to get my wife to actually decorate the place with paintings and stuff, and have not gotten there yet. She's very resistant to doing it. The bed is very comfy. I find sleeping there very, very comfortable. That is a king. And this is the master, and it's surprisingly spacious. This is much bigger than a normal Nicaraguan master bedroom. Oh, that's not the right one. There you can see how much space there is between the king and Harvest House charges $150 just for AC. Yeah, in the past, I can tell you our AC has normally only been $10 a month, but I also know that they're increasing it. So I don't know, and that's why we're scared. They could increase it to anything. So we're stuck with, I don't know. Now, the AC is included, right? 2 units of AC, 2 bedrooms, but how you use them will matter. Now, if you're cooling to a reasonable degree, only at night, only in the bedroom you're using, it should be quite minimal. If you're doing what people do a lot there is open up both bedrooms, crank up the air conditioning, and cool the entire house with it, which totally you can do. It's going to use 3-4 times the power, and so it's just going to be a lot more. So and if you do it all day long, obviously it's going to be a lot more. But even then, if you keep everything closed up, it shouldn't be too bad. So if you're like hanging out all day and you're like, it's me and some friends and we just want to watch some TV and we want the whole place opened up and we're not going to open the doors over and over again, which is the toughest thing, right? All the Nicaraguans go in and out the door, never ending. I don't know what it is, but something about Nicaraguan culture, you never stop going in and out of doors. And so air conditioning really struggles. But in the US, once you're home, you tend to be home. And so the idea that your doors are going to open every couple minutes, and Nicaraguans would tell you, we don't do that, but you watch a Nicaraguan, and the doors are just open, close, open, close, open, close. And because Nicaraguans don't grow up around air conditioning, the mental place that you close a door as fast as you can does not exist. Everyone stands in doorways, leaves doors open for a minute, opens them really wide to step through a real little bit, which when you don't have air conditioning doesn't matter at all. Why would you ever be used to that? But growing up with air conditioning, every time I stepped in and out of a room, because I grew up with room-by-room air conditioning in the US, I grew up on an old farmhouse, you had to be aware that you were altering the coolness, the ability to keep your rooms cool. And it really impacted things, cost and how cool it was. So that complete lack of mental context of air conditioning makes it very, very tough for Nicaraguans. They're just, the lifestyle, everything in their lives is doors don't matter and they're always open. And so the idea that you would ever avoid an open door, ever close something quickly, just there's no purpose for that, right? Unless someone's chasing you and you're closing the door to keep them out, you would never rush to close a door. There's no purpose. And so we find it with everything that people they leave doors cracked. They'll, almost closed is the same as closed, and wide open is the same as halfway open. And, I'll close it when I'm done in the room is the same as I closed it the instant I was done. Like, it's just, it's like when I taught in a private school, we realized that the concept of exact that was common for the teachers didn't exist for the students. And so, growing up with a completely different education and time period, like if I said to my wife, repeat these letters exactly on a keyboard, and I typed them for her, she would repeat exactly what I put. If I, typed a word with a capital letter and a period at the end, she would use a capital letter, the same spacing, the same letters, and a period at the end. But the students would change the capitalization, change the spacing, avoid, change the spelling, all kinds of things. And we'd be like, no, it has to be exact. And they'd be like, it is. We're like, that's not exact. Not even kind of exact. Not even slightly exact. It's specifically not exact. It's not like so close that you might be fooled. It's absolutely different. If you needed an example of not exact, this is what it would look like. Like, it was just crazy. But the idea that two things could be the same never occurred to them. They thought two things that were in any way comparable were the same. And I was like, wow. Like, you see how this is a capital and this isn't? Yeah, that means they're not the same. It is kind of pet friendly. So we can get on a person by person basis permission for a small animal to be there. Betty from the show has been there without a problem for a long time. But it's got to be very limited, and we have to check with the owner on a specific animal. Cannot be large dogs. Definitely a cat would be okay. The owner's father lives in the complex and hates cats, and there are cats that live in there and they drive him crazy. It is nice and simple. That's the idea, Scott, we want it to be like a comfortable. Oh, and there is a second bedroom that I don't seem to have a picture of, but it's smaller than this one, but it's, oh wait, no, that's the second bedroom. That's a smaller bed. That's a queen, I think. It's definitely smaller, but it's a good sized bed. Right, yeah, we keep the Bitcoin miners away. But even the guest room or the second room is quite comfy. Like, we really wanted this to be, I mean, when we saw it, we were like, this is a place when people don't rent, we will use. It's nice to, oh, that's just the kitchen again. It's nice to be able to, go out drinking and not come home and bug the kids. It's nice to be able to throw a party and not have everyone in your house. It's nice to be able to just do things, have guests, and not have everyone stay with you. And obviously our goal is to rent it out as much as possible, but when it's available, it's also a really nice place that we really like. And so when we saw it, we're like, oh, we have to get it. We are subletting it. Yeah, it's an apartment, Patricia. Otherwise, I'd have to own the entire building. And there's one guy that owns the entire neighborhood. So there's no buying there. But we're long-term unfurnished renters. So we get a really good price because we rent for years at a time and they know that we're paying, right? We're locals with cedulas and all kinds of things. If we don't pay, we can't exit the country. Which, I got to talk about that in a second. I have to go real quickly, hand some money to my housekeeper because she needs to pay someone when he comes and I don't want to have to hold on to the money. So give me just a second to go deal with that and I will be right back. Oh, my sweet doggy. You're so happy. Okay, I'm here. Oh, all right. Yeah, very hard to own in the barrios. I mean, you can, but most places that are any good are owned by someone and they keep them. And San Mateo only has a handful of houses, so the people who own there are definitely not going to give them up. It's a highly lucrative area. But because we rent for years at a time and rent multiple places from him, we get deals so good that there's no need for us to own them. And he knows that we only rent them out as relocation services and not as traditional rentals. So it's very, very different. And we only rent the one out. The other one has Marcella living in it, so it's a perfect situation for them. They know that they can come grab us. We're right down the street, and she's right there, and the owner is across the street. So it's really a good situation. Oh, now the doggy's panting. Why are you warm? It's cold in here. My kids asked me something about how I was feeling, and I thought there was something relevant to say on the show, and now I can't remember what it might have been. Well, I don't know. Anyway, so the story I was going to tell, so I was watching, so I want to know how many people watched, how many people watched the video that I just did where I broke down, so first of all, was it any good? Did people like that episode where I broke down Tony's live stream and went through, because it was called Things That Tony Learned in 2023, and then all the information was wrong. So it's like he clearly didn't learn anything. He just learned that he can say anything on a video and no one fact checks him, right? Like, That's so, and he doubled down a month. I didn't know this was out there when I originally made the video complaining about the terrible things that he had said about workers and stuff. And he doubled down on, oh, they want bonuses for not working and they're ungrateful and blah, blah, blah. And he's saying they're ungrateful for him not having the money to pay them their salaries. And still a month later, he and his lawyer hadn't figured out that they had illegally extorted people. And he still felt, woe is me for having extorted someone and getting in trouble. And the only thing, he didn't really say this, but he suggested that the one thing that really prompted him to actually pay them was when they got the threat that everybody who had invested with him, and I can't believe, I can't believe he was willing to say this. So kudos to him, seriously, for admitting to this, that every person who did business with him was given notice by the Nicaraguan government that they were going to have their passports impounded and they were going to be unable to leave the country, which generally means you're being considered for jail. Doesn't mean you're going to jail. It definitely means they're going to think about it. It's not a good situation where you are barred from leaving the country. And for a lot of the people who invest with him, you know, they don't have residency or they don't have... Patricia, Tony is the RadPad scammer. And so this was his video following up to the one that got him booted from the country, because he made that one before he got booted. And so it had deeper information. It was a live stream that was not nearly as popular as the one that got him in trouble. And so I didn't really know about it until much later, and now it's been popping up on my recommendations and stuff, which is terrible. That I know how Google doesn't know what's good and what's bad. I think Tony knows very little. It seems crazy what he was doing with the limited knowledge he has. Well, the thing, Janine, is I'm not sure he was doing anything. So everyone always says he knows very little, right? And there tends to be, and this could be correct, right? I don't want to say that he's a smart guy and really dig a hole for him. That would be potentially pretty cruel. We hope he's not a smart guy. We hope he's struggling to feed himself, because if he isn't struggling to feed himself, he is a truly horrific person. Because the things that he doesn't know are really extreme in ways that aren't plausible. And so the things that I've heard, now I get this from a lot of sources. So it's hard to really put together which things are true and which things are not. Because in one moment, Tony's saying, I have a $500 a month bonus, budget, not bonus. And that's all he has. And you're like, and you're running a company? Like, I understand that you don't want to spend money, so you're frugal and only spending $500 a month. Good for you. I've totally been there. But when I was doing that, I was sleeping on floors and not paying employees. I was doing all the work myself when there wasn't enough money to go around. Like, that's what you do. That is the responsibility of someone starting a business, to not hire an employee until you have enough money to pay them for the reasonable duration of their employment, plus any of the things you then potentially owe them for, and the moment at which you potentially are unable to pay them. You must at that moment notify them. And if they say, look, I have faith in you, I want to keep working and we're going to take our chances together, that's up to them. But he needed to go to his employees and say, look, I don't have the money to pay your salaries. And the money you've already earned, I don't have. So what are we going to do? Right? Instead, he waited for someone to quit and then acts like neither he nor his lawyer nor his accountant, who he doubled down on being good people, that he recommended. Do you think he's getting a kickback on that? That they were all caught unaware of basic Nicaraguan employment, as if they weren't Nicaraguans who got paid and they had never seen a company before. Like, very, very strange. You just know him as the RadPad guy. Yeah, like, he can't do anything without trying to sell a RadPad. He's doing his what I learned in 2023. And then he starts talking about things. On one hand, he's like talking about apartment rentals, and then it like fluidly moves into like, if you're looking to buy a lot to put up your house. And then it just fluidly goes into, well, you would never do that if you weren't trying to buy a development and put up 50 houses, right? And you're like, what are you talking about? That's 1% of all people have even entertained doing that who want a house, right? Those of us who want to live here don't want to build developments. Like, that's not normal. Some people do, and it's fun and all, right? But that's not how we're all thinking. He totally either is just super dishonest sales guy and tries to turn any topic into, and it's a sales process, right? Where you take a thing and then you act like it's so obvious that you want to do this thing that we're not even going to question it, right? Oh, if you were trying to buy this land and blah, 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 you'd have to be concerned because that's not leveled for the rad pad, right? It's this, obviously you want a rad pad. It would never occur to me that you wouldn't want that. It's the best thing, right? And that works on people. You get that feeling like, oh, he feels so confident that every person, once they know about a rad pad, will want it. It's a standard sales tactic, right? This framing where it's answer leading, right? You don't let people ask the question, you presume the answer. It's very powerful. We see it in the scam comments all the time. We actually have a thing that says you're not allowed to put those kinds of comments because it's such a problem, because people do since, we'll just make up a thing, since Australia is currently depopulated and everyone has been eaten by snakes, do you still feel it's a good place to go for vacation this year? And if you know nothing about Australia, you go, whoa, my gosh, that wasn't a question. Have you heard about this? Is it true? It's so certain that they were able to use it as the solid logical base for a further question. In our minds, it makes it fact. Now, obviously, if we said something that ridiculous, we'd all go, I'm pretty sure we'd hear, I'm really confident, we'd all be aware if all Australians had been eaten by snakes, right? We wouldn't be surprised, but we would have heard. Right, it's plausible for sure. And so that's a ridiculous leading thing, but that's the kind of things that people do. And people say things very similarly crazy about Nicaragua all the time in the terms of leading questions like that, where they start with a falsification as the basis, never question it, never point to it as a lie, and never point to it as a false assumption or a outlandish assumption, and then they go from there and they allow you have no one to fight against. You can't say stop. Why would you don't make any sense, right? You're stuck either not watching him or working with that, and it really is a powerful tool. And so that's something he did constantly. So a bunch of the things that he purports to have learned, once you start listening to it, well, obviously he wasn't buying land or doing developments. The guy had a $500 a month budget, and someone piped up and was like, yeah, he lives in someone we know's trailer. And, we know he left in the video, he's like, oh, I'm totally in on Nicaragua. I'm 100%. This is my place. I've been here forever. I'm never leaving. And it was weeks before he was gone. Right. And of course, he's making these videos complaining quite literally about the people and government. Right. And complaining that the government protects its workers from predatory gringos. That's a really weird thing to complain about, especially when you're the predatory gringo. Right. Like, there's just a whole bunch of what are you saying, which is the same thing he did in the other video, which is the one that got him in trouble. We think from the time frame, we're very confident that, like, I get that he's really dumb to some degree and was willing to constantly admit enough to admit culpability and show that everyone that invested with him was massively foolish and in grave danger for being associated with him. Right? That was a really important takeaway that I hadn't really thought about. Because I know people, this is why I'm so angry with him and why I know him so well, is because people from my channel were scammed by him. He actively went after my channel viewership and tried to do harm, real harm, he tried to steal their life savings. And so, I mean, literally, if he gets run over by a truck, I'm happy. Like, I can't be less disgusted with this person until I found out he was doing the same thing to Nicaraguans and not just gullible gringos, which I'm sorry, but I have to feel even stronger opposed to the most disadvantaged who have no access to protections being taken advantage of. But he's trying to take advantage of really nice, sweet Americans and Canadians who are coming down, and they think he's their friend, and they think he has a good business plan, and he lies about everything, and all kinds of other people lie for him, and they get swept up into his lies. Should they know better? Of course they should. Do they have the resources to protect them? Of course they do. But it's hard to say no to someone who you think is your friend and is so willing to be dishonest and awful at so many levels. How could anybody be that evil? You're sure it can't be true. And no one believes me until they watch these videos. I had friends of his. They're like, oh, he really is a good guy. I know he's an idiot and his business plan is stupid, but he's a good guy. I showed them the videos and they're like, I don't ever want to see that guy's face again. Like, this is an evil person. These are his personal friends, right? Because no one watches his videos, so there wasn't any like, he I don't know, didn't realize that these were things he couldn't say. He didn't realize how terrible what he's saying was. I don't know. But it was really something. And but the thing that we had said was that the risk of going, like, basically, if you invested with him, you just threw the money away. But that's not actually the case. It was, not only did you throw that money away, but you, and this is the way it works in Nicaragua, there isn't this, it's called an anonymous society. Like, I, as another investor in Nicaragua, I do not have the right to do a public record search and find out who is involved in his business. I don't have that right. My lawyer doesn't have that right. You don't have that right. Nicaraguans don't have that right. They're anonymous. But the tax office most certainly does have that right, absolutely 100% of the time. So if you are involved in crimes, especially if they cross into obviously violent crimes, but also tax things, which includes, like, he wasn't paying his employees, that automatically means tax evasion as well, right? So you're talking about employment fraud, tax fraud, and a number of other things. And then, of course, it opens investigation, right? Which of these things have you done that we haven't caught you for yet? And I can tell you it is really, really common to not mess up with the ones he was mentioning. It's the ones he wasn't mentioning are the far easier to screw up with. They're just more complex. So the majority of companies that get into trouble, and they're not getting into taking your cedula trouble, right? They're just like, oh, you really got to fix this. Oh, you're not going to get next year's permit if you don't get this fixed, right? Like, it's a much more minor thing, but it's still a really big deal. Those things are almost guaranteed if he's got these other problems. So things he never mentioned were whether his normal taxes were clear. It's basically a guarantee that they weren't. So what we learned just from the one event that he got called on by an employee, every person foolish enough to have allowed their name to be listed with his business was facing the possibilities of confinement in country, basically guaranteeing none of them would ever get residency, which I'm sure many of them not only wanted residency, but were lied to and told that investing in his business would provide that, which it won't. He doesn't have the employees. You have to have, those tax things have to be completely clear. And he talks about how he went to contractors. He leaves out that one that was guaranteed to be illegal. I'm not saying it's always illegal, but the way he did it, guaranteed to be illegal. So that wasn't going to protect him. All those contractors could sue him. Same as in the U.S., right? For those who don't know, U.S. has duck law for contractors. You get hired as a contractor. They go, well, do you get told where to work? Do you get told when to work? Do you get told how to work? If it walks like a duck and it quacks like a duck, it's a duck. If you look like an employee and you act like an employee, you're an employee. It doesn't matter what the company says. It doesn't matter what contract you have. It doesn't matter what staffing firm is in between. Duck law is duck law, and 90% of contractors in the U.S. are actually employees. You would not believe how many businesses think that they're protected, and mostly their only protection is that their employees are confused. Let me tell you, I worked for the world's largest bank, and they tried to screw me on a contract, and I'm like, I'm going to have you shut down. This is my salary you haven't paid. And they're like, you're not an employee, you're a contractor. I'm like, you want to bet? I've been here for 10 years. You tell me where to work and when to work. I tried to move to Europe. You said no. You don't get to say that if I'm a contractor. That one phrase was illegal if you're going to try to say I'm a contractor now. Trust me, I'm going to seize your assets. And really quickly, they figured out how to pay me. But I'm like, this is not hard legal stuff. You've wanted me to act like an employee. I have acted like an employee. I'm going to claim my rights as an employee. That's how it works. So that duck law, it's different in Nicaragua, but it's not dissimilar, right? If you try to use contracting to get around employment law, I mean, one, he has videos where he's bragging about how he figured out how to scam the system. they're going to watch those. And 2, you're still going to owe that money. So that's not going to help. But so the whole thing was, these people are being sold this whole, like, invest in me and it's going to get you residency. And then it's actually going to cost you whatever chance at residency you ever had. It would easily get people blacklisted forever. And things that get associated with the kinds of mistakes he's making include jail time and deportation. If you did those same things in the U.S., you came into the U.S. and started committing crimes like employment fraud, tax evasion, fake companies, one thing after another, and then just running scams. Like, yes, to some degree, Tony's going to be in a lot more trouble than his investors, but it's really hard for the government to know how much the investors knew. They gave him money. They didn't do their due diligence. Whose fault is that? Right? You start funding someone's activity, you need to know if they're organized crime or not. You need to have a lot of faith in that. So just investing in a business, like, this is a level of danger that, of course, you should always know when you're investing, but I don't think any of us really stopped and thought about when you have especially a known scam, right? Like up here in Leon 3 years ago, everyone's like, don't show up on camera with that guy. Don't have communications with that guy. He is being watched. Everyone in the country knows who he is, what he's doing. Just because he hasn't been arrested yet doesn't mean it's not happening, right? Stay away. He could cost you your ability to get residency, if nothing else. Like, you do not want the slightest impression of somehow being a reference for him. Right? You don't ever want him to show a screenshot and say, oh, Scott, my friend did blah, blah, blah. It's not a risk you can take. And so we've known all along that was something we had to be aware of. So my interaction with him was purely this warning from my lawyers and straight up. So the first time I heard about them was from our viewers being scammed, right? That's how I came to know him. I had viewers who came to me and they're like, he made us promise not to tell anyone. I'm like, if you can't tell someone, run away. My gosh, don't tell your lawyer. Like, he straight up said, I'm a crook. Don't investigate me, please. And so they were willing to share his crooked plans with me, and instantly I'm like, well, this says he's stealing your money. This says you're not investing, he's just taking your money. This makes no sense. This is a lie. This is a lie. This is a lie. This is a lie. I'm like, what part of this did you read and think was okay? And they're like, I'm like, literally everything on here tells you this is foolish, and he's a con artist. I'm like, but we're his only friends, and he's such a nice guy. I'm like, nice guys don't con you. That's not a thing. Friends don't con you. He's not your friend. Like, you're using these terms in really weird ways. Like, that is not what this is. And so I didn't talk about him for a really long time until he did things publicly that needed to be called out. But I've been watching him and really angry for years. In case you can't tell, I have a lot of deep festering anger at someone who would take advantage of people. But no one else from my community came forward and shared information. So I was never in a spot where I felt I could just go public until the end. How expensive is it to buy a house in Houston? Ridiculously expensive. A friend, neighbor, and ex-classmate in my school that I studied from moved recently to the U.S. and he is now a permanent resident. My family all owns houses in Houston. Normally, they have middle of the road houses. They're probably, I don't know, $600,000-$700,000. It's nothing crazy. Yeah, Scott says working capital is king. You think? Trying to start a construction company. I mean, he never really tried to make anything. That's the reality, right? The whole thing was a con from the start. There's no reason for him to have actually had capital. I mean, the more capital, the more he could have stolen. But it was all a con. So he never had a working design. He never had a game plan. He never had a business plan that made sense. So because he wasn't attempting to come up with something that... Okay, let me rephrase this. Had he had working capital, it would have expedited demonstrating that he had no product. He was dependent on it being so poorly received for there to always be this, I don't have enough working capital, I just need a little bit more. And that kept him on his $500 a month living in a trailer budget. So he could keep making these videos and keep pretending he had something going on But from the day one, the design was a con, not a product. And that's something that when people are like, I think he's just stupid, or they're trying to say, well, he's kind of a nice guy, I think that they're missing. This was a carefully designed con. He lied about numbers to make it seem like nice people don't lie. Nice people know when they're falsifying numbers, right? They may not understand why they can't make the product that they want to make, but they know when they have to lie about it. And that's just a basic thing, right? The idea that he's so dumb, which seems to be everybody who's met him, like he's clearly good at playing really dumb, right? Even the kind of baseball cap he wears makes him look really dumb, and it all plays into this image of little kid on the baseball field, and that's kind of a thing he depends on to make people feel like he's much dumber than he is. He has to be a lot dumber, or he has to appear a lot dumber than he actually is, and to make it feel like, oh, he's just a bumbling idiot. We can't be mad at him for trying. But when you start at what he did, was he designed from the beginning a con in every sense for the purpose of defrauding people, and that is not something you do because you're foolish. If he came out and said, okay, when I'm stupid, this is what it looks like, right? Because I do stupid business stuff. So here's an example. I want to have a beautiful florist in Las Piñatas on the beach, and I want to have a cute little shop like in Europe with all the flowers sitting outside, and you walk in and there's cute little arrangements and all kinds of things, and then they sell, like, I don't know, coffee or sandwiches. That's a horrible business. It'll never make money. If I went out and tried to get investors, I'd be like, I don't know, but people like flowers, and it'll be cute, right? And someone might be like, I'll give you $5,000 to open a flower shop. Thank you, right? And we're going to lose that $5,000 because it's a bad business idea. But that's me being foolish, and my logic is, I don't know, flowers are cute. You know flowers are cute, and that's not enough for there to be a business plan. If you want to get into business with me and you're that dumb, we're both dumb together. Here we go, dumb. But that's not what he did. He falsified a business plan very intentionally with really careful legal verbiage that a normal person would not write, that made it on appearance sound like you were investing, but gave all of your capital to him personally with zero returns ever as something in the agreement. You were literally donating the money. He called it an investment when he handed people the paper, and people just believed him because he seems like a nice guy. But it wasn't. It was a carefully crafted fraud. It then had all the numbers on the paper were all fraudulent. The cost of land, the cost of construction, the time of construction, the needs, all of it were obviously falsified, not even close to reality. And so when you saw it, there's no opportunity for it to have been accidental or through stupidity. That he thought he could get away with it for a long time, maybe that was stupidity. But that he was smart enough to know how to run a con that made a lot of people give him credit for being stupid, he knows what he's doing. Right. This is a person that I've heard from a lot of people has a lot of experience running one con after another. He's a serial con artist. He moves from place to place. He fled the country, running cons again in Costa Rica, the exact same con. He changed all his websites to hide the information from the old one. Like, there's just a ton of this, right? He knows what he's doing. He's not great at it, right? If he was a really good, like, reality is, for the effort he's putting in, there's got to be better ways to make money. I don't know why he feels this con is so worth the effort. But presumably he's not good at anything. I've heard that from a lot of people. And James says, what is a rad pad? Oh my gosh. So they're the most ridiculous. I would demand to see the review engagement financial statement certifying it's legit. The tough thing here, Scott, is that you don't have those kinds of paperwork in Nicaragua. You can have things like that, but since we're not an investment country, I mean, you're totally allowed to invest, clearly. It's not part of the culture to do investment like that. It's in the culture to invest in your family business or your own business, which is kind of really localized family business. The idea that you would go invest in someone else's business certainly exists, but it's rare. That's not a thing that, like, if I went around to all my Nicaraguan friends and I'm like, look, I got a small business. I'm not looking for a ton of money, but if I could get a bunch of people to throw in $500, we could go in together on some small thing and we'll each get a little bit of a return. I think we can do this, right? They'd all be like, that's a weird thing. But if I did that same thing in the US, I mean, Paul, my business partner, he did that with a buddy of his. He's like, hey, you know what? I want to put up a hot dog stand. But it's going to cost like $3,000. That seems like a lot. And I just want to own a hot dog stand. You want to go halvesies? And Paul's like, that sounds fun. I want to be able to say I own a hot dog stand. So they went in on halves and bought a hot dog stand, right? Totally normal for Americans to invest in a hot dog stand together for very little money. We would never think twice about it. Now that's family and friends, so it's a little bit different. But the thought of we are shared owners in a small business or many businesses, totally normal. And Paul's a part investor in my company. But here in Nicaragua, there isn't like an SEC that's reviewing those financial statements, and neither his company nor mine are traded on the Nicaragua exchange. We could, in theory. I have no idea how you do that. Maybe if we were traded on the exchange, but there's only like 8 companies on the exchange. They're all really big. They're like gold mining companies and stuff, things that are illegal for you to invest in normally. So it's oh shoot, what was I looking up? Did someone ask for me to look something up and now I can't? Oh, what is a radpad? So the website is radpad.com because he picked a name that was already taken in the market that he was in. The radpad is a housing development application. So he's got a patent, or not patent, he has a identity legal issue. Like, he could get in trouble if he went back to Canada, because he's Canadian, for stealing a corporate name intentionally. And you know he stole it intentionally because he has radpad.com. Like, obviously, this is someone who had no idea what they were doing. Like, how did he think that that was the name to go with? Now, the thing that... okay, let's answer these Houston questions. If I like to leave my country for a very long time and live in the U.S., Florida would be my choice, or even Arizona, not California, New York, or Illinois, due to non-good safety environment. I think you have a really bad vision of the United States, Edwin. Like, you just avoided the safe parts of the country, and you want to live in the most dangerous. What are you thinking? Especially coming from Nicaragua. Like, if I was from Nicaragua, I would never in my life set foot in Arizona. I'm white, and I don't want to set foot in Arizona. Like, that is not safe. What would make you say that? Illinois, New York, and California are some of the safest states. Now, they're expensive, but they also have all the jobs. What the heck? Yeah, you're getting... So first of all, why would you ever want to move to the United States? If you have work in Nicaragua, the last thing you want to do is live in the United States. If you don't have work, I understand. But every bit of information that Nicaraguans get about the U.S. is so outrageously wrong. Everything from where's safe, where to go, how to do things. It's they do as much as they can to make it dangerous and unappealing. On the first evening since he moved his family to live in Houston, he said to me, "This is my mom is planning to live in a house that costs $300,000 to $400,000. That is a really cheap house." But yeah, I mean, Houston definitely has tough barrios, and that's probably what that is. Okay, so the thing about budget, I don't think Arizona's cheap at all. Florida's not, like, nobody can afford to live in Florida. Like, that's actually some of the biggest news in the United States right now, is how nobody can live in Florida because the cost of living is so high that it's impossible to live there. People are flooding out of Florida because it's they're no longer insuring houses, and like it's the big depopulation of America. Like, I can't possibly afford to live in Florida, like, anywhere. Like, it's crazy. But it's also super dangerous and awful. So the absolute worst of America. But so you say budget. So budget is important to understand. So what do you want to do in America? Yeah, Brent says Arizona, bottom of the list for so many reasons, especially if you are Hispanic. If you have a Spanish accent, you should fear for your life. You should never come near the Arizona border for fear that someone mugs you and takes you over the border. Like, that is seriously scary. Like, you do not understand how racist and dangerous America is in certain areas if you are not white. Like that is unthinkable to want to go into Arizona. And I won't do business in Arizona, right? Like, I think it's unethical as a white American to be involved in Arizona. I avoid it completely. It is depravity in the extreme. And the state just doesn't do anything about it. It is, for Americans, a lot of us really want the power to eject them from the country because we don't feel that they have value in their humanity. It's a terrible place. And you know, we can say, well, it's, you know, only so many of the people. Yeah, obviously there's nice people there, but those people are choosing to stay there when it's such a terrible place and could leave and vote with their wallets and tax base and go somewhere better. It is a terrible, terrible place. But certainly for safety, you need to. So this is one of the important things. The United States is not a safe country. It's, if you take the average of the entire country, it is about the same as Nicaragua. There are huge areas of the United States that are very, very safe if you are white. If you are not white, no part of the United States is incredibly safe. It is that the population of the United States is predominantly white, and the areas that are safe for people who are white are very large areas. And so that keeps the statistics very, very good from a pure statistic standpoint. If you are not white and or not an old American landholder, you generally do not have access to that safety in the United States. You're going to start looking at places that no white American would ever consider safe, places like Houston or Arizona or Florida, and have an impression that they might be safe because someone's trying to sell you on them. And those are very, very dangerous places. Those are places that are dangerous if you're white, let alone anything else. And so you're being led into dangerous situations because it's something that happens. Right, state for white retirees and for-profit incarceration. Private companies arrest you in Arizona. Edwin says, in Florida, there's a lot of Nicaraguans, it is true, and Latinos living in Miami, one of the most expensive cities in the country. There's even one neighborhood known as Villa Granada. Yeah, and in Dallas, there's Little Salvador, where I used to live. But Miami is neither safe nor cheap. So if you're on a budget, that rules out Miami, right? You're looking at super expensive areas generally. So when you say budget, like, that's one of the things I don't understand. So budget is a relative term, right? If you are unemployed and you're going to, like, if you're an expat, well, you'd be an expat, obviously. So if you're going to be an expat in the United States, are you looking at just being a luxury expat, spending your money and living in the United States, and that's just it? You're basically a tourist for however long you want to stay, and you're there, you know, running through your cash until it's done, and then you come back to Nicaragua. If so, then budget means you want to be in a low-cost location. None of the ones that you mentioned qualify in the least. You can't consider any of them that you wanted to go to. Ones that you mentioned that you would want to go to, like New York. If you're not paying taxes, then New York is one of the cheapest places in the United States. You can live in incredibly safe, even if you're not white, regions of New York, in beautiful areas that do get a bit of snow, safely, for really low budgets. Now, it's been a while, but, like, I have friends who bought a house in my hometown, $35,000 for a 6-bedroom, right? We're talking prices that are similar to Nicaragua, but it's a very limited area. Now, those are not the same prices now, but oh yes, yeah, he's full on. It really shows that Costa Rica does not take the scams as seriously as Nicaragua, because they should have known he was coming. He's been setting it up for a while. And so if you're just looking to spend your money, New York would be at the top of your list. You can't get safer in the U.S. You cannot get cheaper, not realistically. So that would be fantastic. If you need to work, then everything you're considering is completely wrong, because you don't look at how much places cost. You look at how much they cost relative to your earnings. And that makes some places like California some of the best, because their minimum wage is the highest. Places like New York City, even though it's supposedly crazy expensive to live there. I've lived there. Have some of the highest income rates in the country. So the actual amount that you're able to live is better in, say, New York City than Miami. You're going to earn more in New York City, and therefore you can spend more on your housing. And so it all depends. If you're going to be working, then you care about one thing, or if you're not working, you want to care about another. But the one thing that doesn't change is the places you picked are exactly what you should be avoiding for the reasons you mentioned. Now, it is nice going to a place and having lots of other Nicaraguans who are also struggling, and some of them have connections to jobs and know who to talk to and blah, blah, blah. That can be good, and that may make a difference, right? But then it's not your budget that you're worried about. It's not safety that you're worried about. It's something else, and that's fine. But be aware you're sacrificing your budget and your safety in order to be around other Nicaraguans, which is okay. He has a YouTube 2024 Better Business video. Oh, that's great. Is that on the Costa Rica channel? The problem is, so one of the things he knows is I don't do business in Costa Rica, so I can't be following along going, well, I know that's not true, even though we know that's not true. YouTube just can't handle this. Maybe there's just so many people streaming this morning. But it's, Houston is not very safe. It's not super cheap. Texas in general is kind of cheap-ish. But remember, when Americans talk about places being affordable, they're not talking about cities, right? For Americans, when we're talking about, that I can live in Texas and it's not expensive, and we say things like we're living in Houston or Dallas, we don't actually mean we're living in the city. We mean we live in an area where that city is somewhere nearby, and people don't know the names of the small towns. But pretty much we all live in towns. We don't live in cities because the cities are dangerous, like kind of all of them. And so one of the things that happens a lot when anyone moves into the United States as an expat, because most of the world, like if you're moving into Nicaragua and you say, well, I'm going to live in Leon, you mean you're going to live in the city of Leon. If you're going to live in Managua, they mean you're going to live in Managua. But to an American, when they say I'm going to live in Chicago, they would never mean that they're actually going to be in Chicago. Like, that's super scary. They would never do that. That's literally for, and I hate to say it, but the inner cities exist only for poor minorities. That's the way Americans think, and it's the reality of most cities. And so you get really dangerous. Sí. Estoy en vivo.
Okay. Porque hablar con una dominica para ver qué hago de cena.
Oh. Un momento. Un momento. Necesito hablar con las niñas. I told my kids they had to make a decision, and they haven't even said anything. And so there's this awful situation. But the inner cities, the main city centers, essentially in all cases, are either for the uber rich, and they have big apartment buildings and are completely separate from the city. I used to live in downtown Newark, New Jersey, right? And I lived in the highest high-rise in the city. I had armed guards downstairs, police constantly stationed at the doors. The police would follow me if I walked down the block because it was so dangerous. The police were never allowed to be outside of the sight of other police, right? Like, it was so scary. And they had elevated walkways going through the whole city so that the working people who lived downtown never had to hit the streets and be mixed in with the people who lived downtown. Like, it was absolutely nuts. And that's what the inner cities are mostly like. New York's a little bit different because it's so big, it's its own animal. But most of the cities. So when people say they're going to live in Houston, they absolutely don't mean that they live in what you would then decide is Houston. Like, my whole family lives in Houston. One lives in Kingswood. One lives in Friendswood. We're talking an hour outside the city. It doesn't resemble Houston in any way. It's nothing like the city of Houston. Okay. I don't know much about online work. Edwin says it's almost 5 p.m. in Sao Paulo, so the sun is starting to set. Oh, for the race. I'm like, you're not in Sao Paulo. I want to go to Sao Paulo. That seems like a cool trip. Brent says, I don't know much about online work, but it seems like Nicaraguans looking for opportunity would best be served by staying put there and getting the training they need to work online. Absolutely true. And that is, oh no. I've totally zoned out. I apologize to my friend in Managua, who I can't think of his name, who does training for Nicaraguans to help them understand that all the money for Nicaraguans is working online from Nicaragua. Like Nicaraguans, if they were just willing to work online, have nearly as much capability to get work as Americans do online. Like, yeah, there's some places that only want American ID cards and they have to have it, but so many jobs do not. And their smart jobs are like, oh my gosh, you want to work for us and we don't have to pay taxes? Cha-ching! Like, it's really not that hard to hire a Nicaraguan. And Nicaragua is thrilled that you're doing it. The US, they're happy because they don't have enough workers. Everybody wins. The employer, complete win. Nicaraguans, absolutely, it's the best. You get to work from home. You make decent money normally because American companies have no idea what normal rates are in Nicaragua. So they're going to pay not as much as they pay Americans, but they're going to pay more than you would expect in Nicaragua in most cases. I mean, literally, one of my best friends, she's a doctor here, and talk to a few American companies and someone's like, oh yeah, we need someone to do some medical stuff, but not as a doctor. And they paid her like a good 20% more than she can make as a doctor. And instead of having to go to a hospital and work all day, she gets to sit at home in her pajamas and just work at her laptop with her dogs all day like I do. Well, of course she did that, right? And that's a doctor. She was a working doctor, not like, I was about to be a doctor or I have my stuff, but I didn't fit. No, she was a resident in the hospital, like fully working doctor, and gave it up to do online customer service. So that's a big thing. There's such opportunity for Nicaraguans who are willing to take the effort to work online from Nicaragua. And, as a Nicaraguan employer, as someone who hires Nicaraguans to work online, I can tell you 99% of Nicaraguans have no interest in taking the good jobs. I'm not saying they're lazy. They want to work some local job with their hands. They want to work. They just don't want to work online jobs for American companies. And so they're avoiding the opportunities of life and going to do twice as much work somewhere and making less money and suffering. And it's just, it's a terrible situation. And there's these jobs out there looking for people all of the time. Like, we basically never stop hiring. Right now, obviously, we need certain skills, so it doesn't work for just anybody. But there's been people on our live stream before. They're like, hey, blah, 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 I do this thing. And I'm like, wow, that's what my company does. Here's our hiring manager in Bolivia. They'd love to speak to you. Like, we prioritize Nicaragua and Bolivia above all other locations. You should totally check it out. And they're like, oh, no, I want nothing to do with an American online job. We're like, we have lots of employees in Nicaragua. We've been here for a decade. Like, nope, I won't work online for an American. And I'm like, that's it. Like, I get why there's a lot of mistrust, and I get why there's potentially ill will towards the North. But at some point, like, take the money, right? At least have a conversation. Oh, can I talk to other Nicaraguans that have been doing this for a long time, and maybe they're getting paid? Yeah, for sure. Right? And it's weird. I had someone work for us for, 1 week, and his paycheck was late by, 2 days. Something went wrong with his paycheck. And he's like really pissed off about it. And we're like, we're really sorry, but we're going to drive to your house with the cash right now. Like, we're so sorry that your check was late. It's your first week of work. Like, all you had to do is say something. First checks are often wrong. Like, it happens a lot. And it was legitimate. Like, we're like, this is totally our fault. We screwed up. But cash is in hand. Give me an address and I'll be right over at your house. Now, in this particular case, we're pretty sure we exposed that he wasn't in Nicaragua at all and pretending everything. So he voluntarily quit the job and declined to be paid for the week. Okay. I'm like, you worked for a week. They were happy with your work-ish for a week. Like, you earned it. Nope, I don't want it. I don't want anything to do with you. Like, what? Okay, like, I'm sorry that it was a little bit late, but we have cash. Like, literally, we're just going to hand you money. The link you sent for RadPad. Yes. Oh, yeah, he's got a bunch of videos in there. Yeah, he's just constantly trying to push something. And if you look, he talks about how big his RadPads are. They're 3 bedrooms. They have all this. He has like this really detailed description of his RadPads in his videos. And then when you look at the photos, which are mostly computer renderings, there's there's definitely not any of that. Like, it's not at all the place that he's describing. It's very strange. And it's like, this is supposed to be what he calls luxury. And honestly, these are made of metal. How long, if you actually made one of these and put it on the beach, how long would this last? Like 1 year? Maybe? Like, how could they function? I also wonder about privacy, everything made of glass. I also have considered back in late 2022 to work on Concentrix, a call center company. My dad told me that working in there, I can get a salary of up to $700. I'd be surprised if your English is really good. I don't know anyone paying under $800 these days of the call centers. If you actually have to go into work and go through the not great working environment of the call centers, it's generally pushing up towards $800 just because they can't staff them. Like, and that's, if you think about, so this is where it's really worth noting. Okay, so Edwin, we talked about this a bit. In Nicaragua, at roughly $800 a month, you start to become middle income. Lower middle, that's right, middle income, right? Am I using the wrong term? What am I saying? Middle class, I'm sorry, but that's what that is. After hearing about that, oh my gosh, salary working in a call center is wild for me as a Nicaraguan. So it seems wild, but it's really reasonable considering what value is being provided and how few workers there are that can do that space. And so it's actually not at all unreasonable because they're so desperate. They advertise in every city of the country that they will relocate you to Managua or find a place for you to work in one of the satellite cities. They're just desperate because they need 1,000 more workers at least than they have, if not 10,000 or 100,000. Nicaragua basically is the perfect location for call centers from a tax and physical location and political stability and internet infrastructure. You put all those things together, Nicaragua is as good as it gets for doing that kind of work. I say as a person who puts call centers in Nicaragua and as I consult to other call centers being put into Nicaragua. And there are multiple call center owners on the live streams, just so you know. And now, some of them are in-person call centers where you have to go into an office, and some of them are work-from-home call centers, right? My company is all work from home, which oddly makes people less likely to do it. Oh, I don't trust someone who lets me work from home. Like, okay, distrusting good American work value is not a great way. Like, I understand that Nicaraguans get mistreated all the time, but when someone offers you good opportunities, turning them down encourages people to treat them badly. Right? Why would we go out of our way to treat people well if they're going to punish us for it? Right? That's a really tough thing. Luckily, we don't have that kind of culture. But that's from a pure business perspective. Like, they push us hard to not treat people well because no one wants to work when we're a great company. Here's some of our benefits. Oh no, that doesn't sound plausible, so I'm not going to do it. I want to take this crappy job. They're more likely to make more profit off of me. So, what? Yeah, but. But yeah, I mean, realistically, hold on, just answering people. At least you can hear me typing, you know I'm still here. And so it's just a matter of the nearest one that I could go sign a contract is there in the building is located near Plaza Las Victorias, but in this year it got closed down for no reason, and from the outside it's empty. A lot of them, Edwin, get closed down because they are criminal. Tons of them run, they don't pay their employees, and then they take off. That's why those big ones where you go into the office and stuff, they're actually kind of scary. That's where you get the big frauds because they have a lot of money. And they use that money to defraud people. When we hired one of our earliest Nicaraguan employees, definitely not our first, but this is a number of years ago, the one who actually bought us the Simple, he's been one of our key managers for forever. He came to work for us, and the company he had worked for was a call center, and they owed him a year of salary and had been threatening everybody working there for so long that, if they didn't show up to work, they would never get paid. Well, of course, they were never going to get paid. But people were so desperate for the money they had already earned that everyone kept coming to work. And they didn't get caught until he came to work for us. He gave up. He's like, I have to feed my family. I have to lose a year's salary. He came to work for us, and he's like, you have an unlimited time off policy. We're like, yeah. He's like, can I use time off to go to court? We're like, of course you can. And so he had a fully funded job paying him to go to court, and they were not prepared for that. And he came down with ins, and they locked the doors and seized the computers and the chairs and the desks and everything. But the company, all their employees, they were ready, and they just hopped a plane and fled before they could seize their passports. And they even said, the government said, you have to pay all this money. They're like, sorry, we can't. We invested all the money for salary into a competing call center in Colombia, and moved all the jobs there. It was intended fraud from the very beginning. So you have to make sure this is why you have to make sure every paycheck comes through. Never keep working. I mean, like I said, the guy, by the time he mentioned he didn't get his paycheck, it had been 48 hours, and we offered to run it over in cash the same day. Obviously, take the cash and work another week and see if they pay you the next week. But if they stop paying you, don't keep working. Maybe work while you're looking for another job, but just leave as soon as you get one. So I have to work in the building that is located 500 meters from NL Central intersection, so far from where I live. Edwin, don't give up. So this is an American mentality, but it's a good one. Don't give up good career options because you live far away. I know it's great to control where you live, but there is so much life opportunity when you it's an American mentality, and it has a lot of negatives, but think about how much you could earn and how little an apartment in that area might be. Does it really? I mean, it depends how much more it is than what you're earning now. But getting into a system where you earn more and more and more, because I have friends who worked in call centers and they were making $1,100 after a couple years. And he quit because he wanted even more money, and then got scammed by that Jake's on the Beach place. So he worked there for one day and found out that he took a job as a manager, and then it turns out the owner doesn't consider anyone who's Nicaraguan to be a manager, and so he was actually there to be just the maintenance guy and do all the maid stuff. And he's like, you hired me to be the manager. I'm supposed to manage people. And he came from a big business doing management, and he's like, no, you're a worker, which is a common theme over at Jake's when he deals with the businesses next to him. When the managers are Nicaraguan, he just goes, no, I want to talk to the real manager. And you're like, I have all the authority, jerk. So he's, not not welcome in our establishments. But that is a common thing. So he went there for one day and quit, and then came and worked for us for a while. Sarang says the challenge is Anika may speak good English grammar, but if they were taught by someone who had not lived in the US or Canada, so their pronunciation, it's not good enough to get a call center job. Yeah, that's absolutely the case. The biggest problem here is that the schools have no good process. The public schools have no good process for teaching English. They, like schools in the US, once a teacher is in, just like my Spanish teachers in school couldn't speak Spanish, the English teachers here can't speak English. And so they're taught for years and years and years by people who don't speak English. And so they think they've taken years of learning English, and then it turns out that they don't really know nearly as much as they thought, and it's deeply ingrained incorrectly. At least they're able to watch YouTube and Netflix and stuff and hear English, and need to be doing that. Because people I know who've done that with no access to English, like one of my best friends lives in Romania. She never had access to anyone who spoke English her entire life. She watched YouTube and Netflix and is a fluent speaker, completely fluent. And that was it. She's like, yeah, you learn the pronunciation from television. Of course that's right, because everybody watches it. So it's available, but it's very hard for people to learn, and people just don't practice or think that through and use the tools. But even, and I use this story a lot. One of my best friends here was a teacher in the Chinandega system, but because she was the youngest teacher, they didn't respect her information, but she was the only one who spoke English, and her English was weakish. But she was way ahead of the other teachers. So she would constantly write to me. She'd be in like meetings and they would force her to say things wrong. And she would text me and be like, okay, listen to what they're saying. And here's what I'm saying. And I'm like, yeah, no, they don't know. That's really basic. You would not be able to call yourself an English speaker if you spoke like that. Like that's too much wrong. Like there's a lot of things you can be wrong and be like, no, you still speak English. That was way too wrong. And she's like, that's what I thought. Like, I thought I was crazy, but they're so insistent. But they're senior, and so they determine what English is. They just make it up, and it's the authority. Now, she ended up quitting because of that, right? And went on to work for us for a long time as an English teacher, and now got her certifications and teaches for much more money, officially through big schools. But she also, right, unlike most Nicaraguans, so she spoke English before we met her, but she knew us for years, and so learned a ton of English because she got to talk to us about everything. She got to hear us speak. She got to speak directly and have that practice and ask us questions every day. And then she married an Australian. So her access to English is nearly as good as if she didn't live in Nicaragua. And they still didn't listen to her. Like, it was so much more important to play the high school internal politics kind of thing that was more important who had been there longer as a teacher than who was capable of teaching the material. And so that stuff really hurts Nicaraguans, that the access to good English classes is all but impossible outside of a few really isolated opportunities. Concentrix allows Americans to work from home. Patricia, remember, if you are an American and you try to work with an American company, everything's going to fall apart. Are they requiring Nicaraguans to work from their office building? So yes, they require Nicaraguans to work from their office building. So I get this a lot because people know we hire in Nicaragua. As an American employer, we cannot hire you if you have an American ID. Right? We can't. So unless you revoke your citizenship to live in Nicaragua and then want to work in Nicaraguan rights, we can't hire you. And Concentrix is going to be exactly the same. They're not going to have the ability to give you a job if they find out you're an American. And that's something that Americans often don't understand, is that you can't take foreign jobs, right? So you have a number of problems. So Concentrix, I don't believe, allows anyone to work from home. But they also aren't paying contractors. They are hiring through INS. You're not allowed to be salaried. You're not allowed to be employed by a Nicaraguan entity, and you're not allowed to be employed in Nicaragua. So there's layer after layer of, no matter what Concentrix is doing, it is not open to Americans. Nothing that a Nicaraguan can reasonably take is open to an American. Sarang says, when in Rivas, I give free English practice groups in the park in Rivas for people that spoke good English but still couldn't get a call center job because their grammar was not clear. Yeah, it's tough. Shipping container homes, hot as hell. Yeah. According to Google Maps, is the only one open and active. Oh no, Edwin, they're everywhere. Drive through the city. There's call centers all over. There's banners everywhere hiring. There's so many call centers. I don't know where you're at doesn't have banners for them, but seriously, we're nonstop ads for them. I know that there's one in Plaza Natura. Jake's on the beach is no bueno. Oh no, they're not really nice people. It's a nice hotel. Like, as far as I know, the rooms are really nice. As long as you're white, he'll treat you really nice. He's blocked on my WhatsApp. He definitely he had his illegal immigrant. Let's just be clear. He has an illegal immigrant managing the place, and from Europe. So he's not, like, he just got there. He's doing border runs. He's not eligible to be a manager of a hotel. He's running the place on his own with Jake's the guy who owns the place abandoned his dog there. And so this illegal immigrant runs the place. I can't actually say he's an illegal immigrant. We have no idea how he could be anything else, because he just showed up and has a working job in Nicaragua. And the guy whose job he took said, wink, wink, yeah, he thinks he can get away with anything. Texted me about the party tonight and got really angry. And I've never spoken to him. One time I said hello, like in the last few months. I've never spoken to him before. And accuses me of promising that we would never throw a party and demanding all this stuff because they don't like Nicaragua, and they don't like Nicaraguan parties, and they don't like Nicaraguan culture, and they didn't build Jake's on the Beach to be in Nicaragua. It's not quite the way he said it, but that's exactly what he meant. They were not cool with being, and they expected every business in the zone around them to not behave as Nicaraguan businesses, even though we're older and we are equal owners. They like claim to own the beach, and it's all theirs, and we have to do things the way they want, because they're Australians and they're in charge and blah, blah, like super obnoxious. And I went off on him. And I'm like, I'm sorry. And we've been in negotiations to buy Jake's on the Beach because it's been failing and they're unhappy. And like for months, because like the location would be kind of handy for us. And if it's really doing as badly as they made it seem, which we were surprised by, we thought it was doing okay. Like we could work out a deal and figure it out, right? Like, okay. And we don't want unhappy foreigners ruining the beach for people. But it's been... So we got into this argument, and I'm like, I'm sorry that you've not managed to sell the place, and I'm sorry that your boss is unhappy with being in Nicaragua and doesn't like Nicaraguan culture and is now stuck with a property he doesn't like. But we have all of our permits. We're doing everything legally. No one promised anything. We're equally part of this. You know, I don't get to complain that you're too quiet just because you're not a Nicaraguan business. And like, this is not okay to treat people this way. And I'm sick of being yelled at by someone who takes an abandoned dog over and scares away my clients. And we've had our staff attacked by the dog. Like our dog has been attacked by his dog, and like all kinds of problems. And his dog's a really nice dog. I don't want to like badmouth his dog. He's a really sweet dog, but he's a huge mastiff that scares our clients because Nicaraguans are generally afraid of dogs, especially really big ones that go around like they own the place because he thinks it's all his property because he lives next door. And so instead of responding and having any kind of like, he's the manager, he screenshots everything and sends it to the actual owner who lives far away because he hates Nicaragua and everything Nicaraguan. And he just goes off on me about, and just lies up and down. Every word from him is a lie. And he made everybody angry. Like, I'm the only one who would speak to him previously because he was super racist. He's the one who was all like, you know, our manager who completely was in charge. 100% everything went through him. We are, at the beginning, completely laissez-faire. We are investors, period. That is it. And he refused. Once he learned that he had brown skin, there was not to be one word with him, and he was angry every time he came across him. And like, it was so not cool. And then they've refused. You know, when he stopped being the manager, there was a girl there who passes as European, and her sister lives in Switzerland, so you may not realize she's Nicaraguan, and her English is so good that but the person that he was angry with grew up in America. So like, sounds like California, looks like California, but with a tan. Well, a lot of California has a tan. And like, okay. And so he's not okay with Americans that have dark skin either. And now the person who's in charge is very Leones, and he won't speak to her and claims to not even know who she is. We're like, you've been negotiating selling the place through her for months. Now you're acting like you don't know. And he's just lying to me back up and down. And he's like, this is why I didn't want to be bothered with any of this. I'm like, yeah, neither did I. That's why I have a manager. And if your manager wants to talk to them, that's what they're supposed to do. You know you're not supposed to reach out to me because I'm not involved. And even if I'm one of the owners, I'm not one of the involved owners. We've had this conversation before. Go through the proper channels. And he's like, this should go through my manager. I'm like, duh. That's why we're yelling, because you went around. Why did you give him my number and go around the manager? So we just blocked him. And then our legal team contacted them and are like, here's our permits for the party. Here's the police presence that are going to be there. Here's the security team that's going to be there. Here's the rules for parties. Here's the blah, blah, blah. Like, they're like, we have crossed our T's and dotted our I's. We are as good as we can be. We have everybody you're worried about attending. There's going to be a lot of eyes on this. So, yeah, why don't you come enjoy the party instead of causing problems? She was pretty scathing. She's like, you do not treat us this way. Like, that was so obnoxious, all because they just didn't like that we're a Nicaraguan business. Like settle down, Mr. Illegal Immigrant. Not the bear you want to poke. Like, we're a legitimate business that's been around for a long time, and we do things for the community. Like, we helped dig out the estuary. We employ tons of locals. We don't have any illegal immigrants working in there. Everyone pays their taxes. Like, we're squeaky clean. You can't call the police on us. I mean, you can, but you're going to get bit. Like, we're really, really careful. And we get audited all the time because we're high exposure, but we're always clean. Like, whew, this is not a fight you want to pick, because we know there's a couple places that, how are they operating and making money? Because they're, not operating legally. We don't know what they're doing, but it's, you can tell when they don't know anything about it, don't have the processes in place, have someone who clearly doesn't have the right to work there. Like, so yeah, we don't recommend there. We don't do any business with them, but never have. They've hated us from day one. They just hate that we're a business next door. They were angry that we bought the place. Like, it was ridiculous. Strong says, sadly, many times people don't show up, yet they message me, or when they see me, they're like, I'll be there. I'm excited to attend, but socializing was more important. That's a big thing. Again, very little hustle just in life, because it's helping yourself. That's a hard thing for people to prioritize. Joe's here. Hey, Scott, good afternoon. Just saw are online and doing a live feed. We love your content. We've been researching some areas near you, El Viejo, north of Trinidad. I know it well. And Corinto. Generally, Corinto's got some neat stuff, but in general, you're not going to want to go to Corinto. The El Viejo beaches, I assume you mean, not El Viejo, the city, because there's a whole large swath of northern Trinidad classified as the El Viejo beach zone, which are very nice. Corinto is not as bad as locals would have you believe, but Corinto itself is a port city. It is shipping containers and a non-stop line of trucks moving shipping containers. It is, there's some nice restaurants there. I don't, like, if you were like, we have to go to Corinto for the day, I'd be like, yeah, whatever. And if you're going to spend like a weekend there, cool. I don't know that there's a hotel. There's probably a ton, but it's got kind of a feel like an old Western rundown ghost town, sort of, but not actually empty, but pretty empty. It's got tons of truckers and very little life. But it does have some restaurants because of the port. Like, some things stay busy. And there's some, like, if you're sitting in just the right restaurant on the beach, you can have a nice view. But I'm not aware of very much like housing or anything. And it's difficult to find, I think it's really difficult to find like a place where you can live in Corinto and not just be nonstop affected by the tractor trailers. Like, it's, it'd be like being in Long Beach, California, where the whole place is nothing but the port. Is it cool? Yeah, if you want to see a port for the day, but do you want to live there? Probably not. But El Viejo and other parts of Trinidad, there's some really cool stuff for sure. Any feedback or thoughts from you being an expert? Oh, that's what I just gave. North of there, in the El Viejo beaches, and Larry is a good expert, if he's still on here, about that, because he loves that area and goes up there a lot. He has... he does pound sand, Scott. A lot of his... Oh, yeah. And they poured a ton of sand out on the beach so they could build a... It's not illegal. You're allowed to do it. But they blocked our view of the sunset because they built out onto the beach. Technically, you're allowed to do it unless we complain. But he put us into a position where we have to call the police and say, hey, he blocked our view. And then they have to tear it down. We don't want to be those guys, but it's like... It's not cool. Now, we know the people on the other side of us. We're going to build out the same, fix some of it that way. We've got a plan. We're going to try to work with it, and maybe we can all work together and kind of move out onto the beach and not hurt anybody, because one more spot down is public access, which means there's no view. It's just a walkway. And if we do it at an angle, and like maybe we can help the guy next door. He's not living there. He moved away for 6 years, so he doesn't care for 6 years. But we could do a little bit when we do ours and fix it for everybody. I don't know. There is a lot of drama on the beach. That is why we moved away. The beach is drama because of all the expats. It's also drama because it's a really small village. So there's local drama and there's expat drama, and the two are independent and both are rough. The local doesn't affect us very much because, you hear about it and you're like, oh, roll eyes, whatever. But the expat drama gets to be a mess. And now the thing is that it gets to be real bad when it's like these, like expat who moved in, was there for a few weeks and then left. I haven't seen him in a year, right? I think that's probably correct. Like, he has no interest in the beach. It's just, to him, it's an investment and nothing else. For us, and this is where we really butt heads, to him, he's trying to make money off of Nicaraguans, which is, that's what you do when you're, I don't know why you do that. We're trying to create jobs for Nicaraguans and hopefully not lose a lot of money. He's living off of the money he makes from these places. Maybe he has other money too. I'm not saying he's only living off of it, but he's using it to live from. It's part of his income. We have a zero income policy from our companies in Nicaragua. Our businesses in Nicaragua are only allowed to use profit to grow the businesses. So like if this business, which is unlikely to ever happen, but if it was to make money, it could buy another hotel on the beach and create more jobs. And if that started making money, you could buy another one or somewhere else or some other business in Nicaragua. It can do things to keep making jobs, but we never get a penny from it. Of course, we get to go sit and it's ours. We get to go enjoy a beer there, and there's benefits for us. I'm not saying there's not. It's not completely altruistic. I love owning restaurants, and I love having enough control to be like, they're going to serve food I like, right? I want a tofu steak. They're going to serve it, right? It's a steakhouse. They're going to serve it anyway. Those are important things for me. They serve the beer I like, not the beer everybody else wants. They serve the beer I like. I get to choose that, right? So there's certain benefits for sure, but we don't take money from it. We are not financially siphoning anything out of the Nicaraguan economy. It's 100% comes from us, not every day, right? But initially it was 100% money we put in, nothing ever comes out. And we have no structure in the company to ever pull it out. We could, in theory, change that in the future, but the current structure doesn't allow for retrieving funds from Nicaragua. It is purely a one-way investment, and the company just reinvests in itself. It's kind of like an employee-owned company, but it's not. But it operates kind of that way, and so that's an important way that we look at it. So companies like his, where they're trying to make money off of Nicaraguans, don't sit well with us in many ways. And he's not involved. It's not like, he wants to live off of it out of the fruits of his labor. He's trying to live off of it with the main worker being someone who's not even legally allowed to work there. So it's tax evasion and illegal immigration and a bunch of things. He's literally not just taking money out of the economy, which he's legally allowed to do in theory, but he's also stealing jobs from the Nicaraguan people, which is, seriously, that's where I go angry, right? Like, as foreigners coming in, you don't have to employ people, but you can't steal a job. It's the one thing that matters here, right? It's a very poor country, and we can't be preying on them because they're vulnerable, and that's totally who he is. I feel like there was something I was answering. Oh, if you bought Jake's, would you keep Jake? Yes, we would keep Jake. As annoying as he can be. He is a sweetheart. Sounds like teachers have a good union. Yeah. A lot of drama on the beach. He can pound sand. Went out for a bit, but I'm back. Joe says, thanks for your info on El Viejo and Corinto. What are the best beaches within an hour and a half drive from Leon? Surfing preferred and fishing. Make a phone call to immigration and fix problems. Yeah, that's not really for us to do, but it's so obvious. So here's the great thing is that Migración is very reachable for Nicaraguans. And having an illegal immigrant working at a really prominent position, there's easily 100 people in the village who feel they could have done that job. Whether that's true or not, I don't know. But they only have to feel they could have, and they weren't interviewed for it because a European is doing that job. A European who doesn't have residency. Just having residency wouldn't be enough. But they don't. And it doesn't even have a Nicaraguan phone number. Texted me from Europe. Like, seriously? So, yeah. Pretty sure at some point someone will get around to phoning them in and be like, I think someone needs to check on this. And all they have to say is someone has to check on this, right? They don't have to know because immigration can check anytime. That's how it works. Same in the U.S., right? It's normal. Someone says, hey, can you just inspect this person that we know isn't a Nicaraguan? It's not like in the U.S. where you can be like, I suspect, and they're there to show us your papers. Like, I'm an American, right? Everybody knows this is not a Nicaraguan. Everybody knows where he's from and how long he's been there. Immigration has every right to come in and be like, so you're working, right? They're like, you're allowed to be here, but you're not allowed to be in a job. That's a problem. Because what they'll do is they'll walk in and say, where's the manager? and they'll be like, what are they going to say? We don't have one. That's not going to go over well. And then he's going to run and hide. Like, what's he going to do? And then they'll come next door and be like, who's the manager? We'll be like, well, this guy's been telling us he's the manager. And then the police will be like, or he's going to be like, I'm the manager. And they'll be like, okay, let's see your papers. And he's not going to have working papers. And then they're going to be like, let's go show you the back of our truck. Right? Like I don't understand. And as someone who invests, like the owner is trying to make money off of this place. That's how you get shut down, right? Suddenly you get your business license yanked. Oh, until you fix a bunch of, you haven't been paying your income tax or your employment taxes for, 9 months or something. Your doors are locked until such time as you pay them, right? Which you can probably pay real quickly, probably not something, but sometimes sometimes it takes them 3 months to clear it up. You pay it today, they might not put it through the system for 3 months. You could be closed a while. And especially if they turn it over to other departments and they're like, hey, can you investigate too? Because, we found something, you probably will too. That can shut you down for a year. And so if you're living off of that, a year of not being open can be really painful. And that's why we got the place that we have. Someone had done that, had unbelievable tax burdens, and because we're squeaky clean, we were able to call the tax office and say, hey, we're going to try to buy this place. We know you're not in good state with them. We're going to work with you to get this trued up so that it's all good. And they were like, oh, thank goodness. Yeah, let's work. And so because we were trying to pay the taxes and we were not the ones who had made the mistake, they were 100% like, yes, let's all work together and solve the problem. And we did. It took, probably like 3 months. And we were able to work it through, come up with a plan, and everybody won. But no one else was willing or able to go through those kinds of things and do that, so we got a place that other people couldn't get. Patricia says, I know she said something, this is about the Concentrics. I know they are different jobs within the same company. I'm just surprised that Concentrics would allow Nicaraguans to work from home since they have the systems in place for Americans. Wouldn't allow Nicaraguans to work from home since they have the same in place for Americans to work from home. Well, they have the systems in place. Everyone has the systems in place. I don't know any company in the modern world that can't let people work from home. When I worked on Wall Street, we had policies that everybody had to work from home at least once every 2 weeks because they had to know you were ready to work from home at a moment's notice. Now, that was a really important job, so they were much more, it's not like these jobs where it's like, oh no, we're down for a day, the world doesn't end. If the U.S. federal banking infrastructure goes down for the day, the world could end. So they're really, really careful about those things. They had multiple cities with cold call center sites if people didn't feel like working from home. You had multiple cities you could re-evacuate to. This is in case of like tremendous hurricane, tidal waves, stuff like that. Tsunamis, those kinds of things. They were prepared for unbelievable levels of evacuation and disaster. And part of that was every single person had to be able to work from home at a moment's notice all the time. Every person had to have a backup, not work from home option just in case all work from home failed. Like they had so much redundancy. And none of us ever saw those sites. They're like, no one ever wants to go there. Who wants to go to Buffalo and see a dark office? We have one person that goes around and keeps the cobwebs off of everything. It's like, that is so awful. Just a dark office that does nothing 24/7. But here in Nicaragua, it is very uncommon to allow people to work from home because everyone takes second jobs. Like the dedication to really doing a job well, partially because the salaries are much lower, is low, and so many people can't afford good working environments. So if they're like call center workers, often it's so loud that they can't do it. Remember, Nicaragua's loud. So tons and tons and tons of people have homes that they can't make a phone call from. That is super normal. And all those people come around and scream in your windows. They're like practically there to sabotage the work from home environment. Like it's a major, major problem. So one of the reasons that they push for offices so much here is that they're able to provide a secured environment where the noises from the outside can't get in and can't interrupt them all during the day, which also means that a lot of people like doing it because it's a break from the same all the time. So it goes both ways. I mean, obviously a lot of Nicaraguans want to work from home. It's the way to go. Now, my team mostly doesn't do call center work. Most of my people in Nicaragua are developers. So we don't care if they can be on the phone, right? So they're in tech and medical fields and stuff. And so they're able to, either they make enough that they can just live wherever they want, or they're not on the phone, or when they are, it's, they're just talking to our internal team and everybody expects noise in the background and they just mute it and whatever. Oh, there was a 5.5 earthquake at 2 p.m. just 30 minutes ago. I did not notice. Did not feel anything here. My alert didn't go off, or it didn't notify me. Oh, there it is. Oh, I did see it, and I was ignoring it. Went off at just west of El Viejo. Bum, bum, bum. Sorry, a little bit phlegmy. Thanks for your info on El Viejo and Corinto. What are the best beaches within about an hour and a half drive from Leon? Okay, we got the map up. Let's go take a look. Now, I'm not an expert on the El Viejo beaches. I've definitely been to some, and there's some beautiful ones up there. But there's a lot to explore. It's a really big area. So going to the south, okay, so Transito, right here. Let me see if you can see it. Yeah, so Transito is really pretty, but it's kind of a rough surfing beach. Generally not the kind of place you want to go to. Grand Pacifica, I'm told, is trash. You don't want to be there. Everybody is bailing on the place. The upside is you can get one of the huge houses for $80K. Downside is you can't get internet. So it all depends what you care about in life. But from people down there, I would not go to Grand Pacifica. That is an enclave. And the farthest point within your driving region. Down here, Montelamar, Mazachapa, Pochimil, they're fine, very Nicaraguan, but that's more than your hour and a half. You'd basically have to drive way into Santa Rita and drive way out through the middle of nowhere to get down there. Not a great way to go. So it's really weird that this is via El Carmen, because all of this is via El Carmen. Like, something fishy with Google Maps there. 56 kilometers southwest of Punta Conseguina. That's the earthquake, for those who don't know. So realistically, of the nice beaches, generally you want to rule out El Transito. It will be fixed in the future. They will take the highway out there, but it's not there now. Playa Hermosa, I hear, is really nice, but I've not been to it. El Valero is crazy nice, probably pretty expensive, but just hard to explain. It's like super modern Nicaraguan, which is really cool. Miramar, kind of surfing village with a really nice beach. Puerto Sandino, this is a port, but it's not a deep water port like Corinto. So you'd mostly be looking at a small village, not so much a beach, but it's really close to a lot of beaches. So if you're okay being in a village and you want something cheaper and a little bit more like, I don't think you're going to want this, but if you want something kind of like Nicaraguan village life, but right next to the water, Puerto Sandino can be okay. Now, let's zoom in a little bit. So with that whole stretch, this is what we call the Southern Leon Beach Loop. This big loop right here. All along there is nice beaches, so that's fine. Okay, right here is Playa Tesoro. John, who is one of the owners of Playa Tesoro, is going to be at the party tonight. So if anyone's going to be at the party, make sure you say hi to the Tesoro crew who's coming out. So they have a beautiful but very remote beach. No question, super remote, but it's absolutely gorgeous. And you can watch my videos on Playa Tesoro to understand what that one's like. And then just north of that is Salinas Grandes. That is the slightly more built up, but basically equally remote beach in that zone. They both connect on this really, really back road, dirt road in from the main road. Beautiful area, but this is definitely, I want to be disconnected from the world. Then we have this green area here. This is the Isla Juan Venado, which literally means John Green Island. But this is a wildlife preserve, so there can be no houses in there. And then here we have Las Penitas, Ponaloya, and Los Brasiles, the three beaches in a row. Las Penitas is where I live. Absolutely love it. I think it's wonderful. A lot of my viewers are in Ponaloya, and they like it. It's a very different vibe. Las Penitas is more modern, more expats, which is not my thing, but more locals. And Ponaloya is more old money, people coming in from out of town, often older expats who've been around. It's definitely the much older of the beaches. Both are very nice, just totally different vibes. It's funny because they're so next to each other. They're so connected. And like, I have friends from Ponaloya and they texted me about the party. They're all, walking down to go to the party in Las Penitas. And it's funny how connected in one place they are. Because like, the school is in Ponaloya, so everybody from Las Penitas goes to Ponaloya school. But they're two completely separate beaches with different vibes. Los Brasiles is like a remote area where you're completely cut off from everything, I don't think you want to be out there. It's just too much. Oh my gosh, I gotta go tell her what to make for dinner. I will be right back. Keep that thought going. Ask questions. I'm so sorry I forgot to tell her what to make for dinner. Oh, hi, doggy. You've been just sleeping for a long time. Okay, I'm here. Gotta ask my wife something about food. Oh. Of course, she's not gonna answer very likely. All right. Okay, sorry for the delay. This is for Joe about the different places. Los Brasiles, you got to be adventurous, right? You're talking about living on an island. You can only come and go at ridiculous times when there's the right tide or anything. And then this is all uninhabitable through here. I don't think you're going to find anything along there. And then you've got Corinto. This is the port here. So anything along this long, narrow stretch. See if you can see my mouse. Yeah. So along that long, narrow stretch, you're dealing with the traffic, right? This road that's highlighted here, that is what the trucks are coming down. So if you live along there while there is a lot of beach, you're potentially always on the beach in front of trucks. It is potentially a beautiful area, just be aware. It's industrial, right? It is what it is, and it does have a higher crime rate because it's just a bunch of longshoremen working up there. Now, along here, I don't know how many of these are really very good. Like, notice there's no roads. If there's no roads going out to things, you really got to be pretty adventurous to want to go out there. Famously, Aposentillo is supposed to be quite good. I've been to some little ones out here. I think Rosario, but still, how are you going to get there? Chiquilillo is popular. And I know Larry goes to a few out here that I really don't know. And if you look for places with restaurants, they'll give you a little bit of like, okay, someone must be able to get out there. So Manzano, right, or whatever this is, there's Costa del Sol, there's Tapas and Surf. I don't know how many of these places are still open, but oh, you like this new style with maps. Well, it's not always intentional, so I like being able to be on video, but it is it's all we can do today. But at least with the maps, it is kind of interesting for a lot of things. So yeah, that works. I mean, I like being able to show stuff. This is cool. So I actually don't know what this is officially called. Oh, this is Santa Maria del Mar, right there, and basically this is all the Aposentillo region. And then this technically, Aserradores, would be kind of beachy, but not. Now, I've been there, and there was never a village there. Marina Puesta del Sol, last time I stayed there 10 years ago, it was $450 per night, and it's absolutely amazing. This is such a beautiful area, but there's no place to be there unless you're inside this resort. So probably not what you want, but they were really cool. Really, really beautiful area. But there's other things like little beach resorts, Boom Oasis. Things have grown up a bit over there, so you could potentially find things. But be aware, everything that you're looking at up in that region, you're talking about very remote areas. You're looking at being far beyond the normal population zones, far beyond where people think of as places to live. And there are certainly expats up there. Like, I don't want to discourage you from going up there. There's a lot of great opportunity up there. There's a lot of beautiful spaces, but you have to be aware that you're talking about, and a lot of those are going to be quite a bit more than an hour and a half from Leon. So let's assume you want to come into Leon to go to a grocery store. Now, really, you'd go to Chinandega, but let's say you're going to come to downtown Leon. Okay, so we're going to pick this from the supermercado, and we're going to get directions, if I can figure out where the directions button is, and we're going to start from... Right, now that's only an hour and 45 minutes from downtown out to Jiquilillo, so that's not terrible. So everything within the El Viejo zone, now obviously... Notice there's all this up here that's going to be quite a bit farther away. None of that is traditionally accessible. When I was here 10 years ago, this road was not passable. You couldn't get past Conseguina. Now Potosí is the ferry location going over to El Salvador, so that's kind of cool now, but it's a brand new thing going on. There's a couple little villages out here, but I don't know that there's anything of interest. I don't know if anything has grown up because everything out there is brand new. I think this is just photos, and I'm not sure you're even allowed to build in some of that area. So you have to be really conscious of being very, very remote. Larry is back. Just jump back on. Go to Playa Santa Maria. Okay, that's the one that I was saying. I just wasn't sure that that's what he said. Very beautiful and remote. Yep. Cool. That was... We'll go back down there. I've got to step away again because I'm dealing with the food. That is right there. And really, they're pretty close to each other. So, like, this zone is really where the... happening stuff is. And it's worth pointing out that this road coming through here, through Manzanillo, all of that was 100% abandoned 10 years ago. The only thing there was Aserradores, and all of that was completely jungle. So it's really grown up, but this is a brand new development area since I used to live here. All right, I'm going to step away and deal with some food, and I'll be right back. Okay, I'm back. Hopefully my kids get fed. Oh, you're not seeing my map anymore? It should be there. This is my membership. Give me free fruit and drinks at Desperados. We're not seeing your map. Larry, how are things up there in Santa Maria? That's from Joe. How long have we been on? 5.5 hours. You know, it's easy to do a long live stream when you start early in the morning. Imagine how much easier this would have been if I hadn't had to wait for hours for my nurse. He was supposed to come at 6:30 and then ended up coming at 8:30. Scott, looks like you have an IV. Yes, I do. Did you not see that earlier? Did it like flash by? How did you not notice? Yeah, no, I'm incredibly sick. Most everyone's heard this, especially because we tried a live stream last night and I looked like death warmed over and then hit by a car. I've been sick for a couple months, and something happened. I got infected in my foot, but we didn't know I was infected. And I then last week, today's Saturday, so 8 days ago, I fell hard, but just stupid old guy fall, right? Not like something happened. I was walking in a parking lot. I was just doing laps because I walk, right? And my left foot kind of slipped out and my right leg was not in a position to catch me. And so I decided I didn't want to wrench everything. And so I just let myself go down, as is what I should do, right? Don't break something. I'm old. So I got to sit and just take my lumps. And no, I do not have dengue. You don't have an IV for dengue. I've had dengue. That's fine. I mean, I'd rather not, but it's no big deal. So I sat straight down, hit my knee hard, got a nice bruise. That part wasn't the problem. The problem was I was on an angle. That's why it slipped in the first place. And so I slid down the hill on my knee. And so dirt and rocks tore through my knee. It was so bad. And the dirt just packed into deep cuts. So I wasn't able to bleed it out. And I ended up, and it took hours before I could get to a doctor. And so I did finally get my doctor to come over. I mean, he saw a picture and he's like, I'm on my way over. Oh my gosh. And Marcella's mom tried to clean it out and she's like, I can't handle how bad this is. You got to get to a hospital. So my doctor came over, he cleaned it out. That was super painful, treated it. And I started taking antibiotics. That was Friday night, right? So I fell probably about 10 o'clock in the morning. And I was waiting for people that could not be interrupted. So I had to so I was in this parking lot, caked in dirt. So first of all, a bunch of quote unquote young guys who are in their 30s run over and grab me like I'm this fragile old man and help me over to a bench. That was super embarrassing. Like, dude, I'm bleeding. I'm not unable to get back up. Like, come on. And they retrieved my coffee cup and helped me to a bench. It was so bad. And but then I'm like, well, I got to clean. Like, I can't sit on this bench. So I went and found a liter of water in my car because I couldn't leave. I couldn't go anywhere. I had to wait for people. So, I mean, if I was going to die, I could leave. But I was actually in a hospital parking lot. And so I poured a liter of water across it to get as much dirt out as I could. But I'm like, I don't have any alcohol. I don't have anything to clean it with. I don't have a single thing remotely sanitary. So this just sucks. So I'm like, the only thing I can do is make it bleed. So I got up and just started walking hard to make the blood flow and force it to bleed, which I did for a while. So I've got blood running down. So at first it wouldn't bleed because the dirt was so packed in that I couldn't get the blood out. So it was really dangerous because that's how you get problems. So I just walked and got it to bleed quite a bit. And so I was like, okay, I'm probably okay. And then once we got to Marcella's mom's house, she cleaned it up some and was like, no, I can't. So my doctor came over and cleaned it up. And then I started taking a series of antibiotics, which I took until yesterday morning, I think, is when I ran out. And that doesn't seem right. Must have been the day before. Anyway, not super long. And at first it was like, okay, yeah, this seems a bit better. I'm not really worried about this. Of course it hurts, I fell hard. But then yesterday morning I'm like, I'm having these shooting pains like deep down in my knee, and I'm worried that I fractured something low. I don't know how I would have fractured it. I didn't come down that hard. I slid hard. I didn't fall hard. So it's really weird to have broken something, but I'm worried, so I just want to get an x-ray. So I went and got an x-ray, which, for those who weren't on earlier, x-ray at the private hospital, 15 minutes, $20. I then went back home, sent him to my doctor, and described what was going on. And he's like, I think we have Larry. Yeah, I will be at Desperados tonight. I'm feeling great. But the bus instructions are, hold on. We put up a map and everything for you, Larry. Let me get rid of this. This is not relevant to anything. But it was coming from one block from the direction, so it kind of worked. Okay, there's La Colonia. So this, no, I'm pretty much spot on. Oh gosh. Sometimes I move the map way too fast and I lose everything. Right here, Larry, on Ruben Dario, in front of what's incorrectly listed as the Hostel Facente. This corner, right at La Salle and Facente, and right on Ruben Dario is where they're doing the pickup. I don't know how long I'm going to be at Desperados tonight. I definitely don't have unlimited energy, but I'm going to do my best to be there. There's no way I want to skip being there. So my doctor came over last night, and he's like, ooh, deep, sharp pains. That's not good. Now, he had looked at my foot that I was complaining about a week before as well, and he's like, you got varicose veins. That's the problem. I'm like, oh, that doesn't seem right. Like, nothing about that adds up. And so I was all like, okay, I don't know. We'll just ignore that. I was pretty sure like something had bit me or who knows. So, oh gosh, people need more things. So he. Everybody able to see me okay? So he's like, you have a soft tissue infection. And by that point, by last night, like I just been getting sicker and sicker, and my knee was starting to have shooting pains, and my foot was getting worse. Okay, cool. And I had shivers, and I was starting to develop a fever, and I had terrible fatigue all week, and I can't remember what else. And so they're like, okay, yeah, no, you have this infection. Damn. So he's like, okay, here's all the things we need. We're going to send a nurse because it's better to have a nurse do it than a doctor. So my nurse came over. We have a nurse that we use at home, $16 per visit, $16.25, something like that. So for anyone who's wondering what a nurse call in home is, so he came over last night for about 2 hours. He also came over this morning at 8, and he'll come over this evening in 3 hours for me. And hold on, Marcella's asking me to do things. So the nurse came over, and first he gave me just a shot of saline, and they hooked me up to the IV thing, gave me a shot of saline, and I immediately went into a sugar crash. Like instantly, I could feel the water going up my arm, and I just crashed, sweat pouring, everything swirling. Lost my hearing. I didn't see stars. This is one thing that stayed, but I was so sick so fast. But then they got me a glass of water, and it calmed down pretty quickly, and they held my feet up. And so I survived that, and then they gave me really powerful penicillin-based antibiotics and a few other things. I'm on a whole bunch of stuff. I don't know what it is, and they told me to go to bed without my dogs, which I'm very upset about. The dogs are very upset about. So I had already slept basically the whole day yesterday, and then slept basically all night. And pretty much woke up this morning feeling great. So not only does my knee not really hurt anymore, I mean, it still hurts, like there's no skin on it. And every time he does anything, he rips all the skin until it's bleeding again. Like, he's like, there's crap in here, we got to get it out. So they just keep tearing at it and tearing at it. It's so nasty. So that's a lot of pain there, but when my doctor initially did it, he's like, this is so bad, I have to give you lidocaine. Yeah. So now that I'm on this good medicine, I feel absolutely fantastic. It's no problem at all. it's a miracle, right? Because I was so bad. But then my left foot, that's been a problem for 2 months, fixed. I had like a rash on it. It was painful. It was burning. All kinds of things were bothering me. And since I woke up this morning, none of it, including there was like a big lump in the bottom. Up until last night, when I went to bed last night, I had all these problems. The top of it was burning. The bottom of it had this lump. Walking was painful. Driving was a real problem because like the angle your foot sits at in the car was always putting pressure where it hurt. And it was really bothering me. And today, None of it at all. Whatever was going on was the exact same thing in my foot, I'm pretty sure. I think the infection in my knee came from my foot. I think I was already infected, and it just spread because of the opportunity. But so that is where I've been. And now I'm feeling great. I have not eaten in a few days, but that's not a problem. And I'm not hungry, so it doesn't matter. I did have glucose test given this morning because they're worried about the fact that I got the infection at all. And I'm at 119 during a long fast, which is high. It's not diabetes, but it is pre-diabetes, so need to watch that. I do drink plenty of water. That's not really a problem. And we have no track record of my glucose levels, so we really don't know if it's been like this for 40 years or 3 months, right? It could be a new thing. It could be an old thing. It could be tied to me being sick. It could not be. Right, we just don't know. So that is my current health status. I'm now able to walk without a problem, which is nice. And I've got this for 6 more days. But they said if I wasn't better by either tomorrow or Monday, I was going to have to be hospitalized. Like they're like, okay, we're probably going to be okay, but this could be bad. And so looking like it's going to be good. No worries. I'm generally pretty healthy and resilient, so I don't tend to get worried about stuff. Every time we do anything, they're like, did that hurt? I'm like, it doesn't hurt. And then they're like scraping my knee. I'm like, okay, that does hurt. Yeah, but it's scraping my knee hurt. Brent says, glad you're better. Did you mention that the new arrival, Jimmy, was ill? He's not exactly ill. I did mention, though. Yeah, he sliced his foot open, has a bunch of stitches. I'll see him tonight. Now, he can't go up to the party deck. I am ambulatory. I can go up and down the stairs, so I'll be leaving people behind. But we talked about it a bit. Because of him, we discovered a emergency on-call doctor on the beach at Las Penitas, which is a vote for Las Penitas for people who are wondering about which beaches to live on. You know, when you're north of San Juan del Sur, none of the beaches have a clinic or anything like that. Las Penitas actually has a tiny one-doctor clinic. It's private, but super cheap, super convenient. They come to your house. But it says, what a drag it is getting old. Yeah. Yep, this is a bit of getting old, kicking my butt. So, and I need to lose some weight. What I really need to do, my wife and I were talking about, we've been talking about this for forever. I need to get a thyroid panel because we talked about this earlier in the live stream before a lot of people were here. I once did an experiment to see when I would get hungry, and the answer was 28 days. My metabolism is so low that I can go 28 days without feeling hunger pains, without getting any of the symptoms of hunger. Now, it's been a long time. I'm sure I can't go 28 days anymore, but I can probably go 12, right? Which is not how it's supposed to be. Like right now, I'm on 2.5 days without any food. I did have a smoothie a day and a half ago, right? And I have water, of course, and I had a coffee. But I've had no food, and I don't feel hungry. I don't need any food. I'm not low on energy, not low on blood sugar, high on blood sugar. Not needed at all. So it's a challenge that all of the conventional wisdom about metabolisms and how things work, they don't apply to me. So yeah, we can take some tests and be like, your glucose is 119. Okay, that's high, but it's not like crazy high. And I know someone's gonna be like, that seems crazy high, but you have to remember it's a fast number, so it's not as high as it seems. It is not great, but it is not holy cow terrible either. And really, with my weight and age, what's the expectation? But there's no way. It's so hard for me to lose weight because I never get hungry. I'm never at a point where I actually need food. So cutting out food does surprisingly little to losing weight. I know that sounds ridiculous. Obviously, if you stop eating, you lose weight. But I stop getting nutrients over an unbelievable length of time. And I need nutrients, but I don't need the calories. It's very hard to get all the nutrients without some amount of calories. And it's really hard to give up the social mechanism of eating. And once you start eating, it's like drugs. Like you just want to do it all the time. Now, most people, you can do it all the time because you need to eat more than once a day. I only need to eat once a week. If I was eating only when I got hungry, yeah, it would be more than once every 28 days. It's not like I ate once after 28 days and then didn't get hungry for another 28 days, right? Like it wouldn't work that way. But it really is like I don't need to eat even every day or possibly even every week. Is that really what I should be doing? That's so outside normal, and it's not fun because I enjoy food. I own restaurants, right? I have to eat every day just to be able to try all the different food that we make once a month or two. And I love traveling and eating food in different places. Food is one of the most key things in the human experience, and I don't need it, and it's bad for me. That is a terrible combination of things. Luckily, I'm not big on desserts, or that would be a big problem. How long till dogs forgive? It's going to be quite a while because they're not allowed to sleep with me all week. They are so angry. So angry. Yeah. And they were so angry last night. They weren't just angry with me. They were angry with everyone else, too. And Mia, at least, did not sleep all night. She was just up being angry. Now, they did sleep with me all day, so it wasn't the worst thing in the world, but today they don't get to sleep with me all day, so they're going to be really annoyed tonight when they try to come to bed with me and they can't. And it's really bad for me. Like, you have to weigh, is it better to sleep better or to have the dogs in my bed? Or not to have the dogs in my bed. And I can't figure out how they think the dogs are going to make my infection worse. But not sleeping well, because I don't sleep well without my dogs, definitely makes my infection worse. Like, I need to sleep and sleep really well to be able to be healthy. I only sleep with dogs. It's how I function. Now, it is true. If they were like, oh, you shouldn't sleep with the dogs against your knee. Okay, I can work that out. That's not a problem. But because that's what I've been doing. Right, they're always against my knee. Princess, I did decide on my visit in a week or so to stay at Las Penitas for a couple of days, a few days at the obligatory Granada, several days in Leon, a couple at the beach. All old guy in hostel stays. Let's see how that goes. Oasis in Granada. Oh, interesting. The Spa and Poco a Poco in Leon. Las Cabanas in Las Penitas. I don't know where Las Cabanas is. Is that one of the new ones? I know that they were talking about... I've seen some places being built. Is that on the sand, Brent, or is that in the village? Because I saw some places that I thought were going to be like Airbnb type things being built in the village, just two of them, and Las Cabanas would be a good name for them. I can't remember if I saw that name on them or just imagined they would be called that. But they look cute, but they're right in the middle of the village. It's very funny. But they're like right next to where my house is going to be, so you can be like, this is my house. But I don't know if that's the place. Are they in the... Why don't we just look at the map? We have the power. I'll only bring up the map if it's actually there. Las Penitas. I don't think they're on Google Maps yet. Nothing with that name has come up. Tons of things don't exist on the maps. Casa Bambucha. I think that's... Yeah, it's my friend's place. Yeah, I think I know the place. They looked really cute from the outside. Brand new, right? They're like super modern, very small, but I mean, what do you want? It's like a little tiny apartment with its own little yard. Very cute. I thought it was a neat idea that they were putting there. So, yeah, impressive looking. Hopefully that is cool. You'll have to let us know what it's like. But that is 1 block from where I'm building, if it's where I think. I'm not building right now. You're not going to see anything. That's the depressing thing. Always. It's where I'm going to build someday. I'd really like to live there now, right? I want to be somewhere quiet. I want to be closer to things. I mean, there's a lot of nice being in the city, but I've kind of, I don't know. I bounce back and forth. When you're in the beach, you want to be in the city. When you're in the city, you want to be in the beach. But I don't like running errands in the city. I don't enjoy that. James says, fellow old guy, hope hostels work. Actually, it's Cabanas Rusticas. Hey, let's look for that. That it thinks it has. Oh. Okay, so that's on the road coming into the village. There's photos. Hold on. Switch over. So everyone can... Okay, first let me close this so you guys can see. Wow, that's bouncing around like crazy. Okay, so this is where they are. This is basically... Let me make sure I've got my bearings. Where's the road? Okay, so this is 2 blocks before the medical clinic and the pharmacy in Las Penitas. Okay, so these are the... Oh, those are very rustic. Oh, but that's cute. I've never actually paid attention to these as we go by. You know, it's funny, living out there for so long, clearly that's not taken from there. Again, not even close. Oh, that is a cute dog. Oh, did you verify that the dog comes with the place? Because, I mean, get your money back otherwise. So many of the places along there, we go past them all the time, and you never, ever look at them. You never, like, pay attention. They're so, like, set back. I have no idea how people find them, why people find them. It's so weird. There's all these like out of the way places. No one knows who owns the places. No one's ever met the owners. They don't do anything. It's so funny. Brent, what place was that? I can't even imagine who that would be. You're going to tell me it's my place. I can get you in. These seem very rustic. Seems chill. It's a chill part of the beach. Like, yeah, that is definitely not there. Yeah, it's a quiet area, so you can get out there and, you know, no one's going to bother you. No one's going to notice you're there. Okay, so that's what it looks like. I've probably seen the outside, and it's like, I just got to... When I go out in a few hours, I'll see if I notice it. It is... Okay. Right in the middle of the village, but it must be on the north side. There's really only one party hostel. La Botica? What could that be? That just looks like a pharmacy. Why is that the photos of the pharmacy? What the heck is wrong with people? So you are staying right there, and the party is right here. Yeah, so places that, I don't know. There's Oasis, Mano a Mano. There's no way it's the Simple that wouldn't let you in. Caracalitos? I can't imagine Caracalitos having an age limit. There really aren't very many party hostels in Las Penitas. It's not really a party hostel kind of place. The Simple kind of created that because it was like, this is missing. Once upon a time, Bigfoot had a party hostel there, and it went bye-bye. And then maybe Tappy House. That's not really a party hostel. So none of them seem like the kind of place that would limit you. Tappy House may not allow you because there's so many mosquitoes there that if you're over 60, you're likely to die from loss of blood. That's like the worst place for mosquitoes. I've never been to the actual place, but walking the road in front of it is like the worst mosquitoes I've ever experienced in my life, other than the trip with Josimar to Honduras. Dear Lord. But those are small mosquitoes that just annoyed you. The ones at Tappy House like were vicious, like little tiny flying scorpions or something. It was completely insane. Somebody just arrived, but I don't know who the heck it is. The gate just opened. Oh no, it's our cook leaving. She has to go get ready to party for the day. Everybody's getting off early so they can go party. It is a party day. Party day. All right, we're coming up on 6 hours, and we have a lot of people on. I mean, mostly. Oh, Brent says, yeah, I can't find it right now. Not a biggie. It was the only place I've seen with the upper age restriction. Yeah, totally weird. It'd be good to know because, you know, we're always recommending places and stuff. There's always, if you're on enough live streams and mention it enough, there's almost always someone who might be like, hey, come stay with me. I know 1 or 2 people on the beach that hang out on the live streams and would be up for the old regulars hanging out in the middle of town. But yeah, we're on 6 hours, which is freaking awesome on a Saturday morning. I do wish we'd have been able to start 2 hours earlier. That would have been fantastic because I feel great, and it's nice to get this done. But I have not recorded my video for today yet, and I have not gotten ready for the party yet, which I need to go do. And Marcella needs me to take her places to get ready for the party. And I have the nurse coming at 6. The number of things going on, considering I'm sick, is pretty insane. And considering everyone's sick, like I do not have the most major of the medical issues going on in the house. And I don't have the most major of the medical issues going on in my family. So I'm just the one. Oh, it's because I do this. You can see it. I was wondering how Joe saw that. I'm actually the completely healthy one. Like, yeah, my knee hurts. But, like, seriously, I scraped up my knee. So it's really not that bad. I'm just the one on television and well known for my problems. Can't hide when I'm sick, so everybody knows about it. No, but legitimately, yesterday I felt like death. It went from in the morning, I was like pretty good. Like I drove to the hospital to get the x-ray. I'm like, yeah, whatever, get an x-ray, blah, blah, blah. And then by the evening, I'm like, I kind of couldn't understand people in Spanish anymore. Like it was deteriorating bad. And I pretty much got home and said, I'm going to lay down in bed, and pretty much never got out of bed till this morning. So even the entire time the doctor was here, the entire time the nurse was here, never got out of bed. I'm like, I'm going to die. But just being over dramatic. No, mostly I stayed in bed because it was the practical thing to do. And I was tired, so I was able to sleep. Anyway, thanks everyone for joining on a Saturday morning. I'm going to try, I don't know, some impromptu live streams from time to time. That's a lot of fun. And it's nice to shake it up and get different people on, but it sucked that we had to skip the Thursday night. It was something Thursday we missed because of the funeral. We had, in addition to everyone being sick, and this contributed to everyone being sick, Wednesday, Thursday, Friday, yes, were all funeral events for a friend. And so we were involved with that those days. And then just on Wednesday when it happened, I was feeling more or less okay, and then it just deteriorated. So Thursday I was pretty rough, and yesterday I was super bad, and so it went down pretty quickly. Canadian flags. What's that in reference to, James? Sorry. We're gonna give James a minute to explain what he's saying about Canadian flags, and then I think we're gonna call it a day. And I'm cold. Whew. Not like sick cold, just like sitting in a chair for 6 hours drinking cold water cold, with air conditioning on that I don't really need, but I can't turn it off or the lights get too warm. It's impossible to balance the temperature. If I made it cold enough, I could then put on pants, because I'm wearing shorts, and a jacket, and I would love that. And then you could adjust, just unzip a little bit. But that's really obnoxious to air condition to the point where you put on more clothes, so I don't do that. It must be getting colder outside. I wonder if a storm front just rolled in, which would not be good for party night. We are currently 3 hours and 45 minutes from the party, which is hard to believe. It has been such a long time coming that it's hard for me to wrap my brain around that that's happening today. That is pretty exciting. Hope to see some of you there. Anyone who can make it. Awesome that TJ is driving in for that. That is... Oh, looks like Marcella already left, which would help me a lot if I don't have to drive her anywhere, because I really don't want to drive extra for a lot of reasons, including the sickness. But I do need to get videos recorded, and I got to get ready for everything. So it is a bit much for the day. Still waiting on James. Still got 8 people. Woo! This is a pretty decent crowd for... Brent says, hope you continue to feel better. Thank you. Don't party too hardy. Off to work. Enjoy tonight. Try not to overdo. Yeah, I'm definitely not overdoing tonight. It's going to be, it's going to be a very, very chill night for me. I'm guessing I'll only be there for about an hour. I cannot stay long, but I definitely want to greet people and say hi and see the place. I'm so excited to see the place. And pictures, so I'll be able to show you guys hopefully tomorrow what it looks like, and that'll be really cool. But yeah, still waiting on James. Just checking my messages from the day. Oh, someone did a cigar trip to Esteli from my advice and said it was very helpful. That's awesome. Not a lot of questions today. People don't realize I need questions. That's how I make things work. It's how I know what to make. I had 2 videos I wanted to make today, and of course one of them has completely gone out of my mind. I have no idea what it is. Someone posted, "You don't sound too good." I'm just waiting for James. I gotta type this quick message. Switch back. James says, nephew, recent grad pharmacist. They are being geared to replace minor doctor visits to streamline medical. Yeah, the U.S. has done the same thing. Lots of medical is going through the pharmacies, which kind of makes sense because the pharmacists have no job to do. Because, like, let's be honest, everything a pharmacist does should be done by a computer. It's absolutely malpractice to ever allow a human to make the decisions, count the drugs, anything like that. These are things that are really easy for a computer to get incredibly accurate and track and make sure things aren't being stolen and verify all kinds of stuff. Really, really easy and very, very hard for a human to get right. Now, if places want to have a human that double checks things and, says, ooh, I feel like there might be an interaction here that the computers didn't catch. Well, the first thing is, why do you feel that the knowledge base of the world for pharmaceutical is incomplete? If it is, you definitely need to do something about that. We have a global pharmaceutical problem, if that's true, and it is true from time to time. But that should be it. A double check with the system being fixed, not a, it's complaining again, not a having humans do a job that they are very, very bad at and avoiding computers doing a job that they're very, very good at for no reason. So it is every time a pharmacist does that job instead of a computer, you're witnessing corruption and malpractice in the system. It should be. If anybody in the chain of command was being responsible to the American public, it would be illegal. for a pharmacist to do that without a computer dispensing. There's just no excuse for a computer not to be in charge of that. But that means that there's all these highly trained pharmacists who then need work. And then what are you going to do with them? Well, there's a whole bunch of kind of doctory, nursey things that they could potentially do, which is pretty weird. Why do we, what exactly is the training? Why is this something that was done by doctors and now can be done by a pharmacist? What about pharmacist training makes you better at this than other places? Like, doesn't make a lot of sense. There's a lot of gaps. It like exposes that the traditional medical setups were wrong. You know, oh, these people who aren't trained, they're actually just as good as the people who are trained. Oh, why did you tell us we had to use the people who were trained? Why was that a requirement? Oh, just because you wanted to charge us more. I see. Just because you wanted to withhold medical care and make it, you know, a limited resource. I see. That explains a lot. But, you know, that's the world we're in. Luckily not here, but that's one of the reasons why we're terrified of medical care in the United States. It's always like that, and Canada's not that much different. So, yep, here pharmacists are not super trained, but they also just dispense what they're told to dispense. They trust that the doctors wouldn't write it. That's one of the problems in the US. Doctors just write anything without care, and then they trust that the pharmacist will fix it. But the pharmacist doesn't know what they're doing. They only know what you can't do. So there's no actual like complete picture of your health care. It's all these just haphazard things, and they have a whole process by which they scribble so they can't be sued. So no one actually knows what they're supposed to do. Like it's a train wreck, and it's all set up to just avoid malpractice, and no one takes responsibility for healthcare. It's all malpractice. Basically, what they've targeted is if you're 100% malpractice, it makes it hard to ever go after someone for malpractice. Well, it's what he does. It's what he does. He's what he does. Yes, it's all malpractice at this point. So what else is there? All right, guys. 6 hours, 10 minutes. Thanks so much. Have a good weekend. Come out to Desperados if you can. Hop in the car from anywhere in Nicaragua. You should be able to get here in time for it, even if you're in the farthest flung reasonable reaches. If you're in San Juan del Sur, Chinandega, Jinotega, you can make it. See you all.